Hello and welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. If you are following along me in this course, you have reached the capstone project of n8n automation. We have finished everything starting from the very basics to the intermediate n8n skills to the advanced n8n skills in the section 4 and 3 of this course. In section 5, we are on to a capstone project where we are going to build an end-to-end lead enrichment flow and the assignment of the lead to the respective people within the organization and follow up with the customers and all. That is what I'm going to demonstrate, build along with you. That is why this section or this video is gonna be very long. That's why I decided to break it into 3 equal parts or more or less equal parts so that it is easy for you to also follow along, perform those steps, build along with me in that workflow so that you get the understanding each and every concept in depth and you play along as well. And don't worry, each and every lesson will be action packed as well as learning packed. So just move through each part one by one along with me, and I promise by the end of all 3 lessons you will have a working real world use case that you can basically adapt to your own business needs, or you can go ahead and start selling that workflow for the organization or businesses that are in need. Before we start building this workflow in our n8n workspace, let me go back to the very first tip that I shared you in section 1 of this course, that anytime you need to create a business workflow or automate it, you must manually map what is the entire business process, be it in a flowchart or maybe in a document. So first we'll be going through the entire business process that we'll be automating so that we understand the intricacies of it, the decision making, the nodes that will be involved, the data transformation that needs to happen, and some sort of optimization opportunities that we can build in that process. So here is the business process that we'll be automating using the n8n automation workflow. Imagine you run a small business. Someone visits your website and fills out a form. They say, hey, I'm interested in your product. Sounds great, right? But what happens next? Well, a person from your team, maybe an intern or an assistant, gets a notification that someone has filled out a form on the website. It has their name, email ID, company name, job title, and some other details, and why they are reaching out to you, maybe for sales or maybe for support or maybe even for partnership as well. But now the job of assistant or that intern could be to clean up that data. Is that email real? Is it spelled correctly? Is it a fake Gmail or someone just typed it in as a typo? They often have to copy paste that into some sort of external tool that you have purchased, where they check the validity of the email, the correctness or the deliverability score of that email, whether it's a spam email or not a spam email. If the email looks fake or fishy, they throw it out, they discard it, but they have to log it because they just can't delete anything. So they log it into a spreadsheet with a note saying invalid email or wrong address. We don't have to waste time again later for this particular kind of lead. But if the email looks good, now comes the research part. Someone, maybe a business analyst, starts Googling the company, checking their LinkedIn profile, checking other profiles, looking for how big the company are, what they do, what that person do, what their role is, what they would need, where they are based out of. All this is being done manually, where a person is searching all that record, and all of this record is then added to a document or maybe a CRM record to create a complete profile of that particular lead. Then next, the sales team looks at all this info and tries to figure it out. Is this a good lead? They check for, is the company from a region that they serve in? Are they big enough? What is their industry? Whether they match that whatever they offer or not? Did they use a proper work email or a Gmail ID? So any kind of criteria they could be running. These are just some examples that I have put in this workflow. But if they check out most of the boxes in the criteria that they have, they call it a high value lead. If it is a bit unclear, then they might ask a sales manager to review it and call it like a medium value lead. If they are totally off, then maybe they mark it for low value, but just keep them in a nurture list so that whenever the bandwidth is there, they can find more data about that particular lead and maybe convert it into a medium or a high value lead. But before doing anything more, someone checks if the lead already exists in the CRM or the past records. No one would like to reach out to the potential customer twice because it becomes very embarrassing for the sales team as well as the product company. Now that is out of the way, we start labeling the lead. Are they a brand new one? Have they brought some kind of business before? Are they in some sort of a VIP league kind of customer for us? Then based on that lead score, someone now manually notifies the teams, like high value lead goes to sales executive, medium value leads goes to manager approval, low value leads save for later outreach. And yes, this is all done on Slack or by email. And here comes the fun part. Well, not really. Someone now takes all this information, types it into a Word, convert it into a PDF template and summarize the lead. Then they go ahead and save it on a shared Google Drive folder where other people in the organization can access to the summarized version of the lead and maybe decide later. For example, sales manager can use that PDF in order to make the decision whether to pursue the medium value lead or not to pursue that. And as I'm talking about these sales manager reviewing these medium value leads, this makes human in the loop. That means more problems. If the managers are busy, then the delay would happen in that particular step. So manually chasing them, asking repetitive approvals or denials could be a bottleneck in your business process. If this medium value lead is approved by the manager, the lead is handed off to a business development representative called BDR as well for further nurturing, or a sales executive for direct follow-up as well. But wait a minute, so far we have only talked about the lead life cycle as soon as it got entered from our website. What happened to the final notifications to the final respective people? But what about those people? The account executive who is getting that lead as a notification, he or she might want to create some sort of calendar invite with the customer, like set up a meeting. Maybe they want to send a welcome email. Maybe they want to have a follow-up email as well after a couple of days or maybe 5 days. Similarly, for the medium value leads, once the sales manager approves it, it is handed over to a BDR or a sales rep. They might also have to follow some similar steps like scheduling a meeting with the customer, sending out a welcome email, and then maybe sending up a follow-up some days later on. So there are some potential optimization opportunities that we can see while we can automate this workflow, and not just stop our workflow by sending just notification to them. Rather, we will make their jobs easier as well. Some steps of their job profile can also be automated. Maybe the president of sales or the CEO or the founder, if it is a small business, would like to have a summary or reporting of all the leads that are coming in on every day, maybe every week or maybe every month. So maybe you can build a scheduled process as well to summarize or report on all these leads that are coming in, which probably might be done by some sort of an intern or a junior assistant in your organization. So that's how the lead processing works in most of the organization. Lots of processes, lots of steps, lots of people, lots of time. And remember, we only talked about one lead over here. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace. We'll click on create new workflow to get started. Let's rename it to lead processing workflow. So as a first step, we have to add a trigger, and this time I'm going to show you a new type of trigger called n8n form trigger. So let's click on it. Let's search for form. So this n8n form node helps us generate web forms in n8n and pass their responses to the web workflow. Because we are building this automation workflow for a business that relies upon different types of users submitting various web forms on their website. So instead of integrating a Google form type of a scenario which can be integrated with a webhook, as we have seen in the past lessons of this course, if you have not watched those lessons, go back and watch those lessons. But for now, I'm going to mimic or simulate the same type of setup using the n8n form. Let's go ahead and use this feature. It will become very handy while testing your forms, and later you can integrate with your live production forms which are there on your website, such as Google Forms, Ninja Forms, or other types of forms that you might be using or your client or businesses for whom you are automating the processes are using. So let's click on it and we are going to use this on new n8n form event. So this is the configuration screen. As you can see at the top, there is a test URL, there is a production URL which we can use to open these forms and basically fill them. But before doing that, we have to configure or create this form that will be available for different users to fill in. So for that, I'm going to write a form title. Let's say form title to be contact us. In the form description, we can say, please fill out the below details and we will get back to you shortly. We do not need any kind of authentication, so I'm going to leave it to none. Otherwise, you can implement some basic authentication as well if you want. But such type of contact us form never have any kind of authentication, so we will leave it blank or none. Next thing is to create the elements on the form or create the form in general. And what exactly do we want? If we go back to the definition of our workflow, the end user, the potential lead, is basically the new user who is filling out the form. And these are the details which were their name, email, company name, website, job title, interest area. So let me just copy this and let's come over here and temporarily I'll just paste it over here so that this is available to me. So first field is name. Let's add name. Element is text. Placeholder is your name. Goes here. This is the required field. Then the second field is email. Then next field is company. This is also required field. And then next one was website. We can keep website as optional. And then we had job title. We can leave this one as optional too. And finally, it's interest area. So let's add that too. And in the element type, this time we can say drop down list. And we can mention some of these. We can enable multiple choice and we can make it a required field as well. Let's make it a required field. So you can see if you hover over it, it says when to respond to the form submission. So if I expand this, right now form is submitted is by default selected. That means as soon as this node receives the form submission, the response goes back to the user. If I choose to have workflow finishes when the last node of the workflow is executed, then the response is given back to the user. In some scenarios, you may want to use that if you are using this form type of feature for building some sort of a process on which rest of your workflow relies upon. But in this business workflow, it does not apply. As soon as user submits the lead, we are going to process it through our business process and user can just get a confirmation of response received. Now let me scroll up and delete that temporary text that I have put in. So let me expand it a bit. Let me delete this. So now our form is ready. I'm going to click on this execute step. So you can see that the form is ready and you can see at the top, this is claiming that this is a test version of your form. If you want to use a production version of it, you need to make your workflow active and then using the production URL, you can use this form to submit the data and the rest of the workflow will execute. So this is more like replacing that webhook kind of simulation that we did with Google Forms in earlier sessions on this course. So let's quickly test this out. So you can see the acknowledgement, your response has been recorded successfully. So I can close this form and over here you can see that we have received the new lead details and now these new lead details are ready for further processing the entire business process that we have to automate in this workflow. Before going back to our canvas, let's rename this to on lead received. Let me go ahead and pin this data. This will help us save some time by not executing or submitting the form again and again. Now let's go back to the canvas. Let's save our workflow over here. Now if we go back over here and see what the second step is, basically sales ops or an intern is validating the email address and rejecting or approving based on email confidence score. So in order to do that, let's go back and put some conditional logic over here. Let's do the basic sanity or validation in two steps. First, we are going to do some basic sanity test whether the email is valid or not. Then we are going to run it through a valid platform that maintains some sort of credibility towards the emails that have been used or not used. So for the basic sanity or validation, let's add if node over here and rename it to basic validation. Basic email validation. Click on rename. So first thing we can do is let's drag this email over here and let's say if I click on dot, you can say is email. So you can see that there is a suggested inbuilt function that is there in n8n that is ready to verify whether the text that is there in this field is email or not. So if I click on this, now this is going to return us a boolean. So let's say is true. We can try to add another type of condition. Let's say the email addresses should be at least like 10 characters or 12 characters long. Then only it could be a valid email. Otherwise, it may not be a valid email. I know there is subjectivity to it, but you got my point that we can add more and more conditions over here. So I will add couple of more conditions over here just to do the basic sanity test, which a manual person might be doing during their testing or analysis. Alright, I'm happy with the basic validation that I have put in place. The next condition I could think of is maintaining some sort of a blacklisted domains of emails. So here I have three like fake mail, temp mail, room mail. You can have like test mail or test.com, things like that. So you can maintain a list of blacklisted email domains and then check whether the domain of your email, which I have extracted using a built-in function again, which is called .extract domain. So it is going to extract the domain from the email and it is going to check whether this list of array contains that domain or not. All these are AND conditions. That means that all of them needs to be true in order to pass our basic validation for email testing. And I'm happy with the basic email validation flow or structure that I have created over here. If I'm going to execute this step, it is going to return me true branch and false is empty. So we'll go back over here. So the true branch denotes basic email validation has succeeded, while the false branch tells us that basic email validation has failed. And remember, each and every failed or successful lead needs to be logged into our log tracker. So for that, let's just go ahead and log the false, which is more like rejected or discarded lead that came into our system. So I'm going to click on this. Let's search for sheets. So it's like Google Sheets. And we need to append a row in the sheet. So let's click on this. I have created this Google Sheet over here. You can see that there are two sheets over here, all leads log and leads to be nurtured log. And from the business workflow that we have to automate, we know that we need to log all leads and also at some stage based on certain conditions or decisions by people, we need to log the leads to be further nurtured as well. So I have created this sample data over here. So I'm going to use this particular sheet in order to maintain all the lead logs that came into our system. So the first discarded one will be logged over here in case this is false. I'm going to use this document and the sheet was all leads log. So we are going to use that. We will say map each column manually. So first one is expression. So here we'll say this and we'll put it now. So the timestamp goes as now. Full name we already have it, so let's drag it. Email we also have, so we'll drag it over here. Company name we also have, we'll drag it here. Lead value we did not calculate yet, so we'll leave it blank. So in this case, status is discarded. So I'm going to put this, and the reason was basic email validation failed. Let's execute this. So nothing will come because it was a false branch. Let's open one more time and rename this to log discarded. I know it's a big name, but let's leave it over here for our understanding. I'll just drag it down a bit. Let's save it. Now in the true branch, we want to do further email validation and validate this email with the help of a software or an application called hunter.io that specializes in providing this kind of services, whether the email or the subscriber or the lead that you have is some sort of a valid lead or not a valid lead, whether it's a disposable email or not, whether it's a test email or not. It provides you some sort of an email confidence score as well for those particular emails. So I'm going to use that service. You can go ahead and register yourself on hunter.io. So over here you can sign it up and you will get the access to the API. So these are the APIs. You can search for domain, you can find email, you can do email verification, and there is a node that is there in n8n. So if I come back to my lead processing workflow, if I click on this and search for Hunter, and you can see that the same logo is over here. So that means Hunter.io node is already available. So if I click on it, it provides me three types of actions: get every email address found on the internet using given domain with source, generate or retrieve most likely email addresses, or verify the deliverability of an email address. This is what we want to use. So I'm going to click on this, and you can see operation is email verifier. We don't want to use the other ones. So I'm going to drag this over here and let's rename this to verify email with hunter.io. Let's rename this. Let's execute this step. and you can see status is invalid, result is undeliverable, because I have used an email ID dj@gmail.com which has nothing to do, which is not a valid email. Although this email ID passed our basic validation, but this particular service is telling us that don't use this. This is more like an undeliverable email address. The score over here is 0. So that means this kind of step is also necessary in order to further validate the deliverability of the leads or the quality of leads that you are getting. So if we go back now over here, let's add another if node and let's call it third party email validation. Now in this we can use status, we can use result, but if you look at the documentation of Hunter.io, they have deprecated the result. They want us to use the status, so I'm going to use the status over here. Status should be equals to valid, and I'm going to say convert types when required, and I'm also going to say ignore case, just in case like there is a case sensitivity issue. So I'm going to use that. Another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to check the score of that email address, and if the score is only about 20, then only I'm going to pass it. Otherwise again I'm going to discard it. So another condition we can have it. So the second condition comes in here, score must be, it's a number, so must be greater than 20. So if I execute it, it will turn as false. So this way now we have a third party validation as well. While our basic email validation passed, the third party email validation has failed. And again, I'm going to copy this, Control C, Control V. I'm going to attach it over here. And we can rename this to something else, log discarded lead or third party email validation failed. Let me remove this one. Let's rename it. So it says log discarded lead, third party email validation. Everything can remain same. We have to log at all leads log entry log, because we have to track all the leads that are coming in. All these details remains the same. Lead value is not there. Again, this is a discarded lead. Basic, instead of basic email validation, we can say third party email validation failed because of invalid status of the email and / or low email deliverability score. Let me expand it a bit and show you. So third party email validation failed because of invalid status of the email and or low email deliverability score. And in the brackets, we can also mention the score. Let's save our progress. And over here, let me add a do nothing node for now. And let's rename it to continue further. We will resume developing the workflow from here. But for a moment, I'll go back to the textual workflow. So you can see that the second step, the 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3, which was more like monitoring the email box, validating the emails and checking the confidence score. If the email is rejected with low confidence score, log the reason in the rejection in all inbound leads entry log. So all these three steps have been successfully automated by our workflow so far. So that means there is no need of manual work or manual role needed in order to perform these steps in your business. However, the next step is if the lead is approved, we want to enrich the information of the company and the lead and further create a unified lead profile for the lead that has come in. And that is what we are going to automate by replacing this continue further step and keep on building and automating that manual step. Hello and welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. Today we are going to continue the capstone project that we were building in the last lesson of this course, and I'm going to share the second part of the series. There is a third part which is remaining that will be continued in the next lesson, but stay tuned for the part 3 as well, because in that lesson I'm going to tell you how to create PDFs from docx version and all that for free. Now let's get started with the part 2 of this capstone project. So let's go ahead and delete this, save it, and we'll start building further from here on. Now, in order to enrich the information of the company as well as the person who has entered this lead, basically we are using the Hunter.io again, because it also provides you an API that allows you to get a lot of information or enriched information about a company or a person by scraping the internet and find out as much as possible about that particular lead. And if I come over here in the API section, you can see that we just use the email verification authentication one, but there is this company enrichment API, there is this person enrichment API, and then there is this combined enrichment API that combines the enrichment of company as well as a person. This is the API that we are going to use, and you can see that it's a very simple API. Method is get, URL is this till the find, and then you need to specify email and the API key as a parameter. Unfortunately, if I open the Hunter node, there is no such operation that is available. Only domain search, email finder and email verify that is there. So that means this operation is not yet available in the Hunter node API of n8n. So that's why we have to use the HTTP node. And remember where the HTTP node comes in. This is exactly the situation where the out-of-the-box functionality is not available in n8n to integrate with an external service or an API. That's where you can use HTTP node. So I'm going to click on the true branch because false, we have already logged the discarded one. So true branch, the workflow continues. Here we'll use HTTP node. And I'm going to go back to the API. I'm going to copy the URL from here. And then let's come back to our workflow. Let's paste the URL. And I'm going to cut the parameters from it. So the URL is mentioned. Authentication will be none because we'll be sending the API key in the query parameters. We are going to use that. So here it was email. And there is another parameter that was API key. We have to get the value from the previous node. What we can do is on lead received, I can open up that and I can drag this value over here. So this is the value we want, the email value. So we are going to use that. And in this particular example, we had mentioned dj@gmail.com. And that's why the flow is not coming over here. And that's why you are seeing the blank input because the flow is going in the false branch of it. That means we have to put some sort of valid data so that the third party validation or email verification passes and the workflow continues. So let's open this node. You can execute the step and submit the form again, but I'll save that time because this video is going to be anyways longer. So that's why I'm going to click on edit, and here only I'll change the details. So I'll just mention my name in the email because we have to find the enriched information and also allow it to pass. So that means we have to mention some sort of valid person's email ID that can be searched with some sort of company information. And for that, I'm going to use my own personal travel blog email ID that existed for more than like 10-12 years, devilonwheels.com. So I'll just mention that company, let's say Devil on Wheels. We can remove the website. We can remove the job title. Rest of these fields, we can leave it as is. Let's click on save. So this is some sort of valid email data now available to us. So let's go ahead and rerun it. So let's run this one. So it passes the verification. Let's open this one and execute it again. So now you can see that status is valid, result is deliverable, and you can see score is 100 now. So I'm really happy to see that that old email is still having a score of 100. Now if I click on this, so now it passed the third party validation as well. Now let's open this newly created API for enrichment details. Let me rename this as well. Enrich lead information, because that's the step that we are doing. Let's click on rename and let's execute now. You can see that all this information could be found by it. And here you can see company. I did not specify much details of the company, but it is telling me Devil on Wheels, legal name is this, domain name is devilonwheels.com. We did not mention the domain name, you remember. It found some phone numbers as well. It's some sort of random phone numbers. It found tags as well for this particular organization. It found description of the company and who is the founder. It did not, location where it is located, some street name is also coming. So some of the information that you see is not that valid, not that great, because I have used my own travel blog. But if you are going to enter some sort of corporate user, I cannot enter it because of the privacy reason. Otherwise I could have used somebody else's professional ID as well and put it there and try it out. But you can do that on your own email ID and see what all information it fetches. It fetches a lot of information, especially if you are available on LinkedIn with that particular email ID. So now if we go back to the workflow, the business analyst job was to Google the company, search for LinkedIn database, collect. This step we have automated. Next one was to merge all this information into a single profile. And for that, we are going to go back and use the merge node over here. Let's go ahead and click on this and let's merge the data. So we are going to merge the data of enriched lead information. And we'll go back to the canvas, and we also want the data that is coming as an input too. So we want to merge the data that was received from this because it had an email confidence score, and that we might want to use later on. So that's why I have merged the data over here. But what you can also do is you can also merge this information with this one first, and then the merged information can be merged over here. So you can insert a merge node in between these two threads as well, but I'll leave that as a homework for you. For now, we'll just continue. So this is our merged profile that has been created. Let's open this and configure it. We want to combine the data, and the matching fields are not exactly same. So here we have person data.person.email. So we want to match this. So this is our input 1, and the input 2 was over here, third party email validation. So over here it was email, and we'll leave output keep matches. Output data, both inputs merge together. Let's execute this and let's go down. So you can see that at the bottom, third party email validation nodes output has been merged. Now we'll go back and see what's next in the workflow. So this has been merged. Now the big part comes in, which is like 4 steps. The sales ops guys determines the potential value of the lead and then classify them as high value, medium value, low value. They searches the CRM or internal spreadsheets to check if the lead is already existing or not, evaluates the VIP status, and then tags the leads appropriately like existing general, existing VIP, and new customer. Let's automate these 4 steps now. So although we have these steps in order, what I would like to do first is automate this step, because before assigning the value to the lead, I want to search whether the customer was part of the CRM or not. So for that, let's go ahead, and in this case, we are using a CRM of Airtable. So if I open it, this is the record that I've already inserted. There is this total revenue coming in, which is going to be used for evaluating the VIP status. You might have some different criteria that you can use based on your logic. For our example, I'm going to just use this total revenue field over here. So for that, we are going to add Airtable node. Let's search that. And we want get records, search records probably. Let's search the records, because for getting the record, you need the record ID. And for searching the records, you can search it using the search criteria. So in the credentials, I have already created Airtable credentials. If you have not watched my video on how to create step-by-step Airtable credentials, you can go ahead and do that, and then come back after creating the credentials over here. In the resource, we'll leave record. In the operation, it is search. In the base, we are going to select the customer development CRM. And in the table, we are going to select the customers. Yeah, there is a customer one. In the filter by formula, we are going to mention a simple use case. Email equals to the email that we are getting from the merge node. If I execute this step, so you can see that the record has been found. In fact, there are 2 records found. That should not be the case. So let me go back to the CRM and delete one of them. Where is it? Now let's come back over here and execute the step again. So ideally, you should have only 1 record of the customer. So let's go back to the canvas and execute the other steps as well, because now we have found the customer. We can evaluate the VIP status and tag the customer as existing general, existing VIP, or a new customer. But before calculating that, let's merge the information that we have received from the Airtable with the previous information that we were getting. But in this scenario, we have to use something special in the merge node. So let's add a merge node again. And we have to use combine over here. Fields to match will remain same, email. And what we have to merge it, let's go back. Let me put it over here. And we are going to merge the same data. So the unified profile that we have created, let me open this and let's say unified profile. That's better. So we have to merge the unified profile with the data if found in Airtable. So that means there is an if over here. That means we have to enrich the input to data with the Airtable data if found. If the customer does not exist, then it continues to passes as same unified enriched profile. So in this case, I'll just open this up. I'll rename it to unified enriched profile with CRM data. Let's rename this. And like I said, fields to match might have different names. So let's drag this over here. That's the Airtable one. And then we want it from merge node as well. So over here, we can say person ID. Last time we used the email. Let's use that only for consistency. So we had an email over here. So let's use this. So good that we use this option, because this was email with capital E. This was with small e. And now in the output, keep matches, what we had to do was we have to enrich the data of input 2, because in the cases where it's a new lead, the data will not be available in our CRM. So we have to always enrich the data that is already coming in unified enriched profile node. So how do you do that? You do that with the help of output type. Right now it is keep matches, but by selecting this enrich input 2 option, which means that all of input 2 data will be there with the data from input 1 if it exists. So we're going to use that, and I'm going to execute this step. And now you can see at the bottom, we have more information. Total revenue is also there, gender, age, rating. So data that was available in our CRM is also merged into this profile now. And now we'll go ahead and calculate the VIP status of it. For that, we have to add a if node or probably a switch node, I'll say. Let's use switch node. So here, first of all, we can check whether the customer existed or not, or it's a new customer or not. In order to do that, I'll just collapse this. I'll collapse this metadata as well. And we can use our CRM data that we had found. If the record was present, so that means if I drag this over here, if $JSON.id exists, that means it's an existing customer. Otherwise, it's a new customer. So for that, I'm going to use string does not exist and rename the output as new customer. Now we have to evaluate whether the customer is general or a VIP. For that, I'm going to add another rule, and we are going to drag this total revenue column over here, and it's a number. It's a number, and we can use less than over here, and let's say 100,000, and let's rename this general. And similarly, third one, we can use the same thing, but this time number should be greater than or equal to 100,000. So if I execute it, this record should return as it returned in output 2. Oops, I did not rename the output. So let's do that. So this is like a VIP customer. So this is the definition of the VIP. So now we have all three branches coming out of it, and we go back to our workflow. So we have automated these three steps. Now it's time to automate this particular step, which is a little more complex in nature, because now here you have to identify whether the potential lead is high value, low value, or medium value, and the criteria is a little more complex over here. So let's go back to our canvas. Before we jump into determining what is the value of the lead, let's first tag our data or the profile that is coming, which is like more of the unified enriched profile with CRM data, with these status as well, whether it's a new customer, existing customer, or a VIP customer. And this complete profile is going to be used later on to create a PDF as well. So how do you do that? Set node comes to our rescue. So I'm going to click on this. Let's use set node. So it's also called edit field set node. So we are going to say add field, and name we are going to say customer underscore type underscore tag, and it's a string over here. Let me go back and see which one I said. Okay, it's a new customer. So I'm going to just tag over here the value as new customer, and let's rename this to. And because we have to create the unified profile, not filter any other fields, so we'll use this option, include other input fields, and we'll select all over here. Now if I execute this, nothing will come out of it because there is no data in this particular branch. But similarly, I have to tag other ones as well. So I'll just copy paste three nodes over here. I'll connect this one over here. I'll connect this one over here. Let's expand them a bit so that it becomes readable. So let's open the general one first. Let's rename it to general. Over here, we can say general customer. Rest of the settings will be same. Let's go back. Now let's tag the VIP. Rename. So this will be new instead of that VIP customer. Let's go back, save our progress. Now let's execute all of them. So this one, and this one. So let's execute this one. So you can see that data was only available in this one. So you can see at the bottom, we have the customer type as VIP customer. If the total revenue was less than 100,000, then the data would be available in this branch. If I go back to the workflow, so you can see that there are various parameters that we can use in order to determine the value of the lead. For our workflow development, I'm not going to use all 5 of them. I'm going to use 3 of them, and we are going to use a scoring method. So if all 3 criterias meet, you get a score of 3. And if you get a score of 3, that means the customer is high value. If you get a score of 1 or 2, that means it's a medium value. It needs to be verified by the sales manager as per the business process over here, and then further process. If you get a score of 0, that means it's a low value need. It needs to be further nurtured in order to process it into our system. So that's the criteria I'll use. you can define your own algorithm, own criteria in order to evaluate the lead profile. You can use AI as well, but we are going to hold on to that till the section 6, because that's where we'll introduce how you can take smarter decisions with the help of LLMs and generative AI, so that this kind of complex algorithm you do not need to build it. So now let's go back, and what we have to do is, because we have to do scoring, so again I have to use an edit field set node. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here, and we are going to merge all three of them over here. So no matter which branch the data is flowing from, they all will lead into this one where we are going to initialize a score. Let's rename it to initialize lead score. And we'll put it here, and we'll make it as a number, and we'll say 0. So we'll start from 0. That means 0 is the lowest profile or lowest value lead. There's a typo over here. Now let's execute this step. So there is a lead score of 0 over here. Now let's come back. Now we are going to pass this item through various conditions that we want to evaluate in order to determine the value, and keep on incrementing the value of this lead score. And then finally at the end of all the conditions, we are going to evaluate what was the total score it gained. Let me quickly build that, and then I'll explain what that part of the workflow is doing. Alright, so I'm done making the changes, and you can see that I have added these 6 nodes over here. In order to explain this concept, I wanted to use no code. Otherwise, I could have used a piece of code and merged all these 6 nodes together into one single code node in order to do the job. However, I wanted to show you that most of the things, 99% of the things, are possible with no code in n8n. That's the power of n8n, that you don't need to write code. Of course, you need to duplicate the same step again and again. In order to do that, we already got a taste of duplication where we use the switch node and then we tagged using the set node. We could have merged everything together in the code node. I'll show you an example in a moment. But over here as well, I have used 3 if nodes. So what we are doing is we initialize the lead score as 0 over here. So this is like the 0 lead score. Then we started evaluating various conditions. The first condition is check email confidence. So if the email confidence score is greater than 60 from our Hunter.io API, so in this scenario, we are going to increment the lead score by 1, because we have a confidence in email score deliverability. So the flow will go over here and it will increment the value of lead score by 1. Then it comes to another condition, which is checking the service region. However, the false of it goes over here. So that means if the confidence score was there, this node will get 1 as lead score. If the confidence score was less than or equal to 60, that means it is still going to come in as 0 lead score. So that means the lead score has not increased when it reaches the check service region node. So if I open this, here we are checking whether the service region that has been returned from the company.geo.country code is in the service region where we cater. If it belongs to one of these countries, so I have used this and I have used array over here. So if you go down to the array, you can see the contains over here. So that ways you can match whether something contains in a particular list of strings or not. So that's where we have used the service region. If the lead belongs to our service region, we are going to increment again the value by 1. So you can see that I have incremented the value. If not, then based on 1 or 0 that was received, it is going to pass over here 2 or 0 or 1. Then we are finally checking the industry. If the industry group belongs to software, or the json.data.company.tags contains software, so that means the industry belongs to us, the software industry where we work in. Maybe I'll change it to travel, because everything is related to travel in our example, just to simulate various scenarios. But for now, you got the idea that I have 3 conditions, and based on the truthness of these conditions, I'm incrementing the value of the lead score. And at the end, we are going to check what was the lead score and assign high value, low value, and medium value. So there are 2 ways to do that. First, we have already seen that I can basically add a switch node over here. Then these 3 set nodes can come in order to define the value of that particular node. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a simple piece of code over here to show you that how we can optimize the number of nodes that are there if you know a little bit of coding, or you can also take help from ChatGPT in order to write this simple kind of code. So let's add a code node over here. Let me go back. Let's expand it a bit and let's merge this over here. So that means now the code node will have either 1 plus 1 plus 1, that is 3 as lead score, or it may have 0, or it may have 2, or it may have 1. And that's what we are going to check inside this. So over here, if I click on execute step, what this basic step is doing is it is executing on all data items at once first of all. So all the items inputted into this code node are going to be considered. In our case, it will always be a single item. So over here, you can see that for each item, it is adding a new field called my new field equals to 1. So at the bottom, you would see my new field equals to 1. This is the field we are going to replace as lead underscore value. And the value of this lead value is going to come based on the logic. So for that, let's go back a bit and see how the data processed through. Up until over here, the lead score was 0, but then we check the email confidence score. It returned the true. So that means the flow went to the incrementing of the lead score. So it incremented the lead score, and then it checked the service region. So the service region that we had over here is US. You can see that the company.geo.country code is coming as US, which belongs to our service region. So that means it also went into incrementing the lead score. Then it came in over here. Then it checked for industry. So in the industry, if we look at the data like data.company.category industry group. So if we go over there, let's close this person tab. So in the company tab, if we look at company.category, so over here, the category is there, industry group is coming as null. And if we look at the tags, there are no tags that refers to software. So all these tags has a value in them, which is more like an array. That's why I've used array over here. So you can see that software is not coming over here. So that means this condition is false. So that means the lead score is not going to increase over here. So that means in the code node, we are going to get an input of lead score as 2. So you can see that the value of 2 is coming, and here we'll start mentioning some of the conditions in order to define our lead value. So I've already written that piece of code. Let me just replace this over here. Let me just indent it a bit. So what this piece of code is doing is item.json.lead type. By default, we are saying it's a medium value. Then we are checking if the value of lead score is equals to 3, then the lead type becomes high value. If the lead score is less than 1, lead type becomes low value. And if I execute this step now, it should have a medium value because the lead score was 2. So you can see that lead type has been defined as medium value. Now let's go back to our canvas. So till over here, now we have the lead value as well. So that means we have automated this step as well, and we have identified what is our ideal customer, what needs a manager review, what is not qualified or needs further nurturing of the lead. Now, if we come down, the last step was sales ops evaluates. So it's more like a 4.5. I think I misspelled it over here, or maybe make it 5. Then comes 6.1. So over here, the sales ops evaluates and then starts notifying the people. So high value notifies content coordinator plus sales account executive for direct outreach. Medium value, it alerts the content coordinator again and sales manager for approval. Low value adds to nurture sheet in the Google Sheets. So far we have automated everything above. Let's go ahead and automate this step as well now. Let's save our progress. And in order to automate that, we will need a switch node. Let's rename it to route based on lead value. Let's go back, and in the code node as well, we can say that assign lead value. So we'll use lead type. Let's come back. Let's open this, and over here we need to use the lead type. So let's drag this. So it's a medium value. We'll say medium value as is. We'll use this and we'll ignore the case as well. Let's rename the output to medium value. Let's add another routing rule. In fact, let's keep it in order. High value, this is. Then let's add a third branch as well. Let's copy this now. And let's execute this step. So based on this logic, the data will be coming in the medium value branch. Let's go back over here. So now based on these lead values, we can notify the respective people to take final actions. Let's go ahead and build that as well. Hello and welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. Today we are going to wrap up this capstone project of the section 5 of my n8n course, where we are building an end-to-end lead enrichment and assignment workflow. We have already completed 2 parts of it. If you have not watched them, first go and watch them and then come to this third part where we are going to continue and do the rest of the workflow which has been remaining, including the part that I promised where I'll teach you how you can leverage n8n to create PDFs from docx or any type of text for free. So let's go ahead and finish this capstone project that we started couple of lessons back. So the first thing that we should do is the easiest job, which is handling the low value leads. And what we were supposed to do was low value lead, add to nurture sheets in Google Sheets. So for that, I have a Google Sheet over here. So this was capstone project mock data Google Sheet that I had, in which there are 2 sheets, all leads log, anything that we do, any lead that comes in, whatever be the outcome, needs to be logged in this particular sheet. And we have already used couple of use cases of it, but this one is first we are going to nurture it and then we are going to add it to the all leads log. So let's automate these 2 steps very quickly. Let's add a Google Sheet node and we'll say append a row. And here we have selected the account. Append row is the operation. We need to select capstone project mock data, and this we have to select our sheet. So instead of this, we are going to use leads to be nurtured, and then the columns will come. So it is asking for full name. So we don't get to see any of the fields or data over here because node is executed, but no items were sent to this branch. So for that, let me do a quick dirty fix over here. Let's open this and let me hard code this over here, low value. So this is going to route the data to the low value branch, but you don't need to do it in your main workflow. You can execute various workflow executions and see how those are performing. But just for this video purpose, I have intentionally made the hard coded value over here. Let me execute this and verify the lead value at the bottom. So here now the low value is coming. So this is going to route the data. Let's execute the switch case. So now the data has come. So you can see the data has arrived. So we are going to fetch the full name. Then reason for nurture, need more research and details. Let's execute this step. All right. So data should be logged into our sheet. So you can see that we just made an entry over here. Let's go back now. So this completes the flow of low value lead, but one thing is still remaining. Like I said, that we have to log all the leads that are coming in. So for that, again, let's add a Google Sheet. Add append row in a sheet. And this time I'm going to select the other sheet. So here all leads log, that's what gets selected. And timestamp, we can say expressions. Let's open it up and say now in the full name, again, name is coming. In the status, instead of discarded or rejected, we can say to be nurtured. And reason is need more research and bandwidth for further lead profile enrichment. Let's execute this step as well. So you can see that this is also done. So let's come back. Let's go to all leads log. So you can see that need more research. So that means one of the flow that this sales ops person was doing, low value add to nurture sheet in Google Sheet, that has been automated as well. Now comes the part of high value lead and medium value lead. Now let's automate the other 2 branches, which is high value, where we are notifying the content coordinator and account sales executive for direct outreach. And similarly for medium value as well, we are alerting content coordinator, but we are sending an approver for sales manager. So let's go back to our canvas and start automating the high value lead. So for this, I'll just add a Slack. So we are notifying the account executive over here. So send message. We can say that alert account executive, rename, and send message to, I'll just say user. And over here, I'll select my name and messages. So we are just sending out a message notification to it. And I'll come back to the part where we are going to create the PDF as well in a moment later in this video or this lesson. And I'm going to show you how you can convert any type of data, be it documents, be it your data that is dynamically coming, into PDFs for free in n8n. So stay tuned till the end of the lesson. Here what I'm doing is I'm sending a message to a particular user that I already know, but what you can also do is you can have some sort of Slack IDs mapped somewhere like a Google Sheet or maybe your employees database. You can fetch that information and map the employees with particular industry so that you can map to right account executives some high value leads. So that kind of dynamic nature you can build in. However, the business workflow that we are automating for a particular company is a very small company where only 2-3 employees are there. So we are just automating the work for them so that they can focus on some real world problems or creative work or focus on their business, how to scale it, rather than busy in this sending notification or manual work. But in complex business scenario, you might want to fetch these roles, these executive data from an employee database and map these fields to them before sending the notifications. So let's execute this step. So this is going to send the alert. So no data was coming in this branch. That's why nothing came in. We'll again hack our workflow and we'll just say over here, high value lead. And I'm going to execute this step. And then we'll reevaluate the switch node. So now the data is coming in the high value. So let's execute this. So now the message has been sent successfully. Our account executive has been notified. But does it end over here? This account executive may need to set up some sort of an invite with the customer. This account executive may need to send a welcome email to that particular customer. They might also need to follow up with the customer after 2-3 days or maybe 5 days, maybe next week. So let's automate some of these aspects for these people as well so that their time also starts saving. So let's first help this account executive send the meeting invite. So for that we can search for calendar. So we have Google Calendar over here. I'm going to say create an event and we can rename it to setup customer meeting. And here from the calendar list, I'll just select my email. The start over here is now. I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to schedule a meeting like 5 days from now. So I'll just add another plus and I'll say this +5 and I'll say days. Okay. So this makes it like start time +5 and then +1 hour from now, and then end time will be same, 2 hours. So that will make it 1 hour meeting after 5 days starting from now, whatever the time is. And I'm going to also add attendees over here. So we will use the email that we have. Let's drag it. So this is the lead email or the potential customer email with which this sales executive might want to set up an invite. So let's execute this step. So this is going to create the meeting invite for us. Then what we can do is we can send an email as well. For that as well, we can use Gmail node. And we are going to say send message. Click on this. We are going to send the message to the same customer. And this is more like a welcome email. Let me go back to the switch node and let's drag the email node from here. So this is the customer. Subject is welcome to GenAI Unplugged. Hey, just reaching out as to welcome you to our newsletter. You can put whatever welcome message you want. I'll execute this step. This is working fine. And finally, we might want to follow up with this customer, or we might want to nudge it after 5 days just to check whether they respond or not. So for that, we can add a wait over here. And this wait node we have already seen in the past lessons where we use this in order to throttle the APIs that we were executing so that we don't hit the rate limiting limits of those particular APIs, but you can also wait until some minutes, hours, and even days. So here we are going to wait for 5 days, and then basically what we are going to do is send another email. So I'll just copy paste this and put it over here. So this is like a welcome email, and this is more like a follow-up. And finally, everything must be logged. So we are going to use this sheet, and I'm going to come over here. So this was our log sheet. Let me rename these as well. Let's go back. Let's rename this as well. Now let's come back. Let's rename this as well. So now if we look at this branch, we have automated one piece of high value branch. And what was that one piece? We have notified the account sales executive for direct outreach, and we have also automated some of the steps that he or she might be taking as first few steps. So we have made their job easier as well and reduced some manual effort on them as well. However, what we did not do is notifying this content creator, and this content creator is basically creating a PDF for various qualified leads. This is high as well as medium leads, and copy pasting enriched data into a doc and then renaming and naming that file and saving it as PDF and uploading it to a Google Drive. That was the Google Drive document that we have mentioned in the notification to sales executive. So that means this step must happen before the account executive gets the notification, and this step is common for both high value as well as low value lead. So now we are going to automate this step. So for that, let's come back over here. Let me just drag it a bit over here so that it becomes more readable. Let me drag these two down over here. So this gives us some space for automating the medium value leads as well, and we'll come back to them later on. But first we have to open up a parallel branch and notify our content creator first. So we'll use Slack, send message. We can say notify content coordinator and we'll rename it. We are going to send the message to a user. This time I can pick like some other user, maybe like this one. And we can say, hey, a new lead has arrived, enrich the information and create the PDF document to upload to Google Drive. So whatever message you would like to convey to the content coordinator, you can do that. We know that person is going to use the details, create a profile document and convert it into a PDF and upload it to Google Drive. We want to ensure that their process is automated. So let me execute this step. So let's create a parallel branch from high value first and start automating the process for content coordinator as well. And then finally, we are going to just notify them. So in order to do that, I'll just add the drive first. So let's have the Google Drive. And first we are going to copy a file. So basically this copy file, let me go back to our Google Drive first and show you why I am saying so. So this is my Google Drive where I have this capstone project as a folder. And what I have done is I have created a template for company underscore name dash full underscore name dash customer underscore type. So if I double click on it, you would see this is probably a kind of a document that this content coordinator will be creating by accessing the information that we have so far in the enriched lead information and then putting everything over here. So over here, you can see this is like qualified lead brief. Company name underscore is there, then lead profile. So this is more like a template. We are going to use this template in order to create a document which is more like a PDF for our sales manager and other executives to review the information of this enriched lead profile over here. So let's go back. And in the file, we can select this because we want to make a copy of it. And file name is going to follow the same pattern of the name that we have on the template. So for that, the company name is at the first. So let's drag the company name. And then we have dash full name. So I'm going to close this, use the person. Over here, the full name is going to come. And then we have a lead type over here. I think let's go back here and see customer type, which is more like a lead type. Let's append that as well. And let's close this. Let's come at the bottom and here the lead type is there. Let's use that. So we can say copy in the same folder. You can create a folder hierarchy if you want as well. So let's execute this step. So this has created a template of this particular document. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a Google Docs node over here. And we are going to update this document. So what we are going to do is if I open this document, we are going to find and replace the information which is like templatized. So you can see company underscore name with square brackets has been mentioned. So I'm going to search this in the document with the help of Google Docs node. And I'm going to replace this information that is coming dynamically in my node, which is more like unified enriched profile that we have in our workflow. And similarly, you can say full name, full underscore name is there. For email address, I have square brackets email, job title, again square brackets job underscore title. So we are going to search and replace all of them. I'm not going to go through all these details. I'm going to make a dedicated video of how to create free PDFs using n8n. You can follow me along in that process. But here you got the idea how you can do that. But by the end of this branch as well, you will understand how to generate PDFs out of the dynamic data. So let's come back to our workflow. And over here, like I said, this is the Google Doc. Resource is document, operation is update, and the doc ID or URL we already had the ID from the last where we copied the template into this particular document. So this is the name of the document which was copied for this particular lead as a copy from the template. This is the one that we are going to update. So in the object, it is text, but in the actions, I'm going to use find and replace text. So the old text that we already have from here, let's say company name. So let's just copy this. So let's paste it over here. So this is what I have to search as old text, and what I have to replace it with is, let's go to our assign lead or basically route lead based on this. So this has the information. Let's collapse this. We wanted to have the name of the company. So company.name is here. So you can see that this item.json.data.company.name is going to get replaced. Based on your needs as well, you can enable disable this match case option, but for us, we can just leave it off. We will add another action that would be again text. Action would be find and replace text. This time I'm going to go ahead and replace the full name. Let's do that. Full name, and full name is coming over here in the person data. Let's drag it over here, and let's do one more. Let's replace the email as well. Find and replace text. For the email, I think we had just email, but just on safer side, let's copy it from over here. Sold text is email, and the email that we have is here. Similarly, you can create all the actions for all the variables that you have in the template field. If I go back to my drive, you will see that the copy is already created, which was done as a first step in this whole branch. And we are making the changes in that particular copy. Before going back to the canvas, let's rename this to replace dynamic data. Let's rename it. Let's go back. Let's rename this one as well to copy template. Let's come back. Let's make some space over here. Now, if I execute this, this is going to update the existing document that we had. So if I go back over here, now if I open this up, you would see that the names have been replaced, whatever we had. So you can see company name was mentioned 2 times. So it has replaced both the places. So if you find and replace all the templatized fields that are there, you are going to get the Google Doc version of the document that you would like to work upon or you would like to publish. But we want a PDF. So how do we convert this Google Doc into a PDF? Well, we can use these same nodes again to trick the system in order to generate the PDF. So for that, first thing that we have to do is download this file into n8n. So for that, I'm going to use again drive. The action would be download. We're going to download the same file. Instead of from the list, we can say by ID. So this is the document ID that we had. So this is what we are going to download, and we'll add some options over here. Put output file in field. And the second option is what that will do the trick. So we'll use this Google file conversion and add conversion. You can specify various conversion parameters for different types of Google documents. So ours is Google Docs. So we are not going to use HTML. Rather, we are going to use the PDF. So when I click on this execute step, it is going to create the PDF document out of it. I can download it and preview it as well. But let's leave it and let's quickly make the progress. Let's rename this node to download as PDF. Now we'll upload this file. So we are going to upload the same file. Resources file operation is upload. Input data field name is data. So we are going to leave that as default. And for the file name, we can roll back some nodes. So over here, we can go back to this particular or maybe like this one. So here the file name was there. I'm going to just drag it over here. So we are going to use that. So this will be the file name. We want to have the parent drive as same and the root folder. Instead of root folder, let's put it in the capstone project. So this is the parent folder that we would have. So let's go ahead and see if something is there. So there is no PDF file for now. So let's go back and execute this step. So this has created a PDF document, and that's the PDF document that we have now. So you can see that this is the PDF. It's the same PDF that we have created from this particular Google Doc. So the last step that remains is we don't need this Google Doc. So I'm going to go back and delete it. So let's rename this to upload PDF. Let's rename and let's go back. And now let's add another Google Drive node that says delete file. So this is delete file. Same data would be there. Operation is delete. From the list, instead of from the list, I'll use the ID, and we already have the ID from the replace dynamic data node. So this is the document ID that we have. We are going to use that. If I execute this step, it is going to delete it. So you can see that Google Doc file is no longer available over here. So that means With these few steps, we have automated what content creator was supposed to do or content coordinator. Now the final step would be to notify that person, and for that we can use Slack, send message to a user, and this time we can select GenAI Unplugged, which will be like a different user. And in the message text, we can say a new profile has been uploaded for your review and further processing. And let's rename this to notify content coordinator. Let's go back and save. So this branch of work has also been successfully completed. So that means high value leads are going to go through first this branch. A new document would get created because this is at the top of the branch that we created for high value. So first this branch gets executed as per the execution order of n8n. Then this branch is going to get executed. So content coordinator and PDF document would be available when the account executive will get the notification. So both these branches are coming from high value. Same set of tasks are needed for medium value as well before we send for approval to sales manager. So in order to do that, I'm going to link the medium value branch to this branch as well. So if the lead is medium value, first this branch would get executed, and then whatever we are going to configure for this particular medium branch as a separate branch would get executed. And what was supposed to be done? So if we go back over here, so these two steps have been successfully automated for the content creator, and they are just doing review now if something is missing or not. So for that, if you want to make some sort of changes, you might want to omit the last step where we deleted the original Google documents, because they can then update that Google document and recreate the PDF by exporting it right from Google Sheets or Google Docs. So both high value workflow and low value workflow has been completed, and a part of medium value, which was alerting content coordinator and doing all this stuff, has been successfully completed. The only part remains now is sales manager for approval. So in order to do that, this is more like human in the loop kind of a thing, where sales manager is basically approving a request before we proceed further. And what we have to do proceed further is, if the lead is approved, we send a Slack or email notification to assigned BDR, which is business development representative. If it is a small organization, maybe the same person is doing this account executive part as well as the BDR part. So same person gets the notification over there. If it is a different person, like I said, you can import the employee database, do some sort of a mapping using some merge nodes, aggregate nodes, and finally produce a mapped output of the lead versus the employee who is going to process on your lead in your business. But in our case, it's a small business, so we are going to use the same process. So first thing is human in the loop. How do you implement that? How do you stop your workflow or pause your workflow until someone approves or rejects it? Let's go ahead and learn that as well. So first thing that we have to do is send an approval email. For that, I'm going to use Gmail. But this time, instead of using a send message, I'm going to use send message and wait for a response, because we want to wait for the response. I'll continue to use the same credential, resources message. Operation now is send and wait for response. And here in the to field, your employees data mapped profile to sales manager for this particular lead can come in, but I'll just hard code it for now. Let me open my Gmail box as well. So this is empty right now. There is no email over here. So let's come over here. Approval required for new medium value. So this is a message that we can send. You can also fetch the link of the PDF that we created and input it over here. But that I'll leave it as an exercise for you to extend this particular workflow. For now, we'll just write this simple message over here. And then in the response type, you can see there are a couple of options. There is like approval, there is free text, there is custom form. So you can use whatever you want in order to use this type of node where you are waiting for an approval. And we just need approval and disapproval. So I'm going to use approval. But in the approval option, I'm going to add both of them. So you can see that type of approval right now is approve only. So it is going to only send approve button, but I want to record the rejection or disapproval as well. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to say approve and disapprove. So this way, this is our primary button, this is our secondary button, both the buttons would be there. So let's go to our inbox and see there is nothing over here. Let's come back over here and then let's execute this particular node. So this is going to send an email. So you can see that now this node has been successfully executed. Oops, I think nothing happened because no data was coming under this branch. So let's go back and hack our workflow again. So this time for real, we can just say medium, because this is the medium value lead that we have. So this is working on the real data now. So this node gets executed and you can see the control is going on to this branch as well as this branch. So we have to have a document over here. Let me click on this so that the notification is also happening to the content creator and a new doc is creating. So this time you see all the steps in action in order to convert data into PDF, and you can see the PDF is already over here. Now we'll execute this step and you can see that now our workflow is waiting to be further executed because it is send and wait. And if I go to my inbox, there is approval required for medium value lead that has come in, and I can decline or approve it. So I can click on this approve. It is going to open. I can just close this particular page. I come back over here and you would see that one item has successfully executed and the data is approved equals to true. So this tells us whether the sales manager approved it or not. So we'll just rename this to send for sales manager approval. I'll come back. Now we'll put a if node over here, and in the if node we'll just say this is true or not. Because this is a boolean, if it is true, we execute this step. So it is true, it is going to come in the true branch. So in the true branch, that means sales manager has approved. What we had to do was, if the sales manager approves it, it's a medium value lead, send a Slack or email to assign BDR for further nurturing of the profile. And then that BDR can be following same set of steps like scheduling a meeting with the customer, sending them a welcome email, or scheduling a follow-up or sending them a follow-up over the email like we just did for the account executive representative. But in our case, it's a small business. One person is doing all this work. So I'm going to just attach this to the same workflow that we created for it. Because in our case, if this is true, then the account executive is the BDR for this particular account. It's a small business, but again, like I said again and again, in your case, it could be a bigger scenario. So you can have that employee data mapped to it and further develop the workflow based on this particular decision. So I'm going to just drag it further so that our readability gets maintained. So this will keep our readability in check. But if this is false, that means sales manager did not approve it. So let me just first rename this sales manager approved. Let's rename it. What we had to do was, if the rejection, archive the lead in all inbound leads log entry. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to just make a copy of this, Control C, Control V, and we are going to attach this to the disapproval of sales manager. So if I open this up, everything should remain same. The lead value is going to come. So status will be disapproved. And in the reason we can say sales manager did not deem the lead. And we can execute this step. Nothing will happen because no data is coming into it. The data is going in the true branch. One thing I noticed that I have to correct over here is this is also recording a to be nurtured status. This one was approved status. So let's come back. Let's do this and let me drag these a bit down. Let's save our progress. Let's go back. So that means we have automated this. We have automated this part as well as this part for sales manager. And we also automated the BDR part as well, because now BDR, medium value, nurtures and reaches out to the lead via email or CRM to initiate next steps, schedule a calendar task automatically, add to an email marketing platform, or trigger a follow-up workflow. Same steps are being executed by our sales executive as well for high value lead. We just saw how we automated it. And in our case, both these person BDR and sales executives are same. In your case, it could be different. So you can modify the workflow accordingly. Finally, all entries are being logged into a database, which we have already logged in each and every step, wherever the rejection was happening, wherever the disapproval was happening, and wherever the approval happened. Now the last step is basically every 24 hours the log that we created. So basically if I go to my Google Sheet, so this all leads log, it gets scanned and an email gets sent to the founder or the senior leadership or an executive in your organization, which is more like a daily summary or a weekly summary or a monthly summary of whatever the leads are coming in from various forms into this particular workflow, what is happening with them. Basically the digest of all inbound leads in your organization, but that you should create as a separate workflow than this one. You should not trigger that step at the end of this, because that might get executed with each and every log entry that is happening. You might want to have a fixed schedule like 8 a.m. every day in the morning that email gets sent. Whatever you prefer based on your schedule, you can use the schedule trigger in order to configure that separate workflow. So that means we have automated all these steps and removed all the manual work that was happening in your organization. And if I go back to the workflow, zoom out a bit, this is how the workflow looks like. It has come out to be much more complex than we have thought. And if we have to execute this workflow, let me go ahead and give it a quick run by first unpinning the data wherever the data is pinned. So let's open this. Let's just ensure what details we have to enter. I'll just unpin it. I'll go back to the canvas. I'll click on this one as well. And we are going to unpin this data as well. Now let's just save it. Let's clear the execution log. So this is how the cleaned version of our n8n workflow looks like. Let's execute it so that we can see it in action from end to end. But before that, let me just deactivate this 5-day option over here. We had a wait put in for 5 days. Let's just deactivate it so that this workflow does not get stuck over there in our test run. Let's save it. Let's come back and let's execute the workflow. Because we had the first node as n8n form, it has opened up the form that we had. So I'm going to use the same details. And we can leave the website, we can leave the job title, interest area is like support. Let's submit this and it would start executing. You can see that the nodes have started executing. So it is now creating the document, the PDF, and it is coming in as a medium value lead. So now it is waiting for the manager approval over here. So I'm going to go back and click on this and we are going to click on approve. So this has approved and final log entry has been successfully made. So if we come back to our Google Drive, so you would see that another document has been created. This time there is no name in there. So that means some data was corrupted by the enrichment API. So that means you might have to go back and put in some error handling over here. So this was the entire capstone project that I wanted to build with you. Couple of concepts like error handling. You can implement this. You can check for validation errors that is coming from hunter.io, because that's an API that we have used to verify our email for third-party validation as well as enrichment. But you can put some sort of more validation logic in it so that you are preparing for the worst case as well. In case that data is not returned, you can have some sort of backup branches or backup flows as well that gets executed in case those APIs are not returning the responses. Maybe they are erroring out, maybe your subscription had failed. So the concepts of error workflow, the concepts of handling errors, throwing an error using stop an error node is going to help you upscale this real world example or real world project workflow that we built. Second thing that I want to highlight over here is that you see there are few flows. For example, this particular flow that we have over here of converting the dynamic data into a PDF document and uploading it into some sort of Google Drive or cloud storage. Well, this is an ideal candidate for you to create a sub workflow out of it and always input the parameters into sub workflow so that you have one workflow in your organization that is converting all the dynamic data or documents into PDF files for your entire organization. So that's another ideal candidate over here. The second candidate that I see over here is this particular workflow, which is being called by two branches, because once a person, be it a BDR, be it an account executive, tries to reach out to the end customer, they follow a similar path. They schedule a meeting, they send a welcome email to them, they do a follow-up after 4-5 days, they might be doing some other task as well. In our case, the account executive and BDRs were same, so we did not have to bother much, but in your case, they could be different. So in that case, you may have that sub workflow triggered by those scenarios so that you are still executing different branches but fully utilizing the same nodes with the reusability concept of sub workflows. So those two things are homework for you that you can do by applying the lessons learned in last couple of sections of this course. And this completion of section 5 also marks the completion of entire n8n course from zero to hero for creating automation workflows. We have not yet touched AI automation workflows that we are going to touch base in 6th and 7th section of this course. So you have to stay tuned. But just for n8n automation workflows, you now have full knowledge of basic concepts, intermediate concepts, and advanced concepts. Section 6, let's get deep dive into what is AI, what is AI automation workflows, and how you can integrate those AI automation workflows or how you can leverage n8n in order to build not just AI powered workflows but full blown AI agents as well. So I'll see you in the next lesson of this course. So far in this course, we have automated tasks, connected various apps, worked with APIs, webhooks, but now it's time to take all these automation workflows to the next level. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In this section 6 of this course, we are going to start with lesson 1, where we will be talking about the basics of AI integration in n8n workflows. We will be using OpenAI APIs for it, and I'll be introducing some basic concepts of AI or generative AI, I shall say, and how that will change the way you develop your automation workflows. Before we start building these workflows, let me break down some basic concepts, starting with the differences that exist between traditional automation and AI powered automation. Well, think of traditional automation as rule based automation. Whatever kind of workflows that we developed in the first 5 sections of this course are more or less traditional automation workflows. They help you move data, they trigger actions, and they follow a predefined set of rules. For example, sending an email as soon as a new lead is added to the CRM. So this is more like a rule-based automation where a trigger is initiating some sort of an action to be taken, but that we automated with the help of workflow. But AI powered automation will help you take all these automation to the next level, because it will add some sort of reasoning, some sort of decision making. You can use AI to analyze, predict, and generate content. For example, an AI workflow can read the inbox emails that are coming in. It can classify them for you. It can predict whether a response is requested or not, and can even generate that response and save it in the draft for you. So this is more like thinking, analyzing, creating content, and even making some decision on your behalf without you being in the picture. In short, these AI powered automation workflows does not just follow some sort of rules, rather it learns, it understands, it creates, and even it can decide for you. And by the way, whenever I am saying AI in this course, it is more or less related to generative AI. There are other forms of AI as well, for example machine learning or deep learning, but this is not a full course on AI or generative AI, so that I can tell you what are the differences between these types of AI as well, or in fact even talk about the much more detailed differences between traditional automation versus AI powered automations versus chat agents versus AI agents and versus the agentic AI, which is the new buzzword in the AI world. We will cover all these topics on my YouTube channel or in a specialized generative AI course, either on the YouTube channel or on my school community. Now that we understand what AI powered automation is, course at a high level, let's talk about the most powerful, in fact I'll say most popular form of AI out there or generative AI out there, OpenAI APIs, or you have heard of ChatGPT. This is what we are going to use throughout the rest of the course as the default AI models for building our n8n workflows. So what exactly is OpenAI and GPT? Well, think of it as an AI that thinks as a human. Well, GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which is an AI model, more like large language AI model, which is also called LLM. These are trained to understand and generate human-like text. Whenever you can think of reading, writing, or conversing, like chatting, discussing, brainstorming, that may involve some sort of reasoning as well. That's where lies the opportunity for you to use these generative AI models and automate the decision making or text generation for yourself. And if you look at some of the common use cases where you can apply AI to automate certain tasks, the first one comes is content generation, be it blog posts, social media posts, descriptions of the products that you might be running shop for. You can even generate reports as well by analyzing various forms of data and then outputting a report out of it. Second use case could be email automation. We started this course with that kind of use case only, that someone goes into the inbox. In fact, every one of us goes into our inbox, sees all the emails, classify them, sort them, reply to them. What if the AI is doing it for you? And AI is summarizing emails for you. It is generating some draft responses for the emails that have come to your inbox. It can categorize them, it can label them, it can organize the entire inbox for you. And shortly in this lesson, we are going to see this in action as well. So stay tuned till the end of the lesson. Third use case is chatbots and customer supports, where the chatbot or the AI powered chatbot answers questions to the user queries. It resolves complaints and assists other users as well, and also assist users on different problems they are facing, or maybe they are troubleshooting some sort of an issue. The AI powered chatbot can help them navigate that issue. Fourth use case can be, it can act as a data analyst for you. You can provide it form of raw data or unstructured data, structured data to it. It can basically analyze each and every piece of it and generate summaries or report out of it for you. So the bottom line is, with an LLM much like offered by OpenAI integrated into your n8n workflows, your workflows will be able to read, write, think and decide on your behalf in an automated manner. So now you understand what is GPT and LLM. But what is this OpenAI? What is this Chat GPT? Well, OpenAI is the main company or the organization. It is the one building these powerful AI models like GPTs, DALI and Codex. They are the brain and operation behind this research and development and making all this possible so that we can leverage all these models as a platform and build these AI capabilities into our workflows or any type of application or consumer application that we are building. And Chat GPT is a product. It is a chat based application on top of a GPT, which we just discussed, generative pre-trained transformer, which is more like an LLM model, large language model. On top of it, they have created a chat interface where you or I can go in and start discussing or chatting with the AI as if we are chatting with a person. So behind the scenes, ChatGPT is using various GPT or large language models that you can even select based on the subscription you are at, and then start chatting or start having conversation with that AI. So enough of theory, let's start building our AI automation workflows. And for that, like I said, I'll be using OpenAI APIs, and for that you will need Credential. You would need an API key in order to call the OpenAI APIs to access their large language models. So let's see how you can create that API key step by step. So first thing that we have to do is search for openai.com. So we are going to browse to that. So this is the OpenAI's website. So this is, like I said, it's a company which is providing us all these AI models. And over here you can see a login button over here. You can log into ChatGPT over here or the API platform or Sora. We want to have an API key first. So I'm going to click on this API platform and I'm going to register as a new user. So continue with Google. I'm going to use one of my Gmail account to register on it. Let's go ahead. All right. So I can say Dheeraj and I can specify some budget over here. So now this form is asking you to provide some organization name. If you do not have any organization, you can write personal as well. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and write the organization name for which I'm going to create these API keys, and we want to start building our AI automation applications. Next question is, what best describes you? It is very technical, somewhat technical, not technical. I'll just mention somewhat technical. I'll create the organization. Here you can invite some of the team members as well, and you can also specify what their role will be. Owners can modify project information and manage project members, while reader can only make API requests and read modified data. I don't have any team members for now, so I'll click on this option. I will invite my team later. So now comes the part where it is asking me to create the first API key. Here we are going to say n8n integration key. In the project name, either you can say default project or I'll just mention n8n integration. So this is going to help me keep a track of what my AI automations under this project is costing me. So that's the advantage of segregating various keys into different projects and use the projects to track the spending that you are doing on these AI models. So now I'm going to click on generate API key. So you can see that the test key has been generated, and at the bottom you can see that there is a curl request as well. You can just import this directly in the HTTP node of n8n. Remember, we saw that in action in one of the lessons in the past section of this course. Well, if you have not seen that, go ahead and watch the lesson on how to use HTTP node in n8n, and you would understand that you can directly copy paste this curl request over there and start using the API key. But for now, we are going to create the credentials. So I'm going to copy this key and click on continue over here. So this is the step where OpenAI is asking as a company to pay them so that you can leverage or use the APIs of AI that they are exposing it for your application, for your automation. So these open AI models are not free for use. You can use DeepSeek. Some of the models of DeepSeek are free. You're going to see that in action in my YouTube channel. But for now in this course, we are going to stick to OpenAI platform. So for now, I'm going to purchase $5 credits for myself. So now you have to provide the payment details in order to make this transaction and add $5 credits to your OpenAI account. So I have skipped the part where I have entered the details of my credit card, of course, for obvious reasons. Now I'm going to click on confirm payment over here. It is going to charge some tax as well. So I'm going to click on this. Alright, so now we have access to the OpenAI platform and you can see what I was talking about, that there are different models. These are different GPT models that you can use, and you can click on this view all to browse all of them. So all these models are provided by OpenAI platform, but for faster and affordable reasoning, you can use the O4 mini, and that's what primarily I uses in my AI automation workflows or any application that I use. Only if I want large amount of data to be processed, some complex reasoning, then only I'll go and choose this 4.1 or maybe like 4.0. Otherwise O4 mini does the job in an affordable manner. Now let's click on this dashboard and click on this API keys over here. We already had created this API key. I have already copied it on my clipboard. If I forget about it, I can delete it and create a new key over here as well. But this is the key we created during the actual registration or initial registration of our account. So now that we have the OpenAI key registered and have some credits added to our account for using the OpenAI platform, let's get back to the n8n interface and see what we can do with the help of this key. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace and I'm going to click on create new workflow over here. Let's rename this first. So as usual, first we have to add a trigger. Let's add the manual trigger. In n8n, we have learned that everything is a node. So there is a node for OpenAI integration as well. So you don't need to build from scratch, or you don't need to use the HTTP node in order to make the OpenAI call. We have the OpenAI node. If I click on it, let's search for that. So you can see at the top, there is an OpenAI node that provides the connectivity to OpenAI platform. And over here, you can see that there is a create an assistant, delete an assistant, list assistant, message an assistant, update an assistant. You can message the model, you can classify text for violation, you can analyze image, generate audio, transcribe recording, translate recording, delete a file, list file, upload file. So all these actions are available in the OpenAI node. So what we will be doing is we will be asking the model to generate a reply for some email text that we have hard coded or will be sent hard coded to it. Based on that, it will analyze what I should be responding to that particular text and give me back the response. So in order to do that, what you have to do is you have to use the text action called message a model. Let's do that. And over here you can see that credentials to connect with. So first we have to create new credentials. I already have a couple of credentials over here, so I'm going to show you how to create new credentials. That's the purpose first. So let's click on this create new credential, and you can see that all it is asking is the OpenAI key. So over here I can just paste it, and the OpenAI key we have created earlier in this lesson. If you have followed those steps, you would have the API key. You just need to paste it over here, and I'm going to rename this account to. So this way I would know that this is the account this API key belongs, and this is the account that I have to use maybe for this course or other video creation or other applications. This organization ID is optional over here. You can go back if you have multiple organization. You can use the concept of organization ID to divide or segregate the OpenAI platform usage. But in our case, we only had one organization. This is not needed, so this is optional. I'm going to click on save. So you can see that connection has been tested successfully. These credentials are created inside your personal space. So these are not shared with other users in my n8n cloud workspace. These belongs to my user only, my personal workspace. So now the connection is tested successfully. That's how you just create the OpenAI credentials for n8n and start building AI powered workflows. So let's click on this. So you can see GenAI Unplugged OpenAI account credentials are selected at the top. So that's what we are going to use. Resources text. So you can see that there is assistant text, image, audio, file, and custom API call as well that you can make. We want to send a text message only, so that's all we'll do. The operation is we want to message the model. We do not want any kind of classification text for violation, or we do not want a custom API call. In the model, that is what we were referring to, that you can select various models offered by OpenAI, and you can see that there are so many of them, and we were looking at some of the latest and greatest models that OpenAI had on their platforms as well. Like I said earlier as well, for most of my cases O4 mini works fine. So I'm going to search mini over here and we'll select GPT-4o mini, and this is the prompt. This is basically where you message the model and then it will reply you back. We are going to cover all these concepts in detail as we build more and more workflows. But for now, you can say that this is the prompt. This is the first message or any type of message that you send to LLM, which is large language model, much like this GPT-4o mini. You converse it with the help of a prompt, and prompt is a message that goes either from the system. So you can see that the role is over here. So you can see at the bottom as well, this system prompt is usually used to set the model's behavior or context for the next user message. So before asking the relevant question, you can ask the model to behave in a certain way, to assume certain kind of a role, maybe an SEO expert, maybe a cloud architect, maybe a technical cloud engineer. Then that model assumes that kind of expertise and start responding to other user query. Ours is a first test use case, so I'm going to just leave it as user message for now, and we are going to continuously make this complex and complex as we are going to build more complex use cases powered by AI. So let me expand it a bit and let's write this. Generate a friendly email message response to this message. I need help with my order that I placed 10 days ago. So when we send this prompt or message to this LLM GPT-4o mini, we expect a friendly email response that is already drafted for us. We do not want to create this. Let's click on execute. So the model has responded. You can see that it says subject, reply, order. It has added a subject as well, and then hi, recipient name. These \n are basically the new line. So if I use this in the next node in order to send some sort of an HTML, this will come in a more organized or more structured, more formatted manner when it gets sent as an email. So you can see over here, thank you for reaching out. I'm here to help you with your order. Could you please provide me with your order number or specific details about the issue you are experiencing? This will help me assist you more efficiently. I appreciate your patience and I look forward to resolving this prompt. Best regards, your name, your position, your company, and your contact information. So you can see that the user has not provided us any sort of details about this order and it was placed 10 days ago. So how should I as a customer service agent respond back? So that is what it is helping us, that it figured out that no order data has been given. So it is asking for those specific details about order numbers or what kind of help does the person need, and then drafting this response for you. So it is thinking, reasoning, and creating the text for you, creating a response that you can use in order to send it to the customer. This can be automated as well. You do not need to be in the picture too. And later in the lessons of this section, we are going to exactly see how we can automate some complex workflows using the power of these generative AI models. So this is just an introduction lesson on how you can integrate the power of AI, especially the generative AI, into your n8n workflows to make them feature rich, to make them smarter, to make them much powerful. In the next lesson of this course, we are going to start increasing the complexity of these workflows, and I'm going to start with very basic one, how we can leverage this particular OpenAI node to sort and classify my email inbox and even generate some of the email responses for the live emails that have come to my inbox instead of using this hard-coded text. So stay tuned and I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, every morning we wake up, most of the times our email inboxes are flooded with emails. Some of those emails are important ones. Some of those emails can wait for some time, and some of them are just plain noise. But at the end of the day, you are figuring that out all by yourself each day manually. Welcome to my channel on AI automation powered by n8n. In today's lesson of this course, we are going to build your very first AI powered automation workflow. We are going to create an AI powered email assistant that reads your email, summarizes them for you, tells you if they need a reply, and if they do need a reply, it writes those reply for you. It then saves them as draft, seeks your approval or disapproval whether you want to send that draft as an email reply to the sender or not, and takes action on your behalf. All automated, all real time, all happening without you writing a single line of code. And as I already told you that we will be using n8n with OpenAI platforms or OpenAI large language models. We have already created the credentials in the last lesson of this video. If you have not watched that video, go back, watch that video, create your OpenAI credentials, and then come back to this. All I can promise you is that even if you are complete beginner to this kind of AI powered automation, you will walk away with your very first smart email bot by the end of this lesson. Alright, so I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace. I have created a new workflow called AI powered email assistant, and you can see the sticky note over here of what we will be building. There is a trigger every morning 8 a.m. inbox scan takes place. Action 1 is AI summarizes the email content and reason if the reply is needed or not. Action 2 is if reply is needed, AI generates the reply on the message, save it as a draft in your inbox. And action 3 is a telegram message is sent to the user with the summary of that email. If the reply is required, user can additionally provide the approval and reply will be sent for that email automatically to the sender. So that's a very basic AI powered smart workflow that we'll be creating. So the first thing with every workflow is adding a trigger. So I'll click on this plus icon and I'll add a schedule trigger. So you can add a schedule trigger. Over here, we'll configure it as daily. Instead of midnight, I'm going to say 8 a.m. Minutes, we'll keep it as 0 because we want it at 8 a.m. Let's go back. Okay, let me zoom out a bit. Let's drag it over here. Let me drag this over here. Let me drag this over here just to make it more readable. Just for the testing purposes, as we are building this workflow, I'm going to also add a manual trigger too. Well, in real time, what you can also do is instead of this particular workflow running every day in the morning, you can also configure a Gmail trigger, which is going to scan your inbox every time an email comes in. So that way you don't need to handle all the emails in bulk. Rather, you can handle those emails throughout the day. And once we are done creating the entire workflow, testing it out, then we are going to replace our triggers with that on email arrive trigger of Gmail. So the next step is we have to get into the inbox. So in order to do that, I'm going to add the Gmail and we want to fetch the messages. So let's say get many messages. Let's add this over here. I'll just switch over to GenAI Unplugged. The resources message, I want get many. I want return all. Probably not. I want limit as 50. Probably not. Just for this demo purpose, let's have a limit of 1 so that we can see one by one how it is progressing. And then, like I said, we will replace our triggers by the email on arrival trigger of Gmail. We will add some filters as well. So read status must be unread. So only unread emails, that's fine. And then we have to only search in inbox. So for that, label names or IDs, I'm going to select the inbox. So this is going to fetch one email at a time from my inbox, which is unread. And if I go to my inbox, you would see these 6 emails that I have created as more like a real world examples. Some of these emails require a reply from me. Some of these emails are probably spam or just noise. And some of them don't need a reply, just an FYI kind of email is there. So we are going to scan these emails one by one with our workflow. So for now, let's go back and connect this node. I'll connect this to this as well as I'll connect this to this. Let's do that. So now this is more readable. So this is going to fetch the email message. Let's open this and rename this as fetch emails. I'll rename it. Now let's execute this. So you can see that the response has been successfully received. However, one thing I noticed over here is that it is not the complete response, because what we have done is we have turned on this simplify option. I have to disable this and then let me execute it again. And this time I'm going to get the full response, like the full body of the email along with all the headers. And we are going to use all this information because we need the entire body. It was just returning the snippet. So now that we have done that, let's go back to our canvas. Now we have got the emails. Second step is now AI summarizes the email content and reason if the reply is needed or not. So in order to do that, let's add our OpenAI node. So we are going to add the OpenAI node, and as we saw in the last lesson, we are going to message the model. We had created this new credential last time, so we are going to select that. Now the resource is text, operation like I said, message to the model. From over here we are going to choose the model. Like we discussed, 4o mini is fine for us. So I'm going to search mini. So 4o mini. Now comes the part of correctly configuring these prompts for our AI model. In the last lesson, I talked about that there is a prompt and then there is a role that you want your AI to play or AI model to play. By default, every message that you send is being sent as a role of a user. What we should do is we should first set the context. We should first set up our AI to assume some sort of a role. So to do that, we have to select the system. So you can see that usually used to set the model's behavior and context for the next user message. So we are going to first set up our system prompt. Let me click on this expression and let me expand this. I have already drafted a system prompt. Let me paste it over here and we can read it. So you are a helpful email assistant. That's a role that we want our AI to play, that it's a helpful email assistant. Your job is to read incoming emails, summarize them in one line, and decide whether they need a reply or not. If a reply is needed, you will draft a polite response based on the email content, and we are giving it an instruction that always draft the response in HTML format so that it is always ready to be sent. So that's the system message that we want our AI to behave as a helpful email assistant and follow these instructions every time a user message is sent or a request is sent to it. Now let's go ahead and configure the user message as well. For that, you can click on this add message again. Now over here, the role will be user. And again, over here, I'll click on the expressions to expand it so that it becomes readable. Now let me paste the user prompt that I have created. So in this user prompt, you can see that I'm explaining the task over here. The more clear and more objective you are while defining these user or system prompts, the better results you will get from the AI. If you specify the output format that you expect it to return to you, it is going to adhere to it. It is going to behave according to what you are expecting. So it is very important to think about it and draft these prompts very carefully. You can in fact take help of ChatGPT as well in order to draft these types of prompts. And I'm going to show you in the next lesson, when we are creating much more complex workflows, how I use ChatGPT in order to create complex prompts for both system as well as user. But for now, let's look at what I have over here. So you can see that in the user prompt, we are saying your task is to summarize the email given below in one line. Tell me if a reply is needed or not, and I'm specifying what I need. I need yes or no, not true, false, or like one-liner statement, you need a reply or not. I want very specific yes or no. Third thing is, if yes is there, suggest a short and polite reply I can send. So these are clear instructions that I have. Then I am also specifying please respond in the following JSON format, and JSON you already know about if you are following my course. You can see that I have a summary over here, one sentence summary of the email, then reply is needed, yes or no again, suggested reply here. If the reply is needed, AI is going to put the draft reply over here. And finally, I have here is the email body received. So where these instruction it needs to follow, we have to basically provide the context of it. And in order to provide the context of it, what we have done is, if you look at this fetch email, let me just collapse all this. You can see that we have text. So this is the email that we have received. If I zoom in a bit, so you can see, hi Dheeraj, I came across your automation course and I'm interested in scheduling a live demo for my team. Are you available sometime this week to walk us through the features? Thanks, Adams, BizTech Solutions. So this is the email that I have received, and you can see that over here as well, request for product demo. This is the first email that it has fetched. Now let's come back over here. So at the top we have prompt instruction, and at the bottom we are telling it what is the input on which it needs to act upon. So let's close this now and let's go up. Let me rename this to summarize emails and draft replies. So it is going to summarize the emails as well as draft replies for us. So let me rename this step as well. Now let's come back at the bottom, and the second thing we can do is output content as JSON, because we have provided it a JSON format. So it's better that n8n behind the scenes is doing the heavy work for you and cleaning up all the noise that is coming in the response. So let me turn this on and let's execute this step. All right, so you can see that our AI has suggested. So here is the summary. Adam from BizTech Solution is interested in scheduling a live demo of the automation course. Reply needed, yes. it has also reasoned with the content that we sent it, that whether the reply is needed or not. It came up with the decision that yes, the reply is needed. That's the power of AI. And then it has drafted a reply as well for us. Now let's go ahead and build it further. Let's tidy this up again. Over here, it's returning us one item. Let me do one more thing. Let me pin this response so we are not unnecessarily burning money by calling these OpenAI APIs or these large language models again and again. Now we can see that we have automated the action 1, which is like AI summarizes the email content and reason if reply is needed or not. Then if it is required, it has also created the reply for us, but we have to save it as a draft in our inbox. Before we start creating the draft, we have to first check whether the reply is needed. For that, we'll add a if node. Let me rename this to is reply needed and question mark. Reply needed. We know that the answer is going to come in yes or no. So let's have yes over here. And let's add an option of ignoring case, just in case if there is a case mismatch returned from the LLM. So we are handling that boundary condition. Let's execute this step. So this is going to return true, that reply is needed. Now we are going to create a draft out of it. So for that, I'm going to click on this, add a Gmail node. So in this case of Gmail node, we are going to work on draft. We are not going to work on the message. Earlier, you have seen the implementation of message, like sending a message, reply to a message. But this time I'm going to work on draft. So we are going to use the action of create a draft. So let's click on it. We have to use the same email account. We need to be careful about that because there are so many Gmail nodes and there are so many Gmail credentials. So let's use this. Now resources draft, as we just explained. Operation is we are creating a draft. For the reply, we have to go back a couple of nodes. Let's go back to the original node. Let's scroll down to the subject. So here the subject is. Let's drag it over here and we can just prefix it with RE colon. Let me show you how you will attach it to the same thread. But for now, we have to select the email type, and email type we are going to have HTML. Remember, we told in the system message to our LLM that generate the replies always in the form of HTML so that they are always ready to be sent. So that's why I'm going to use the email type as HTML. Now we are going to come back to our summarize email and draft node, which is the AI node, and I'm going to pick what is the suggested reply from it. So that's the message that we have to send, the suggested reply, and you can see it has been created in the form of HTML markup. So that's pretty much it. But one thing that we have to be careful is that we have to attach this draft with the same email. So in order to do that, you have to click on this add option. So first of all, you have to pick the thread ID. Thread ID is what ties everything as an email. So we want to tie the thread of the original email to this particular reply as well. Let's go back to the node where the email was fetched, and you can see at the top there is this ID of the message and then there is this thread ID. We are going to use the concept of thread ID over here. So let me drag it. So now this draft that we are going to create is associated to the original thread, original email that was sent by the sender. And another thing that you have to do is you have to specify the to email as well. This will be the email of the original sender. So let's scroll down. We would have from as well over here, and you can see the from address is over here. So I'm going to basically drag it over here. So this is the person who sent the original mail to us, right? So I'm going to go ahead and execute this step. So now our draft is created. Let's go back to our inbox and let me show you if the draft is available now or not. Okay, you can see that the draft is available now in our inbox, but it is not yet sent. So let's go back and add that step as well. Now I'll go back to the canvas from over here. So this is where we are going to send a Telegram message to the user and ask or seek for approval or disapproval, whether the user likes the reply that it has been crafted or he wants some sort of an edit and disapproves it. If the user approves it right from their Telegram app, the email will get sent automatically. So in order to do that, let's add a Telegram node and we want to send a message. Send a text message. So that's what we want to do. Before that, let me go back and rename this node. Gmail, we are saying create draft. You don't need to rename them. It's just that it becomes easier to follow along what steps you are doing. And when you have to go back certain nodes, you can understand which node you have to pick. So now it's more like alerting the user and seeking approval. So let's rename this as well. In the Telegram, I have already created my credentials. Stay tuned to my YouTube channel. I'm going to drop a video of how to create Telegram credentials that can be integrated with n8n. But for now, I have already created it. So we are going to use those credentials. Resources message, operation is send message. Here you need to specify a chat ID. So chat ID, how to get that chat ID, I'm going to cover that in that YouTube tutorial only. But for now, I have the chat ID with me. So I'm going to paste that. So this is my chat ID. Let me open the Telegram app as well. Okay. So this is my bot over here and I can talk to bot GenAI-Unplugged, and I'm going to talk about all this in that video. Over here, I have this chat opened with this bot, and this bot is going to be sending the message to me in order to seek approval. Now let's go back over here. Over here, I have mentioned the chat ID. So the chat ID is the ID of this particular chat with this bot on my personal Telegram account. Now I'm going to specify the text. So I have also drafted, let me click on this expression and let's expand this. I already created a template of the message, so I'm going to paste that. So it says like new email alert, summary, reply required. Yes, the reply is required because we are following the true branch over here. Suggested reply, we are going to put the suggested reply. And then what next? Review and edit the draft reply in your Gmail. So that's like one option. Or we are saying approve it by clicking approve or disapprove buttons below. I'm going to show you in a moment how we are going to insert this approve and disapprove while sending a message on my Telegram account. But before that, let's complete the drafting of the message. So in order to have the summary over here, we have to go to the summarize email and draft replies node. So over here, we had the summary. Let me just drag it over here. Now in the suggested reply, I'm going to drag that as well. So this is the suggested reply and rest of the things remain same. You can see the preview of the message that I'm going to get on my Telegram chat that will be sent by my Telegram bot that I created for this integration. Let me click on this cross. And what we have to do is we have to enable the approve and disapprove button. We want our workflow to continue further only if approval has happened. If the approval has not come, it has disapproved, we do not want to take any kind of action. So for that, what we can do is, you already saw a version of human in the loop feedback kind of concept when we created our capstone project in the section 5 of this course, but we did that using the Gmail node. But over here, similar to that particular human in the loop or HITL concept of Gmail node, the Telegram node also provides us that capability. And if we scroll down, you are seeing that send and wait for response. This is what we are looking for. So we are going to send the message and then wait for the response. Oops, it has cleared our message. So I'm going to go back again, expression. Now it looks perfect. Let's go back. And now you can see the response type is approval. There are other response type as well. You can create free text as well as custom form. I'm going to say approval, and we are going to add options. In the options, you have an option of type of approval, approve only, or you can have approve and disapprove. So we are going to have approve and disapprove both. So let's click on that, and you can see that icons are also available over here. So let me go back before executing this. Let me go back and show you what it is going to do. If I run this now, you would see that it would send a message. You can see that this icon, speaker icon has come. That means message has received, and it has stopped over here. It is waiting for me to respond to the message. And if I click on my GenAI Unplugged, you can see that the alert has arrived into our Telegram app. And over here at the bottom, you are seeing two buttons as well, decline as well as approve. The message reads new email alert. Summary, Adams from BizTech Solution is interested in scheduling a live demo of the automation course. Reply required. Yes, it is required. And it has also suggested the reply for me. The next thing is what next? Either I can go to my inbox. Over here, I can review the draft that has been created. So you can see that this is the draft that has been created. Or I can come over here and say approve or decline. So let's go back to this. And you can see that it is still waiting for our approval. So now if I come back over here and click on the approve, and it is going to ask me to open the thing. So this is going to send the webhook back. So this was listening to the webhook. Now you can see that reply has been received as an approval. So you can see that approved equals to true has come. And if the approve equals to true has come, what we have to do? We have to send this draft as email reply to the original sender. First, we have to fetch this draft back. So for that, I'm going to add a Gmail node. And again, we have to work on draft. So let's scroll down. So first we created this draft. Now we are going to get this draft. So I'm going to click on this. We have to select the same credentials, same account. So it's the GenAI Unplugged account. Now resource is draft, operation is get. So draft ID is what we want. And in order to get the draft ID, I have to go back to create draft node. And over here, I will have the ID, which I'm going to drag it over here. And we can say that, and we can rename it, and let's execute. So this is going to get the draft for us. So this is the draft it has received. Now, in order to send the draft, you can see that there is no operation so far in n8n to send the same draft. So there are two options over here. First option is you use the information which is available in the draft, then use a Gmail node in order to send all that information which is replicated as a send message operation in the Gmail node, and then finally delete the draft. Or what you can do is you can use the HTTP node and directly call the Google's Gmail API of sending the draft. So far, I don't know why n8n has not introduced that over here, because it's a similar straightforward API that can be easily integrated into this as well. So probably there is a feature request somewhere down the line, but for now that does not exist. So I'm going to follow the second path of using the HTTP node and sending the draft that we have created instead of duplicating all the information and then deleting the draft or doing the cleanup. So let's go back and add an HTTP node ahead. Over here, I'll say HTTP node and we'll rename it to. So the operation would be post over here. In the URL, we are going to paste the URL of the API that we have to call. Let me expand this for you. So you can now see the full URL: gmail.googleapis.com/gmail/v1/user/me/draft/send. This API allows us to send the draft directly. So let me close this. Now for the authentication, we will be using predefined set of credentials that n8n has already created for us, and we are going to link the credential that we were earlier using. So we are going to search for Gmail over here. So Gmail OAuth2. So this is same as using the API or selecting the credentials at the top of the Gmail node. This is more or less the same process over here. We will leave the query parameters blank. We will leave the send headers blank. We will click on this send body, and here we are going to send the ID of the draft. I'm going to specify the name as ID. We have already got the original draft. I'm going to drag this ID over here. And that's it. Let me just verify the Google credential. See, I selected the wrong one. It would have given us an error. Let me select the right one. This is the Gmail account I'm using. Let's go back over here. Currently, I'm at draft. Let me refresh this for you so that you can see that the draft is still here. So the draft is still here. And now let's execute this step. So it has successfully sent the draft to the original sender. Now let's go back and let me refresh this, and it should go away from here. So you can see that this is empty now. If I go to my inbox now, you can see that it is saying Dheeraj:me equals to true. That means if I click on it, you can see that. So this was the original email that was sent by Adams, but this is the reply that our smart email assistant that we just created with the happy approval workflow has created and automatically sent back to Adam. Now let's go back and complete our workflow with the other branch as well, where reply is not needed. So let's go back. Now let's go back to the canvas. So over here, is reply needed or not? We followed this particular branch, but it seems like I have missed a step over here, because over here we checked for approval required. This was true or not. So we have to basically disconnect this, and let me just give some space. Let me drag these two nodes over here. Let's introduce an if node in between. So let's have an if node over here, and I'm going to say approved, and I'm going to select the boolean is true. So if approved, rename, and then come over here. And then if it is approved, then only the email is going to be sent. Otherwise the email is not going to get sent. So over here, I'm going to say do nothing. So we are going to add a do nothing node. So no operation is needed. So we are going to save this. Now let's directly click on it so that the whole workflow can execute. So now it has sent a message. You can see that speaker icon has come. So another message has come. I'll click on this approve. I'll click on this open. So it is going to approve it. So you can see that it followed this branch and then it has sent the mail. Now let's go back and click on this. So the draft has gone from it. Let's go to the inbox. And let me click on this. As you can see, another reply is also over here. So this is the new reply that was generated after adding that if node in between. So now this upper branch of when the reply is needed workflow is complete. For the cases where there is no reply needed, we just need to send a summary telegram message to our user. So for that, I'm going to click on this, Control C, Control V, and I'm going to attach it over here. And we are going to rename this to, instead of seek approval, let me click on this rename. Let me copy this chat ID And what we are going to do is we are going to change the operation to now just send, because we don't need to wait. So chat ID will remain same. The text is going to be a simple alert. So let me click and expand this and let me paste this over here. So this is more like a template, new email alert. And this time we only have summary over here. So we have to specify the summary. So let's go ahead and extract this summary from here. So we'll put this, and reply required, you can see no, and you don't need to take any action. That's just the message that we are going to send it, and rest of the things can remain as is. Let's go back. Let me click and execute. So this is not going to work because the flow is not coming into this branch. Flow is going to the upper branch over here because the reply is needed. So in order to fix that, let's go and edit it. Instead of calling our LLM again and costing some money for us, let's edit the output right away over here. So I'm going to basically say no in the reply needed. Let's save it. Let's go back. Now let's execute this. So this is now going to come into the false branch, and we are going to click on this. And now if I execute this, you would see that a message has been sent, and you can see at the bottom, new email alert, Adams from BizTech Solution is interested. So this is just a summary that has been received. So this completes the creation of the entire workflow. This smart email assistant is now fully coded. Now let's go ahead, and I have few more emails in my inbox, these 5 emails. And let's see how this AI assistant is working for us. Let me go back in the canvas. Let me save this. Let's tidy this up. Let me just cut it. Let's again do it. So this time it's more readable. You have more space. You can read it much better. You can see the entire workflow. All these nodes are properly named, so you can clearly see where what is happening. And I'm going to click on this clear execution at the bottom. So this is going to clear the execution. I'm going to open this node. I'm going to unpin it. So there is nothing else is pinged. Now this is ready to rock and roll. So there are 5 email messages. Let's click on execute workflow. Because this smart workflow is designed and developed in such a way that it is only going to fetch one email from the inbox which is unread. So it should definitely go ahead and read this particular email which has a subject of invoice #5678 paid. Let's go ahead and see that. Let me click on this execute workflow, and let's see it in action. And you can see that message has been received. Let's go ahead and see what the message is. And you can see that summary, acknowledgement of payment received for invoice, no further action needed. So that's what we want, right? Now let's go ahead and mark this as read. So now let's come back and see the updated travel policy. This is more like just a quick update from our HR team. So let's go ahead, clear the execution, and see what is going to happen in this case. The message has received over here. So this time, this email also does not require any action on my end. Another message has been received as soon as that email came into my inbox. Let's go ahead and mark this as read. Now the next item is issues accessing lesson 4. Probably this is a candidate where a reply might be needed. So let's go ahead and click on this execute workflow. And you can see that it is evaluating. And you can see the top flow has executed. That means a draft has been created. It is asking for me to basically approve it first. So let's go ahead and see what it is asking. So it is telling us Nikhil is having trouble accessing lesson 4 due to video unavailable message and seeks help. Reply is required. So here is the drafted reply. Hi Nikhil, thank you for your message. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying the course. Regarding the issue with lesson 4, I will look into it and get back to you as soon as possible. Best regards, Dheeraj. I'm definitely approving this message. It has been written in a polite manner. So I'm going to click on this approve, and let's see, the workflow has been executed and the draft should have been sent over here. So if I click on this, let's expand this. So you can see that the reply has arrived as soon as I refreshed my inbox. Now let's quickly see what other 2 emails are. Next one is you have won a free iPhone. Probably this is spam. Let's go ahead and see what happens here. Let's execute this. So you can see that it has marked the spam. Let's see what the message has come. So you can see that the email informs that I have been selected for a free iPhone limited offer. Now here is an interesting thing. You can fine tune your system prompt to also suggest it act as an email filter or act as a detective who is detecting spam or unwanted emails and mark them clearly that this is a probable spam coming in your inbox, you should unsubscribe them. Then the AI is going to apply that kind of logic for you as well and help you decide whether this particular email was a spam or not, so that you can unsubscribe it. So you can create another flow. Instead of asking for just reply, you can mark, delete or unsubscribe emails with the help of AI. And I'm going to build that kind of email assistant as well, but with the help of AI agents. This is more like AI powered automation workflow, but we are going to also learn about AI agents on my YouTube channel. So stay tuned over there, because that'll be much more powerful than what we are doing over here. So let's mark this email as read as well, and let's execute the last email too. So the last email is about confirming call for tomorrow. So you can see the messages. Alice is confirming the call scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. Reply required, yes. Thank you for confirmation. The call at tomorrow EST works for me. Best regards, Dheeraj. I'll just approve it so that the email can be sent. So let's go to the inbox directly. Let's refresh this and you can see that another email has come in. So that's how we have created and tested for many different emails working on our inbox. The last thing that you can fix in this workflow is, let's first go ahead and delete these trigger nodes. And I'm going to just delete this connection for now. Let's move it over here. Let's add a Gmail trigger on message received. So this is going to check messages every minute. So let's select the right account. Now it is going to check the messages every minute. Let's disable the simplifying mode and let's add some filters over here. We will add the same filters: read status, unread emails only, and then we are going to add the labels too. So the label is going to be inbox. So this is what it is going to search now. We are going to click on this fetch test event. Let's see everything is working fine or not. So what I did is, like, I marked this first message as unread again, so it would have fetched this one, and you can see that HTML text, everything is there, subject is also there. So let's go back and now let's come over here and connect this node over here. Let's see that everything is working fine in this node. Yeah, the system prompt does not have any issue, but let's open the user prompt. All right, so the user prompt is getting the email. So let's go back and fix this create draft node, because I know for sure. So you can see that thread ID has disappeared from it. So let's go ahead and click on the thread ID from here and drag this thread ID over here. As the subject has been automatically replaced by Gmail trigger, and this to email has also been replaced by Gmail trigger. Let's quickly just take a step-by-step approach and see everything is working fine. Now let's click on this. All right, so everything is working fine. So let me clear this. Now let's go ahead and delete this. Let's save this. Let's come back over here and go to our drafts, and let's just delete this one, because this was just a test that was created. So let's go ahead and delete this draft. We'll keep the email as is. So I'll go ahead and mark this as unread. So you can see that this is unread now. Let's tidy everything up. So now it is zoomed to perfect level. Now let's execute the workflow with this Gmail trigger on. So you can see that it has started analyzing, creating summary. Now it is asking for an approval from my side. You can see a similar summary has been returned. I'll click on the approve. Let's click on this open, and you can see rest of the execution has successfully completed. And if I come over here, click on this, let's refresh this. There should be a reply that was sent or attached to this particular thread. You can see the reply is already attached. And now if I just make this inactive to active, this smart email AI assistant is now configured for my email inbox that will always keep on scanning for new emails that are arriving. It is going to summarize them for me, sending them messages on my Telegram account. In case it needs approval to send some sort of reply, it is going to ask for approval. If I approve it, it is going to send the reply to those person. Isn't this the coolest thing that you created today? Stay tuned to my channel, because in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can automate the content generation journey. If you are into content generation, how you can generate blogs, how you can generate social media posts, how you can create some descriptions of any kind of products that you might be building using AI automation platforms, using AI automation workflows. So I'll see you in the next lesson of this course. Creating content takes time, effort, and creativity. But what if you can automate it? Imagine an AI powered system that writes blog for you, generates social media posts, schedules them, and even generates video scripts for you, all while you are focusing on creativity, growth, and strategy. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In today's lesson, we are exactly going to build that kind of AI automation workflow that generates the blog post, social media post, as well as YouTube script for you. But before we start building, let's quickly see what are the advantages of building such an AI powered system. Well, if you look at the traditional content creation journey, it requires manual research, writing, editing, formatting, as well as publishing. Of course, it is time consuming and it is prone to writer's block where we are stuck with the idea or how to write the new blog. While on the other hand, AI powered content creation system is where AI generates drafts, format content, and creates variations automatically. It works 24/7. It frees up your time for higher level creativity, strategy, and focus growth. Now let's get to the screen share and start building this AI automation workflow. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace and I have created a new workflow called lesson 18 automate blogs and social media posts. This is what we'll be doing. There'll be a trigger which is basically on a new topic added to a Google Sheet. So we'll be maintaining a list of topics with other fields column. I'll just show you how that Google Sheet looks. Then the first step would be generate an SEO optimized blog post for the topic for which blog and social media posts are not generated. So that means we are also maintaining a status. Step 2 is generate social media posts for multiple platforms. And third and final step would be generate a YouTube video script and save it in Google Docs. Well, ideally the final step would be to mark the status in the original sheet for that particular topic as well, but we are going to cover that in the workflow. Let me quickly show you the worksheet that we have. Let's open the Google Doc and let me zoom in a bit. So you can see at the top, I have this AI content generation Google Sheet where there is a sheet called content generation topics and then there is a sheet called AI prompts. I'll come to that. Over here, you can see that topics, audience, tone, word count, domain or niche, and status. That's what we have as columns. And what we are going to do is add some topics over here. Some topics are already added over here. And you can see that this workflow is going to work on multiple types of audience, multiple types of topic. You can define tone as well, what the tone you would like to have. You can have a word count that you want to target. You can have a domain or niche. And finally the status for which we are going to build. So that means that you can use the same system to generate posts for multiple blogs. Of course, while posting to that particular blog, you would have to have some sort of identifier added to this sheet. So you can do that. You can add a column over here, blog name, and then based on that, you can publish on that particular blog. But I have put miscellaneous topic in this sheet to give you an idea that this is not restricted to a particular domain or a niche. Now the second sheet that I have is AI prompts. So this time I'm going to take it to the next level. In the last lesson of this course, we learned about how you can put in system prompt, how you can put in user prompt in the OpenAI node of n8n and then let it do the job, let it do the AI magic. Over here, what I have done is I have created a sheet which is going to maintain these AI prompts so that we can optimize the workflow that we have. Now let's go back to our workspace and start building. So over here, first thing that we have to do is add a trigger, and trigger over here you can see that on new topic added to Google Sheet, but I'm going to do both of them. I'm going to have a trigger manual as well as I'm going to search the Google Sheet and I'm going to use a trigger. So you can see at the bottom on row added or updated or added updated, you can use any of them. I'll just say row added. So this is going to have two triggers. We can trigger manually as well. Let's configure this one. So over here, what we want is mode is every minute. Probably I don't want every minute, maybe like an every hour. And then we want like document to be AI content creation. And then from the list, I'm going to first select this content generation topics list and trigger on row added. We can execute this. Nothing is going to be returned because nothing has been added. So in order to keep on building our workflow without adding sheet and then triggering this workflow, I'm going to simplify it by adding another Google Sheet to this manual trigger node. So here we are going to use the get rows from the sheet and we are going to select the same sheet, a content generation. In the sheet, we are going to use the content generation topic, and in the filters, we are going to add some sort of filters. So over here, we are going to use the column status and the value should be one of these. So we have pending, so we will use the pending one. And in the options, I'm going to use return only first matching row. We do not want our workflow to publish content so fast. That is why we have at least 1 hour lag in our Google Sheets trigger. Ideally, there should be a scheduled trigger for this kind of a workflow, which is running at 8 a.m. every morning and publishing the content and the very same day, same moment that you want to publish. So maybe you can tweak your workflow that you will be building based on a scheduled trigger. So, but over here we are building it manually, so it does not matter. So I'm going to turn on this. So it is going to only return one row at a time, and let's execute this and see what we got. So now you can see we have row underscore number, topic, audience, tone, word count, domain niche, status is pending. And the topic that we'll be working is top 5 AI tools for solopreneurs. So now let's go back to our workflow and keep on building on it. So we have to first generate our blog post, which is in this step 1, like create a blog post. So for that, I would need some sort of an AI, and for that we will be using the OpenAI n8n node so that we can call one of the large language models of OpenAI using that node. But in the step 2, we have to generate multiple social media posts for different types of social media platforms. So now what you can do is we can have like one OpenAI node for LinkedIn, one OpenAI node for Twitter X, one OpenAI node for Facebook, one maybe for Instagram. We can have all those 4-5 nodes added over here, assign them some sort of system prompt, some sort of user prompt, and then ask the workflow to generate it. However, I'm not going to follow that approach. I'm going to follow a little bit dynamic approach in this particular workflow so that I can make you understand that this is how you can also think. You don't need to hard code everything. This is the way you are optimizing the workflow that you are building. You are utilizing less number of nodes and you are making your workflow more flexible, because tomorrow, let's suppose another social media platform you need to handle, then what will you do? You will come back to this workflow, you will add another node of that particular social media platform, could be TikTok, right? So let us look at what you will have to do in order to do that. So if I go back to my sheets, there were 2 sheets, content generation topics, and then there was this AI prompt sheets. So what I'm doing is I'm maintaining my prompts, which is system prompt, which lets the OpenAI or any kind of large language model assume some sort of a role, assume some sort of an expertise, assume some sort of an instructions, which will be base instructions for all the further user inputs or user queries that you will be doing with that large language model. So that was your system prompt. That's what we learned in the last couple of lessons. So I'm maintaining the system prompt for my WordPress content platform, and I'm also maintaining a user prompt as well, that how the blog post should get generated. All the instructions are there in the user prompt. But if I scroll down, you would see that I have Twitter as well. Similarly, I have LinkedIn, for which I'm using a system prompt and a user prompt. Then I have Facebook as well. And at the bottom, I have YouTube as well. Why I'm doing this? Because you can see that in all these different system prompts, I want our LLM to assume different types of roles. So like for WordPress, we have, you are a 15-year experienced professional blog writer specializing in domain and niche, and you can see that I have these double curly braces over here in which I have written domain underscore niche. So this is more like dynamic way of creating this particular prompt, because domain underscore niche is a column that we have in this sheet. If I come over here, you would look at this domain underscore niche. This is the column. Similarly, I have word underscore count, and then similarly I have tone, audience. All these things I'm going to use as dynamic way of inserting them into our prompts so that our prompts become dynamic in nature. In the WordPress, we are assuming it to be a professional blog writer, whereas in Twitter, we are asking the LLM to assume a role of 15-year experience social media copywriter creating engaging Twitter threads. And similarly for LinkedIn, we have flavored the prompt for LinkedIn content strategies, and for Facebook, 15-year content marketing carousel options for Instagram and Facebook. That's how you are creating different types of system prompts dynamically using the values which are there in the first sheet. And if we go down and if you look at the YouTube one, you would see a completely different type of prompt where we are asking the LLM to assume a role of 15-year YouTube content strategies and script writer, because what we want is we want our script to be created. Now on the right hand side, what I have is the user prompts, and you can see that dynamic nature that I was explaining is in the user prompt as well, because here I'm saying write a blog post on topic. In the double curly braces I have topic. In the target word count, again I have double curly braces, I have word underscore count. So before giving it to the AI node, we have to replace these from the values that we have fetched from the Google Sheet in the first row for that particular topic. So that is what we are going to do. I'm not going to read the entire user prompt. I'm going to share a link where you can download the entire JSON of this particular workflow, and also the link to all these prompts or this Google Sheet that you can create a copy out of it. So for the Twitter prompt, we have create a 5 to 7 tweet Twitter thread based on the blog post given below by following the rules defined. So these are some of the rules that we have defined. We have also defined an output format that LLM should take into consideration. And finally, we are giving it the input of entire blog post that has been created in the previous step, so that the social media post can be generated from it. It is not generating topic based social media post, rather it is creating the social media post from the blog post that we have. And similar instructions are there for others as well. You can see at the bottom we are going to insert the blog content that we will generate using AI. Finally, I will show you the prompt that we have for YouTube as well. Convert the following blog post given below into a YouTube video outline following the rules defined here. So we want a video title, click worthy, hook for first 10 seconds, each with a timestamp estimate, CTA at the end, like, comment, subscribe and download. Output format is like title we want hook, we want outline with time base and section what you want, and closing CTA, and then we are giving it a blog post content of it. So similar to other social media platforms as well, for YouTube video script creation as well, we have provided this prompt. Don't worry if you are not able to follow it, because I'm going to do it step by step in the instruction. You can also pause the video, download this file and read these user prompts and system prompts and how they are dynamically configured over here. Another advantage of maintaining all this in this kind of Google Sheet, tomorrow if let's suppose TikTok comes, I'll just have to add the platform, which is TikTok, the system prompt and the user prompt, and that's it. And that would do most of my job. And then we have to go back to our workflow and just add the last node, which is more like a TikTok node that will be used to publish the content on TikTok. Rest of the things remain same in the entire workflow. So that's the power of dynamic nature of handling these prompts and simplifying the workflow that you are building. Now you have the complete understanding of how we are going to build it. Let's go back and start building. Let's add a Google Sheet node. Let's have get rows in sheet. So Google Sheet, get rows. From the document, we are going to select the same document, AI content generation. In the sheets, we are going to select the second sheet, which is our AI prompts. And this time we want all the prompts to be returned, all the platforms to be returned. So I'm going to execute it and you would see that all the prompts should be over here. So it has returned 5. Let's go back and see in the table. So you have content platform WordPress, you have content platform Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. So all the 5 prompts have been returned. Now what we have to do is we have to basically create our user prompts for further processing. And what do I mean by creating of user prompts? We have to basically replace this topic, this word underscore count, this tone, as well as we have this domain niche over here by the keys which are mentioned over here, like domain niche AI tools would get replaced over here before we send this system prompt or set this system prompt in our OpenAI node. So that means this would become, you are a 15-year experienced professional blog writer specializing in, and there is the domain AI tools, specializing in AI tools. You have deep expertise, and rest of the things remain same because there is no placeholder over here. In the user prompt, we have topic. So you can see that this topic would get replaced, top 5 AI tools for solopreneurs. So write a blog post on the topic. So that topic will come. Target word count, we are specifying word underscore count. So this is more like a placeholder. So that means it will get replaced by this 1200 over here. Audience will get replaced by solopreneurs / freelancers, and domain niche we have already seen, that's how it will get replaced. So that is the dynamic nature of our system prompt and user prompt. And how do I do that? There is no straightforward way without writing a piece of code in order to do that. Now this becomes a low code AI automation solution, not like a no code. But if you are only interested in no code solution, then what you can do is you can use all these prompts to create multiple AI nodes over here, and then use the static prompts over there by using the variables of the fetch the topic node where the topic details have been fetched for you. But even for this low code platform, we are going to use AI in order to write the code for you, and I'm going to show you how you can do that. So let's add a code node over here first. So let me add this code node. And now this code node has been added. So you can see that this is getting an input of system prompt and user prompt. So here we have to write a piece of code that basically searches for anything which is like under these double curly braces, replaces that from the values which are coming in this fetch the topic node. That's what we have to write the code. You can see that if you are using the cloud version of n8n, then in the code node you would have this ask AI tab as well, so that you can ask the AI to write the code for you. So if I click on it, here you can specify your instruction that what you would like to do, and then it is going to generate the code for you over here. So now let's add some instructions in plain English over here and see if this can generate the required code for you, so that even if you don't understand how to write code, you can still implement a low code automation workflow. So let's start writing some instructions. I think I'm happy with this prompt. I can click on generate code and let's see what happens. Alright, so it has generated some sort of code over here. I'm not going to go and explain it to you because you might not be technical, you might not understand what this code is doing, but pretty much by the look of it in instant second, I think that it should work. Let's go ahead and execute and see what happens. Alright, it has produced an output and you can see that it has replaced all the values. So it's just magic, right? So you did not know how to write code, you just provided it some instruction in n8n itself and it has written the code for you. So that's the power of AI, and that's how you can also create low code AI automation workflows without writing a single line of code, because you are asking the AI to write the code for you, not yourself. And it is exactly doing the job that we want it to do. As you can see in the system prompt, the value of our key has been replaced. The AI tools is coming as an output, and over here as well, write a blog post on the topic top 5 AI tools for solopreneurs. You can see that this value is coming from the output of this particular node. Even the audience has been replaced, the target word count is there, tone has been replaced as well. So that means we have final set of system prompt as well as user prompt for each and every content platform, fine-tuned to the topic that was added to Google Sheet in a dynamic manner, so that if tomorrow TikTok comes in, you just add a row over there in the AI prompt sheet, add a system prompt, add a user prompt, and the prompt will be ready for you to be injected into a single AI node that would iterate over all these prompts and do the job for you, instead of having multiple AI nodes for each and every platform. So let's go back to the canvas now. So that means let me rename these as well so that we can understand them, what these nodes are doing. So far so good. We have not done anything but fetch the data. First thing now we have to do is generate SEO optimized blog post for the topic. So for that, now I'm going to go ahead and add a if node first. So we are going to add an if node, and why we want to do that? Because I have to check the platform. So content platform I have to check first whether it's WordPress or not, and I'm going to have ignore case turned on. So I'm going to execute this. So that means that if the WordPress is there, it is going to follow this branch. If it is any other social media platform, then it is going to follow this branch. And why we have to do that? Because all these AI prompts, as you see, they all need the blog post content to be first generated, and then only based on the input of that blog post content, we are going to generate the social media post. We are not going to generate the social media post directly from the title or the topic that we have generated. Ideally, it should not happen like that, because then your blog post and social media content can feel disconnected. So that's why I have branched my workflow over here. First thing we are going to add is OpenAI node, and over here we are going to have a messenger model. And from the list of model, we are again going to choose our favorite one, which is like 4O Mini. So first prompt, we always want a system one. So we are going to say system. So this will be our first one. We also have a user prompt. So we are going to say user prompt, and we are not going to write the prompt this time because we already have it configured from our Google Sheet in a dynamic manner. So I'm going to drag this system prompt over here. So this becomes our system prompt, and then I'm going to drag the user prompt over here. At the bottom, we can specify simplify output content as JSON. We can leave it for now because we have already provided it a structure. So if I look at my prompt over here, I think I have already provided the format and structure should be like written in pure HTML, not markdown in plain text. Use proper HTML semantics. At the bottom, include some FAQs as well. So output must be in HTML and ready to use in n8n WordPress node. So that means we are going to further use the WordPress node of n8n in order to publish our blog post. Let's rename this, generate blog post from topic. Let's rename and let me execute this step. It is going to take a bit time in order to generate the entire blog post for us. Alright, so our blog post has been generated, and if I look at the JSON, so this time it is there in message content, and this is the blog post that it has generated. So it looks like pretty big. So the best way of leveraging this kind of automation workflow is that you are generating this content from AI, but it is you who are going to change the voice and tone. You always should edit, insert your anecdotes, review the entire blog post that has been created. So that means you just become an editor instead of writer. Heavy lifting is being done by AI, but it is still your job as an editor to review the content that AI has created, because AI is known to generate some sort of hallucination where the false information can also be interested. It might not be following your tone. So you should always review and edit whatever these AI platforms is generating for you, then only rely on posting. Otherwise it will be bunch of garbage out there in the internet at the end of it, because then everyone will start using without adding their own point of view, own personality, own tone, their own individual way of thinking. So please always keep that in mind while generating all the automated content that you want to. Over here you can see that there are some HTML, these ticks are there, 3 ticks, and then HTML is there. So it requires some sort of a cleanup, because from this particular tag, the doc type HTML tag, that's where the real HTML starts. That's what we can send to our WordPress node in order to publish this. So for that, I'm going to clean it up a bit. So this has generated the blog post. So in order to clean this up, let's add a set fields node. And here we are going to drag this value. And you can see that these 3 ticks and HTML is coming. So we have to replace this. And at the bottom as well, there is something like that. So you can see these 3 ticks are coming. So I'm going to use replace all. So let me write this. So this becomes now json.message.content.replace all. So first we are replacing this HTML 3 ticks, and then at the last we are replacing the last 3 ticks which are there at the bottom of it. Let me execute this, and it is going to just return us the content over here. So you can see that those 3 ticks and HTML has been cleaned up, and at the bottom as well. So let's rename this to clean HTML, clean up HTML, and let's rename this. Now let's go ahead. So that means now our content is ready to be published. I'm going to use the WordPress node, and what we want is create post. So let's use that. I already have a blog over here, so I'm going to use the same blog. I'm not going to publish the content over here. I'm going to just publish the content in draft mode on my blog, and then I'm going to just show you that this is how you can do. For the credentials part, you can create simple credentials. You can have a username, password, and the WordPress URL over here. So it's pretty much simple for creating a WordPress credentials, because you would already have a username, you would already have a password. You can use that. You can create a new user and assign those username and password over here, and the WordPress URL that you have. That's all you need in order to create the WordPress credential. I have already created one, so I'm going to use that. This is my Discover with Dheeraj travel blog, which was earlier Devil on Wheels. So now it has been rebranded, but that's what the blog that I'll be using. The resource is post, the operation is create. And for the title, we are going to extract the title, and I'm going to write an expression over here, because if I look at the JSON, you would see that the title has been mentioned over here. Top 5 AI tools for solopreneurs. Boost your productivity. So we are going to extract this particular piece and write it over here. So we are going to click on this expression. I'm going to write this. We want json.message.content, and that's where I'm going to use match. So we are going to match a regex over here, and what the regex would be. So we want to start searching for this, and then in between anything could be there, and then we want to end it over here. So that's how it is going to extract whatever was in between. It is going to provide me the array, and the second one is what I'm interested in. So you can see the preview of the result. Total 5 AI tools for solopreneur. That becomes our title, and then I'm going to add the author name over here. So it is going to fetch all the authors or user in my blog, and I'm going to select my name, and then I'm going to say content, and then in the content I can basically drag this. So this is the content that I would like to post, and then finally I would also want the status. I do not want status to be published because that's a blog that is a travel blog, and I do not want an unreviewed piece of content to be on my blog in a published state. But you can basically publish it. You can publish it privately, you can put it pending, or you can schedule as well. But I'm going to put it as draft for now, and I'm going to click on execute step. Alright, so the AI generated blog has now been automatically posted on my blog, and I'll quickly go over there and show it to you as well. So let's try discoverwithdheeraj.com. So that's my travel blog dedicated to the northern Himalayas of India. So I'm going to like this, enter this, and then let's log in. So let's go to the all posts, and you can see over here that this post is what that has been created. So if I click on this, so you can see that this post has been created. Some links have also been generated. So it has followed some guidelines of SEO. It has also included the FAQ that we have asked it for. And if I have to preview it, I can click on this. And you can see that on my blog, this is basically how the post looks like. So this is like auto generated content that is being inserted, but you can see that all this content that we had created has been published live on my blog. Not really published because the status of this content is draft stage. I'll have to convert it into pending, private, scheduled, or publish in order to publish it and make it live on my blog. Right now I'm logged in, that's why we were able to preview it. So the first part of the workflow is automated fully. You have now learned the way how to use dynamic prompts. You have learned the way how to generate code using AI in n8n without you knowing any kind of coding. By writing simple plain English instruction, you have learned how you can generate a blog using those dynamic prompts, convert it into the static prompts, and then by giving or feeding those prompts to OpenAI node, and then finally publishing the content using WordPress node of n8n. So that's the flow that we have automated. Let me go back. Let's save our progress, and let's click on this, and let's pin this, because we do not want unnecessary calls to go to our OpenAI APIs, because that all costs money. Now we are going to use the content that has been created for this blog post as an input for creating all the social media posts, so that we can amplify the message in different social media channels for the blog post that we have created. Now let's build that part. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In this video today, we are going to continue building our AI powered automated content generation workflow, and we are going to pick up exactly from where we left in the last lesson. I'm going to show you step by step how we can use the WordPress blog that we generated with AI in the last lesson and repurpose it into a Twitter thread, a LinkedIn post, a Facebook image post with captions, and a YouTube script in Google Doc. So let's resume where we left. Let's save our progress, and let's click on this, and let's pin this, because we do not want unnecessary calls to go to our OpenAI APIs, because that all costs money. So now we are going to use this branch in order to post to different social media platforms. So let me recap it again. Instead of using this particular if node, we could have used a switch node over here, and we could have avoided having these dynamic prompts over here. You could have different branches coming out of that switch node, each having one OpenAI node connected to them, and each of these OpenAI nodes may have some sort of user prompt and system prompt that we have kept in our Google Sheet. But like I said, I chose deliberately to show a different method, that how you can use dynamic prompts as well in order to generate the same kind of flow and keep your workflows to less number of nodes. So in order to do that, if you look at the prompts again, we need to have blog post content as an input. Over here below the star star star, I will have to insert the blog post content that has been created by this branch. And how we are going to do it, you can see that the false branch is having 4 items. So if I open this and we go to the false branch and we open the table schema, you can look at there is Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook as well as YouTube. So these are our content platform. On each one should have an input of our blog content that has been generated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a merge node so that the content can be merged with each and every prompt. So let me click over here and search for merge node. So this is one. So this is input 1 that is going to come, and we have number of inputs as 2. I'll go back over here and then we are going to drag one branch and put it into input 2. If now I open it up, and in the mode we are not going to have append because we do not want 4 items plus 1 item. We want to merge the generated blog with each of the content platform over there. So we are going to change the mode to combine, and instead of using matching fields, because there is no matching field over here, I'm going to use all possible combination, which is more like a cross join or cross product of each and every item. So if I execute this now, you would see the 4 items over here, which were basically from our false branch coming in and basically the content platform, but you can see the message has been appended into it. So that means I can access the content or the blog post that has been generated into these user prompts. So I can go back and you can see that I made a mistake over here. I have included the uncleaned HTML blog post. So we'll go back and I'm going to disconnect this and instead connect it over here, and let me drag it a bit further over here. Let's open this up and execute this step again. And if I click on JSON, this time I only have message and it's a cleaned up content over here now. So now let's go back and we are going to use this as the 4 items are coming. I'm going to add an OpenAI node and we are going to say message model. We are going to continue to use the same credential text message model, and the model, our favorite one, 4O mini. I'm going to add another message. This one will change it to system and this one will keep it to user. And now I'm going to drag system prompt over here and the user prompt will go over here. Now if I execute this, you can see that 4 input items are coming into this OpenAI node. So that means this node is going to execute one by one for each of our platform, dynamically inserting the system and user prompt into it along with the message or the content that is also there. So that means we have to insert the content as well, but that part we have not done yet. So I'm going to click on this so that we can expand it. So user prompt is there and we have to insert the blog post over here. So in order to insert the blog post or generated content of the blog post, I'm going to click on here. Let's press the enter key. And now you can see here is the blog content. All the blog content is over here, based on which these instruction needs to be followed, and 5 to 7 Twitter thread needs to be created in this output format. Similarly, it will use our inputs to generate the content for each and every platform, because this OpenAI node is going to have 4 items as an input for each of the platform. So if I execute this step now, it is going to execute 4 times and generate the content for all the platforms that we have inputted. It is going to take some time because one by one it is executing for each and every platform, and we are going to wait for it. Then we'll browse the results that we have got. So you can see that input was 4 items, output is also 4 items. So if I switch over to table view, you can see the first one is for Twitter, the second one that we have is for LinkedIn, the third one that we have is for our Facebook page, and the fourth and final one, you can see the timelines over here. The outline for our YouTube script has been created. So that's what we want, right? Let me rename this to generate social media posts, and I'll click on rename. Before going back, let's pin this because we do not want this costly 4 calls to be made to our OpenAI platform. So I have pinned this. Now let's go back to the canvas. Let's save it. So since we have the social media post created for each and every platform, we are going to post for each of these platforms by adding the relevant or respective social media nodes onto our canvas. So for that, first we have to check which branch it is coming from. So now I'm going to use a switch node over here, and I'm going to go back to merge node. And over here we have the content platform. So I'm going to use content platform. This is Twitter. So I'm going to say similar way. I'm going to add the other rules very quickly. So all the routing rules have been added. I'm going to click on this ignore case, enable it, and that's pretty much it. Let me execute this step. So we have 4 branches out of it. Let's go back to our canvas. And now we can connect each of these branches to respective social media nodes. So over here, I'm going to click on Twitter and I'm going to search Twitter node. So this is X, formerly Twitter. I'm going to click on it and I'm going to say create tweet. Let's come back to it in a while. Let's go back, and for LinkedIn, I'm going to add a LinkedIn one. So over here, we want to create a post. Let's go back. We'll configure it again. For Facebook, I'm going to come back. But for YouTube, we wanted to generate a YouTube video script and save it in Google Doc. So for the YouTube branch, we are going to add a Google Doc over here. I'm going to click on this docs. First, we'll create the document, and then we are going to go back, and then we are going to again have Google Doc. And this is going to update the document. Now let's start configuring them one by one. First, let's do the easy one, which is Google Docs. So I already have the credential over here. I'm going to have a create operation. My drive is already selected for this particular account. Let me see. Yes, I have one account over here. Now for the folder name, I'm going to, let's suppose, say Capstone project. Well, let me go back and select this n8n course material. And for the title, we can go back to our first node, which fetched the topic. So I'm going to drag this topic. And before that, I'm going to say YouTube video script dash this. So this is going to name it as YouTube video script, the title of the topic that we had. If I execute this, so this means document has been successfully created with this ID. Now I'll go back to the canvas. Let me open this and rename this. Let's say Google document, or create new Google document. Let's rename this. Now let's come over here. Now let's rename it to save YouTube video script. So this is where we are going to save the script. So it needs the document ID or the URL. So I'm going to insert the ID over here. The operation is update. In the action, we'll select the object as text. Action is insert segment as body at the end of specified location. And what we have to insert, we'll go back into switch. The content is what we have to insert over here. So if I execute this step now, it is going to insert the script outline that we have created. It has successfully generated it. So if I go to my Google Drive, open up this n8n course material folder, and you can see that YouTube video script, top 5 AI tools for solopreneurs. If I open it up, you can see that the content has been inserted over here. So one thing is done. Now let's come back over here. Let me close this. Let me close this as well. Let's go back to our canvas. The next thing we can do is Twitter. So in the Twitter, I have already created the credentials. So for all these nodes, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, I'm going to dedicate separate videos on my YouTube channel so that you understand how you can create the credentials of these social media platforms. And definitely watch the Facebook one, because it's the most complex, most irritating, most difficult one to create. So follow the steps that I'll be sharing with you in the Facebook's credential video, so that you do not suffer those 5, 6, 7 sleepless nights that I had to do to understand how this whole Facebook connection works. But in this video, we are going to skip all that, and we are going to use whatever connection that I've already created. So for X account or Twitter account as well, I have already created it. You're going to have the Twitter, you're going to have an operation tweet, and you can see that it's a thread. There is a different way of posting for thread, and again, that is not basically scope of this particular lesson. I'm going to cover that, how you can create Twitter thread, in a separate video, maybe on my YouTube channel. So stay tuned over there on my YouTube channel as well. So I'm going to just drag this content over here. Before I click on execute step, probably it will go and post all this stuff over there, which we do not want. All we want is first thread, which is like separated by this \n and the comma. So in order to do that, let me paste an expression that I have already created. I'll delete this and I'll paste it over here. So what I'm doing is I'm using the JSON library of parse method, in which I'm parsing the content. So basically this is the JSON I'm putting into it, and then I'll be able to access the thread key over here. And because thread is more like a list of values separated by comma, I'm going to use the first index over here that returns me ready to supercharge your productivity. And if we use a split node in between, we can split it on this particular thing, have multiple values outputted, and use the X node or Twitter node in order to send multiple tweets or create that kind of Twitter thread. So now let me click on this execute step. It's waiting to execute. Let me come back over here, and you can see that first tweet has been posted. I'm going to just go ahead and delete it before anyone sees it. There is nothing much to worry, because I rarely use this Twitter account or Twitter in general. Now let's come back to our workflow. Let's go back. So Twitter is done. Now comes the part of LinkedIn. So for that as well, I'll open this up, and you can see that I've already created some credentials. Again, I'm going to create a dedicated video of creating the credentials. I want to post, I want operation as create, and I want to post as a person. So you can post as a person, or you can post as an organization. And that's the trick that you solve while creating the credential, which I'm going to show you in separate video. Now over here, I'm going to select the person name or the ID. So this is my person name because the credentials has been authorized under my account. Similarly, in the text field, you can see that the entire post is over here. I'm going to paste the same expression. Let me go back and turn it into expression. Let's use this. So instead of now parsing the entire thing, I'm going to parse the content, and inside the content, what I have is, I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to say dot. So there you go. I want LinkedIn post over here. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post. So that's how I'm getting the LinkedIn post content. If I open it up, you would see that JSON.parse. In the JSON.parse, we have the content which is coming over here, message.content, and then dot LinkedIn underscore post. Like I earlier said, we could have avoided this by going back to our OpenAI node and using JSON output as the output, so that the entire JSON is being outputted instead of having this message, role, index or content. The JSON is outputted. And like I said, if you are having trouble following this, what we can also do is, let's go back to our canvas and let's open this up. And what I'm going to do is unpin this. So we are going to make another call, and what I have to do is output content as JSON. So I'll click on this and we are going to click on execute step. And now you can see that the content is being returned in a JSON format. This will become much easier for us to access. Now, before going back, let's pin this data. So this data is pinned. Let's come back. Let's save this. And now I'll execute the switch node. So let's execute the switch node. Let's go back to the Twitter one. Let's first fix this one. And like I said, now we don't need to parse all this information. I just need to say this thread. Let's drag this thread over here. So thread is already over here. It is an array. And as we access the 0th element, so we have to access the 0th element over here. So you can see that instead of writing that complex expression, we can turn on the JSON output in our OpenAI node, and this would get much easier. Now, if I execute this step, it is going to post it on my Twitter account, which I don't want to do it. Let's come back. Let's come to the LinkedIn. So this also means now this complex expression is going to change it and make it very easier with the dot notation. I'm going to just drag it over here, and you can see JSON.message.content.LinkedIn underscore post is what we have to do. Now, if I execute this step, it is going to post it on my LinkedIn profile, which is my personal LinkedIn profile. So I'm going to quickly go over there and quickly delete it. So let me go to my profile before someone sees it. And here you can see that, are you a solopreneur feeling overwhelmed by the endless tasks? So I'm going to just go ahead and delete it before someone sees it. It is much more active account than the Twitter account. So I have just removed this post, but you can see that now I'm able to post it on my LinkedIn profile as well. Now let's come back. Go to the canvas, let's save our progress, and now let's pick up the Facebook one, which is the most difficult one. It's not as easy as what we have done so far. I cannot just click on this and search for Facebook Graph API and it will post it. No, it is not going to do it. It looks easy, but it does not work that way. So we have to go back. Let me first disconnect this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post it not on my personal profile of Facebook, rather I'm going to post the content on the GenAI Unplugged page that I have created. So if I open up my Facebook account, let's open this and let me say GenAI Unplugged. Let's open this over here. Okay, it's not coming up because it's a new page. Let me click on this. You can see that I have my name, couple of pages. I have just GenAI Unplugged over here. Let's go back to the feed. Nothing is there. So this is the feed that we have. And you can see this is the GenAI Unplugged page. And there is only one post over here. Welcome to GenAI Unplugged. So this is where we are going to post the Facebook content that we have created on our Facebook page of GenAI Unplugged. So how do we do that? In order to quickly do it or explain it to you in this tutorial, let me add some notes over here quickly and then I'll explain what I'm doing. First, we have to basically fetch something called an access token. So in order to do that, I'm going to add an HTTP node because I'm going to make an HTTP call. Then I'm going to go back first and then basically let me add some space over here. Let me drag this up so that it becomes more readable. Let me fix this. Now let me make this and let's keep it over here. The second thing, I'm going to add a quick code node. I'll tell you why. And the final thing we'll do is add this Facebook Graph API node or connect it over here so that we can post it to our Facebook page. In short, there are a couple of kinds of tokens that Facebook provide us in order to access their Graph API. Anything that you have to do with any of the Facebook product, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, be it Threads, or be it WhatsApp, you have to use Facebook Graph API, and there are various tokens to it. There is access token, there is page token, there is user token. So what we will be doing is, first thing, we are going to get the access token, which is going to work in this particular session using a long-term token that I have already created the credentials with. But how to create that long-term token is covered in the other tutorial that I have on my YouTube channel. So here I'm going to open this, and in the method we are going to have get. In the URL I'm going to paste this graph.facebook.com v23.0, which is the version of these APIs, then me, which is stands for my account, and then the accounts. In the authentication, like I said, I have already predefined or already created it. So predefined credential type, here I'm going to select the Facebook. So if I come down over here, there should be a Facebook one. You can see that there are few types of credential type: Facebook Graph API, Facebook Graph API app, and then there is Facebook Leads App Auth 2 API. I'm going to use this Facebook Graph API, and then in the Graph API, I'm going to select this Facebook Graph account long-term token because I have created a long-term user token in order to access it, which is my own account. I'm going to click on this execute step. So currently it has returned me the page that I want. This is the GenAI Unplugged, and you can see that this access token is what I'm interested in. I will have to use this access token while making a call of Facebook Graph API in order to post to Facebook page. If you have to post it on Instagram, then this access token is not required. You can directly use this long-term access token and create the Instagram post. But because we have to post it on Facebook page, I have to use this access token in order to post it. Otherwise it does not work. I failed and tried many times. I have followed the documentation to the n8n as well as the Facebook developer documentation. Nothing worked. This is how it finally worked for me. If you know a better way of doing it, please let me know in the comment section of this video. But I'm going to use this access token, and you can see that it's not just GenAI Unplugged that has been returned. That is 0th index, but you can see one index is also there where the name is Devil on Wheels. So that's the second page that we were seeing in my account that was available over there. If I go back to the Facebook, you can, if I click on this arrow over here, you can see that this is me, which is my account, and then these two pages are there. I want the access token of the page, which is GenAI Unplugged. So that's why I have the second node following it, which is the code node, in which we are going to write a very simple line of code that is going to work on this particular page ID and fetch the token for that particular page ID that we are interested in. We are interested in GenAI Unplugged. So I'll open up this code node and I'll just delete this and I'll paste this piece of code, which is basically searching my page ID. I have hard coded it over here, but you can use some sort of set field nodes at the start of the workflow and input the page ID that you want to work upon. But for now I have hard coded. Let me execute this. It is going to fetch this page ID's access token. So it has fetched the right access token for the right page on which we want to post the content. Now if I come back to the canvas, let's open this Graph API page, and you can see that there are various properties, and you see that this edge is over here. So I'm going to use the edge. I'm going to post a photo as well along with the content that we have, so that you have the complete understanding. And in order to have some sort of photo, either we can generate the photo on the fly using some sort of AI, or I can have a static photo. Maybe let me open the GenAI Unplugged. Let me copy the image address over here, and we are going to insert an HTTP request node. Let's insert an HTTP. Let's make an HTTP request in order to get this file. So there are no authentication. So this is where we were making the request. Let me click on execute request. It took some time to just download 11 KB. I don't know why, but like we have the image over here. So now we have the data as well. Now let's come back. And now we are going to connect this Facebook node over here. Now let's open this. First thing that we have to do is select the long-term token that we have done. In the JSON, we can see the access token is still there. In the binary, we have the file over here. Now we have to host URL is same default. We'll keep it. We'll use the post method now. In the Graph API, we can see v22. In the node, we have to mention the page ID. So I'll just go back. I'll open up maybe this node. And this was my page ID. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come back. and then I'm going to use the node as page ID because I want to post it on my page, not on my account. If I have to post it on my account, I'll be using me over here. In the edge, we have to use what we are trying to post. So here we are trying to post a photo along with some data, which is more like text. So I'm going to use photos over here. If we have to use videos, we'll be using edges videos. You can refer the Facebook developer documentation or Facebook graph API documentation in order to understand how this edge or node works. Now we have to send the binary file. I'm going to turn on this, and the field is data. So this is the field name data that is coming, in which the file is there. Now we'll start adding the query parameters. So in the first query parameter, we are going to say access token. So access token we have already fetched. So we are going to basically pass this. Oops, the spelling of token is wrong. Now I'm going to add another parameter, which is more like prompt, which can just say welcome to GenAI first n8n post. Then I'll add another one. I'll say caption. And in the caption, we can go back to our switch node and we can say this carousel options. And over here, we can say 0. Right? So this looks the final configuration of our Facebook Graph API node. Let me click on execute and it should go and post the content. So it has post the ID. You can see the post ID has been received. If I come to my Facebook account, so right now you can see that there is nothing, only welcome to GenAI Unplugged is there, which was posted yesterday. Let me refresh it. Alright, so you can see the logo is here with this caption of unlock the future of productivity with these top 5 AI tools solopreneurs. So I'm going to just go ahead and move it to trash. So that's it. We have posted the content on Facebook as well now. So all our social media platforms have been covered by our n8n workflow. And just from one topic, we have created the blog post. And from the blog post, we have generated 4 types or repurposed 4 types of different contents for different social media platform. That's the power of AI automation. Now, if I go back, I'll save my progress and I'm going to click on this tidy up. Let me just delete this sticky note. We no longer need this. Let me zoom in over here. Let's add this over here as well. So we have 2 triggers. Let's save this. Now let me tidy this up. Let me clear the execution. Let's save it again. Let me open this. Let's unpin this. Let's open this as well. Let's unpin this as well. Let's go back to the canvas. Let's save it. Let me zoom in a bit more. This is how our final workflow looks like. It gets triggered as soon as you make an entry into this Google Sheet of the topic that you want. You can specify the audience, tone, word count, domain, and the status. Status should be pending. If the status is pending, it is going to find the details of the topic or fetch that topic one by one. Then it is going to fetch the dynamic AI prompts that we have listed in another sheet of Google that we are maintaining along with all the social media platforms on which we want to amplify the presence of the blog that will get generated. And once that is done, we are going to replace the topic details in those dynamic AI prompts. Then we are going to generate the blog post from the topic, clean up the HTML, post it on our WordPress based blog. Once that is done, we are going to merge the blog post that has been generated and cleaned up along with all the social media platforms on which we have to post it. One by one, we are going to generate the social media posts for each platform, giving it input as the blog post that has been generated. And finally, for each of the platform, which is Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube, we are going to post the content. For the YouTube, we are just generating the outline of our video script and saving it in our Google Doc. So let me zoom out, zoom in a bit. Let's click on the execute workflow. It has fetched one topic. It is fetching the dynamic AI prompts, replacing the values, generating the blog post now. Now the blog post is generated. It has posted the content on my WordPress. Then it is basically generating all the social media content now. And once generated, it is going to post on all the social media platforms that we have listed over here. And that's it. It's done. If I go to my Twitter account, if I refresh it, so that's the post that it has created. If I open my LinkedIn account, if I refresh it, should be a post that should be visible over here. So it's a post that has been made visible over here. If I go to my Facebook page, if I refresh this, you can see that unlock the productivity 10 hacks with n8n. This has been posted. and a new blog post of 10 productivity hacks using n8n. If I click on the preview, it has been created on my WordPress blog over here as a draft. I can review it and basically edit and post it. I hope in this lesson you learned a lot about how to generate social media content, blog posts, using AI in your workflows. You also learned about how to insert dynamic prompts, how to replace the data of dynamic prompts with the data that is coming in your workflows. And you also learned about some part of the most difficult social media platform to post on, which is Facebook. I showed you a glimpse, but there is a dedicated video as well. But overall, you got a gist of how you can automate the content creation workflows in your personal lives. In the next lesson of this course, I'm going to deep dive into a recruiter job where we are going to shortlist the resumes that are coming on the job postings we have posted, and we are going to see how AI can take decisions and rate the candidates for the fitment of the job that we have posted, where we are also going to cover some new AI specific notes. So stay tuned to check that lesson out, and I'll see you over there. Let's face it, if you are in recruitment industry, browsing through resumes is a very tedious and exhausting task, especially done manually. What if an AI could help you read through resumes, evaluates them, scores them, and even routes the best one to you automatically? Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In today's lesson, we are exactly going to build this process and automate the end-to-end cycle of a recruiter, as we will build a resume processing bot leveraging AI, n8n and OpenAI platform. And we'll not just be using the OpenAI node of n8n, rather I'll be introducing couple of new nodes that you can use in order to parse through the documents, evaluate the best information out of it in the desired output, summarizes that information, and even scores them. So those new nodes will help you power your AI automation workflows to the next level. So whether you are scaling your startup or already have a large HR team, this whole AI powered HR recruitment assistant is going to help you save a lot of hours every week. So let's build it together step by step. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace, and you can see I have a sticky note where I have documented the flow that we'll be building. And the first step in the process is always a trigger. So let's suppose a new resume has been received either on your email, or maybe you have a job posting out there somewhere where there is a form that allows a job applicant to upload their resumes. So the next step comes the evaluation of resume, where an HR person goes through the resume and evaluates the profile fitment. Then the HR person takes the decision where they can shortlist a candidate based on some sort of scoring that they have. Maybe objectively they are evaluating the resume, and if the score is greater than 7, they may say it's shortlisted. If the score is between 5 to 7, they may add it to a maybe sheet. If the score is less than 5, they want to archive. Whatever the decision is over here, they are going to log and track every application that has been sent to them. They could be uploading a CV to the cloud storage and makes an entry in the job application tracker. And finally, if the candidate is shortlisted, HR person notifies the hiring manager and also sends an email to candidate for a short connect over phone, maybe just to check the availability with the candidate for the next round. So it's a very basic workflow of recruiters' day-to-day life. So let's go ahead and start building. So let's first rename the workflow. Let me save this. Let me also show you the setup that I have done for the mock data and other things. So I have this folder HR recruitment assistant in my Google Drive where I have some job postings over here. You can see there is a job posting of account assistant. Then there is a job posting of full stack software developer, and then there is a job posting of IT support specialist as well. So I have these three job postings. You may have these job posting maybe in Notion, maybe on your website. Anywhere they can be posted where you can fetch this information, but I am saving them in Google Docs for the purpose of this workflow. Let's go back. So resumes is the folder where we are going to upload the resumes that we are going to process through the workflow that we are going to build. There is this job applicants tracker. This is going to log each and every entry. So you can see there is a job code, hiring manager email, applicant name, email, dates, final score, AI status, AI assessment, total experience summary, job history, skills, applicant's location, phone, and education. So all this information we have to extract out of the resume, which is in PDF, and put it over here, log it with the final AI score, status, and assessment. So that's all about the setup that we have. Now let's go back. Let me zoom out. So the first thing that we have to do is add a trigger. And like I said, trigger could be a Gmail node, which is basically receiving emails and the resumes over your Gmail inbox, or it could be a web form posted somewhere. So let's mimic the web form behavior where we can use the n8n forms. So if I search the form, you can see n8n forms can be used. So I'm going to use the trigger on n8n form. So let's create this form. At the top, there are form URLs. What you can also do is wherever you are posting the job on the internet, maybe your website or anywhere, when you make this workflow live, you can go to this production URL. You can copy this production URL and post it with your job posting where people can click on the link and apply directly from there. So that's a kind of a form that would be available to all the job candidates. So here we are going to say apply for the job. That's the title. You can have the description as well, maybe like, full stack developer. So that's the posting about. Then we are going to create some form elements. So first field could be first name. That's text. And this is a required field. I'll add this. The next thing could be last name. Again text. Then could be email. Now this time we can change the element type to email. And this is a required field. And finally we can have a resume file, right? And here I can say the file. And one thing we can also add is a hidden field. So basically this could be our job code. We can use this. This is field name, but let me go back and show you the hidden field. So this hidden field is not going to be available to the end user. They will not be able to see this. We can use which form was submitted and what was the job code. So if you have like multiple forms out there for multiple job posting, like we have 3 job posting, we can use the hidden field in order to separate them out and make decision later in our workflow. So when I selected the hidden field, name went away. So I'm going to say job code and maybe just add a HDN over here, which stands for hidden, and the value could be job code 001. So that means this job code 001 belongs to this full stack software developer role. Now let's go back, save. Oops, it's over here. Let me drag it over here and let me zoom in now, and let's save this and let's execute it. So you would see that form is ready for us. We can have a first name, last name, email, and I can choose a resume to upload over here. So let's do that. Let's see what we get. And let me upload a file. So I have this sample resumes out over here. So I'm going to select one of them and just submit it. And we can close this now. And you can see that form has been received. The resume has been received. The data in the JSON would have the information of first name, last name, email, resume. The file name is also there. And right now we have selected the PDF. So what we can also do is, let me go down a bit. In this resume field, you can see that firstly, we should mark it as required field. And secondly, we can just say .pdf. So this way only PDFs are allowed to be uploaded as resumes. So let's go back now. Let's save this. So the next thing that recruiter does is it goes to the profile and evaluate the resume, and some sort of a score is given. And in step 4, you can see that they upload the resume or CV to the cloud storage. So we should create a separate branch out of it, because that is always going to happen, right? And what I should also do is, because we have like 3 job posting over here, I can basically duplicate this 3 times as well. But let's duplicate like 2 times, just so that you get an idea of it. So let me like now open this one. Let's first rename this on form submit, and we can say accounts assistant. I'll rename this, and this would be like accounts assistant GenAI Unplugged. And then at the bottom, what we can do is we can say job code 002. So this will help us identify that job code 002 belongs to accounts assistant. Now let's come back. Let's rename this as well on form submit. And this one was full stack developer. So now we have both of them. Let's connect them to Google Drive. And we would like to upload a file. The file is coming in this resume field. So we'll keep on using our same credentials that we have created. If you have not watched the credential video, how to create Google Drive credentials, go and watch on my YouTube channel, and then maybe come back over here. If you already have the credentials for Google Drive, that's fine. You can select that. Then in the resource, we want file, operation is upload, and the input data field name is resume. So I'm going to save this. And for the file name, we can go to JSON and we can drag this over here. So now this is going to get the file name that our user has. I think that we don't want. So let me delete this. We should build our own one. So let's first drag this job code over here. So all my names of these resumes should start from job name, and then I can append the first name and the last name. And maybe you can also add an additional identifier, maybe like a tick of date time, so that if you are getting two candidates with the same name for the same job code, then you are able to distinguish between them. But for now, let's keep it simple. Let's have it like job code dash first name dash last name. So that's our file name. Then in the parent drive, we have my drive, and then I'm going to select the folder. We have the folders as resumes. So let me search so it's over here. So resumes. So now that this node is configured, let's come back and let's connect this as well over here. So basically what it is going to do is, as soon as these forms are submitted, it is going to upload the resumes into the Google Drive folder that we have created. You can have some other cloud storage or other storage where you can upload all the resumes that are coming in. Now we will start the evaluation process. And in order to start the evaluation process, the first thing that we have to do is extract out all the information that has been submitted in the CV, which is in PDF format. So we have to first parse the PDF that has been submitted. So this is where I'm going to introduce our first new node that I promised at the start of the lesson. And this node we have not used so far, and it's called extract from file. So you can see that this extract from file, it converts the binary data to JSON, and that's what we want. And you can see there are different actions available over here, and all these actions are based on different file types. So we are interested in extracting information from the PDF. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to go back and connect this over here. So this form that we submitted just now with the PDF resume, we have connected this over here. We will also connect this form as well. If you have like more job profiles, you can keep on duplicating these forms and keep on connecting all those form nodes to these two nodes, because these two are our entry workflow nodes. First step is parallel branch uploading of resume, and this step is where we start extracting information, start evaluating, start scoring. So let's open this. Let's first rename this to extract info from CV, or let's keep it resume. And over here we have this resume field. You can see operation is extract from PDF. Again, we are just interested in PDF. Input binary field is resume. And in the options, there are other options like join pages, keep source, max pages, password. We are not interested in any of them. I'll click on execute step, and you can see it has extracted the information. There is some basic metadata, and then there is this text. So this is where the entire PDF has been exported. If I click on the JSON view, you can see that the entire information of the resume that I had uploaded has been extracted from the PDF and now available to us. So now we'll go and start building. So at this point, we have the information available. If I open this, you can see that all this information is available, but all this information that got extracted so far is more like a blurb text. Large amount of text has been dumped into this text field. This data is not structured. If I ask you identify only the personal information of the candidate from this text blurb, it is difficult. If I ask you what is their job history, what is their educational qualification, it is difficult to extract that information. So first we have to sort the information, maybe divide the information into personal information and the professional qualifications. So that's where our second category of new nodes would come in. And these are new AI nodes. These are also n8n's advanced AI nodes that we are going to use in order to extract the information that we need in a more structured manner. Let's go back to the canvas, and for that I'm going to click on this, and you can see that in AI section there is this arrow. You can even search as well, but if you click on it, there are many other AI nodes available. So we are going to use our first new AI node, which is information extractor. It extracts the information from text in a structured format. So if I click on this, you can see that it is asking me to input the field of the text. So I'm going to just drag. So this is the text we want it to process. And second thing that it is asking is schema type. So let me open the documentation. Let me click on this. It will open the documentation of it. And let me show you information extractor node. This is in the category of advanced AI nodes. So you can see that you can use this node in order to extract structured information from incoming data. And the node parameters, this text parameter is what basically we want. Like for example, we have extracted the text from PDF. This is what we want to input. The second is the most important one, because you can see that the schema type, it is basically providing us three options. One is like from attribute descriptions. So if I select this option, I'll have to basically provide the detailed description of the attributes and the list that I want to tell the LLM to see if that kind of information is available in the incoming text or not. If yes, then extract out. Similarly, I have the second option of generating or extracting the information based on a JSON example. Maybe I already have in mind what kind of information I need. I can provide or dump that JSON example maybe from somewhere else or maybe some other system, and this node is going to feed that JSON to the LLM and ask it to extract the information, which is more or less similar to what the JSON input is or example is. And the final option over here is the JSON schema. You can manually input a JSON schema, and this JSON schema should be based on these guidelines. So if I open it up, you would see, for example, over here, you can specify this kind of a JSON schema where you are defining the properties. You are first saying, what is the title of this particular JSON schema that you are creating. It is like person, the type is object, and then you are defining the properties. For example, properties first name, type is string, and then you are providing the description of this field. So that ways, if you are feeding this to the LLM and you are feeding the text as well, the AI LLM is going to search the text that you have provided and try to make use of this description in order to find the first name in the entire text and extract that out for you. That is how this information extractor node works. So I'm going to show you the both examples. In the first thing, let's call it extract personal information. So let's first extract the personal information, which could be like name, email, and all. In that case, we are going to basically use this define below JSON. So you can see that type is object, property, start, type, all that. Let me like expand this and let me paste the schema that I had created. So you can see that I have this type object, properties, telephone is, we have type string, description, phone number of the contact, digits only, city, and you can see full name of the contact, email, again email address, again format is email, type is string, LinkedIn underscore profile, I have this string, it should be a URL, description, LinkedIn profile of the contact, and I have specified that all these fields are required. So let's close this. So now that we have defined our schema type, let's go ahead and add the option of system prompt template too. So I'm going to extract and let me click on this expression and expand it so that it becomes visible. So you are an expert of extraction algorithm. Only extract relevant information from the text. If you do not know the value of the attribute asked to extract, you may omit the attributes value, or I can say that you should set that value for the attribute to NA. So this way, if it is not able to identify any value, it will mention it NA, and we can use this NA for further validation logic in our workflow or basically handling some sort of errors. So I will not be able to execute this because at the bottom you can see that this plus icon is there. So this is where it is asking us to add a model. So this is more like a cluster node. But what is a cluster node now? Well, a cluster node in n8n allows you to add other nodes so that all those nodes can work together at that particular step. So each node is a step. So this cluster node becomes cluster of node or many nodes working together as a single step. So here this extract personal information node is a cluster node that allows us to add the AI model to it. So if I click on add model, it is going to provide us what kind of large language models that we want. And since we are using OpenAI, so I'm going to search on OpenAI. So OpenAI chat model is what we want. And it has opened up the OpenAI chat model configuration. We are going to select the credential that we have created earlier. So that's fine. And the model that has been selected is our favorite one, which is 4o mini. We are going to keep it that way. I can click on this icon to go back to the node configuration of the previous node, which is the parent node. So now if I go back over here, you would see that this branch has come out of it, and that's why it's called a cluster node. In fact, you would have already seen the cluster node in the previous lessons as well, where I have used the OpenAI node, which is also more or less a cluster node, but we had not added any type of branch out of it. So that's why it was working as a regular node, and you may not have noticed, but yes, that is also a cluster node. So this is the cluster node that is going to extract the personal information. Let me put it over here. Let me drag this a little down, because same model we can use for other information extraction too. So now let's click on this and execute the step and see what the output comes. Well, you can see that with all this jumbled up text, it has extracted the telephone number, the city, the full name, the email. In the LinkedIn profile, it has made some sort of an error because here we had defined this as URL, but still it has extracted out the word that was there. So it did not extract out the link out of it, but that's okay. We can fine tune the description of it so that we can get the more accurate result over here. Let's come back. Now that we have personal information extracted out, let's extract the professional information as well in a more structured format. In order to do that, I'm going to extract another branch out of it, and we can select the same node over here, information extractor. Let's first rename this extract, or in fact, let me remove this professional information. Let me go back and let me just say it personal information. Now let's come back over here. In the text, we have to drag this field. This is where our text belongs. And this time in the schema attribute, I've already shown you an example of JSON schema, how you can input that. You can also input like a JSON. They both work pretty much the same way. Now in this case, we can use this from attribute description and how this one works. So if I select this, you can see that it is asking me to add an attribute. So let's click on this. So this is where we'll give the name, type, and the description. It is more or less the same thing that we had done using the JSON schema. It is going to use that as a JSON schema behind the scenes. Instead of manually creating the JSON somewhere else, it is going to do the job for you. So that's what basically it is doing. But since it is providing us a UI in order to do that, it becomes easier for a non-technical person to work with it. So since this is more like a boring stuff, I'm going to pause the audio. I'm going to quickly add all the fields and then we'll come back over. Alright, so this node is ready now. You can see that the first attribute that I've added is educational qualification. It is of type string. In the description, if I expand it a bit, you can see that I have written summary of academic career focusing on undergraduate and university studies, summarize in 100 words maximum. Let's close this. Next one is job history. You can see work history summary focusing on most recent work experience. Summarize it in 100 words maximum. So this is also a required field. Then I have skills over here. Let me expand this. Extract the candidate's technical skills, what software, frameworks, functional skills they are proficient in. Make a bulleted list over here. Let's close this one as well. Now let's go to the experience. Let me expand this too. Extract the years of experience and group experience by job function or role type. Format example, total years of experience 7, account executive 2 years, sales development representative 2 years, account manager 3 years. So again, more like a description of the attribute that we want to extract and the format that we want. We are providing maximum amount of information that we can provide to our LLM so that it is able to understand what we are expecting from it to extract the information from that large piece of text. Then I have title and employer, extract most recent job title and employer. This is not a required field. Similarly, total year of experience. Again, if I expand this, extract total years of experience and format as total years exp colon. Now we have to associate a model. So what I'm going to do is I already have the model over here. So we are just going to attach it over here. So in this way, you can basically use the same model for different type of cluster AI nodes that expect you to have some sort of a model associated instead of duplicating it. Now let me execute this step. So it is going to use the model again and it has been executed. Let's open this and you will see that educational qualification has been extracted, job history has been extracted, skills have been extracted, and it is like a bullet point list, more like \n you can see over here. So it has formatted it accordingly. Experience is also here, title of the employer and total years of experience. So all this information is now extracted in a more structured manner. So from a PDF to a JSON large text to a structured information. So that's how we have the information available to us for our AI to further process. Now you must be thinking that why didn't I just use an LLM node over here and provided the prompt, like a large type of prompt could have been provided? Well, you can do that as well, but that is more providing a single large prompt to the LLM. This is more like providing structured type of information, extracting what you need, making it smaller chunks so that the LLM can process at a time, or the AI logic can be processed at a time on smaller chunks of data. Not I'm saying that it cannot process large chunks of data, but if you distribute the entire problem into smaller chunks, you will get better results out of it. And this is more of a structured, more of a better way of doing it. So this is more like having an actual conversation with the model in a chaining type of a format where you are speaking to the large language model one by one for a piece of information that you wanted to extract, and then building up towards the end logic. So that ways it provides you much accurate result. And secondly, I also wanted to show you that there are other AI nodes available to do a better job for us, and these two are very much commonly used while breaking down a large piece of information and extracting only the relevant information that you may need or the LLM may need in your workflow. That's why over here in this example, we did not use a large language model node and provided a large piece of text and asked it to rate it based on the information that we have extracted. That kind of approach may have more possibility of errors in your outcomes. So now we have personal information and professional information. We should merge both of them. So I'm going to use merge node. So let's use merge node. Let me first connect the other one as well. So over here, we are going to basically merge this professional information too. And in the mode this time, we are going to use combine. There are no matching fields. So we have to merge everything together, more like a CV now in a single output format. So let's say all possible combinations. So let me execute this. And now you can see that a unified single profile has been created, merged with professional as well as personal information of the candidate. And now we only have the information that we have to act upon. This is the brief information instead of large amount of PDF text that we had extracted. So this is where we are going to work upon further. Now let's go back and start key. Hello and welcome to my channel and this course on AI automation powered by n8n. This lesson continues from part 1 of creating an AI HR or recruitment assistant. So if you have not watched that lesson, first go and watch that lesson and then come back to this lesson to finish this awesome AI HR assistant workflow. Let me also rename this. Let's call it Unified Candidate Profile. Let's rename. Now let's go back. Now let me introduce you to another AI node, which is again an advanced AI node that is used to summarize the information that is available in a large text format. Over here, we understand that the text information is not that heavy, especially after merging or after outputting this unified candidate profile. If you look at it, it's not that much of an information, but still using all this JSON data, we want to create a summary of our candidate, whoever has applied for this particular job profile. And once we have that, we want to fetch our job profile and then we will ask the AI to do the matching. But I wanted to take this as an opportunity to introduce this advanced AI node, which is called summarizer node. If I go back to the canvas, let me click on this. Let me go to this AI set of nodes and you would see this summarizer chain transforms text into concise summary. So what we want is a concise summary of all the information that we have received for our candidate. Over here, you can see that there is not too much of information, but still this node can be used in other workflows that you may be having. Or if somebody has uploaded a 3-page CV or a 4-page CV, you wanted to create a concise summary of that 3 to 4 pager long CV or resume, then you can use this summarizer chain node. Or this summarization chain node can also be used for summarizing documents which are like multi-page long, 10, 12, 30, 50, 100. You can use this node in order to summarize everything. So if I go to the documentation of it, let me go and show it to you, and you can see that this node helps us summarize multiple documents over here. Now, how does this node work? So the first configuration parameter is data to summarize, like what basically we would like to summarize. If I open this up, there are 3 options. First one is use node input JSON data. So it summarizes the JSON data that is coming as an input to this particular node. You can also use the binary data that is coming inside this node in order to create summary out of it. Or you can create a third-party document loader. If you have multiple documents uploaded in your GitHub account, you can attach the GitHub loader to it and summarize all those multiple documents which are available in your GitHub repository using this document loader concept. And as soon as I select it, if I go back, If I zoom in a bit, you can see that on this summarization chain cluster node, we have another option to attach a document loader. If I click on it, it allows us to add a default data loader as well as GitHub document loader. So we can use these document loaders in order to ingest all the documents and get a summary out of them, but we don't require for our use case. So I'll just open this up and I'll just use node input, which is the JSON that is coming in, and then comes the chunking strategy. So how this node operates is you have to specify some sort of a chunking strategy, whether you want simple, whether you want advanced. And if you select this, there is another subnode that you can attach, which will allow you to define the advanced configuration of your chunking strategy. Now, what does this chunking means? Well, think of it that there is a token limit to the input that we can give to our LLM. So if the large amount of data is being sent, the token size can increase, and basically you will get an error of token limit reach. In order to avoid that kind of error and process the large amount of data in various chunks, we start defining some sort of a chunking strategy. And the basic chunking strategy is you divide the entire text information into various chunks. So for example, over here we want to define it 1000 characters per chunk, and we also want to have a 200 character overlap. This is going to help the large language model keep the context which is coming from these various chunks and keep them associated together and not miss any sort of information or lose any sort of context. Although this whole concept of chunking, why we need it, what is this summarization change, is outside the scope of this particular course. I will address this in separate video on my YouTube channel, so stay tuned over there when I'll start explaining the deeper concepts of generative AI. Finally, we have to select the summarization method as well as prompt. So what kind of summarization method we want? You can see that there are three options in the summarization method. First one is map reduce, which is the most recommended one, which is basically summarizes each document or chunk individually and then summarize those summaries. So it will work on all chunks, summarize them, then it is going to take the input of all the summaries of all the chunks, and then it is going to produce a final concise summary as an output. The next strategy is refine, which is summarize the first document, then update the summary based on the next document, and then repeat. So it continuously refine whatever input it is getting in terms of chunks or various documents. Finally, it is like stuff. Stuff means stuffing everything. So pass all documents or chunks at once, ideal for small data sets. So ideally in this kind of data set, we could have used stuff, or we can use map reduce as well, which is the most recommended way. If you want to learn more about them, you can go to the documentation page, scroll down, and you can see that map reduce, refine, stuff is already documented. So this is part of the LangChain framework, and these n8n nodes that we are using are based on the LangChain framework. Again, this is outside the scope of this course. I'm going to cover the LangChain, what it is, in a separate video on my YouTube channel, but you can click on this link, for example refine, or you can click on the map reduce. So on this LangChain website, you will be able to understand what the map reduce is, how it is used, how you can implement if you know the code. But like, in order to get more understanding, you can read it in depth on the LangChain website. But our case is very simple, so I'm going to just go back over here. We'll just select this map reduce recommended strategy, and if you are following me along step by step over here, you should not be able to worry too much about what it is doing behind the scenes. Just understand that this node is going to help you create summaries out of large amount of text data. That's pretty much it. So over here you can see in map reduce, you create summaries of individual chunks. So for the 1000 characters, we want a summary to be created. And in case of final prompt, you can define that you can combine all the concise summaries and create a final summary out of it. So in case you would like to define different prompts for individual chunks or pages and the final prompt, you have the ability to do that. What I am going to do is use the same prompt in both cases. I already have created a prompt. I'm going to paste it over here and I'm going to expand it. So this prompt says, given the information below for a job applicant, write a concise summary for it. While summarizing, be professional, concise and conversational. Use 400 words or less. Here is the detailed information about the applicant, and you can see all the detailed information that it has fetched has been put over here. I'm going to just copy this again and I'm going to paste it over here as well. And let's open this and see it's the same information. Yes, it is the same information. We'll go back and now we'll execute this. Oops, there is an error, a model subnode. Okay, I forgot the attach the model itself. So since it's a cluster node, we have to attach the model. So we can attach the same model over here. Let me go back. Let me execute the step now. So it is going to create a summarized version of our applicant. So this was the input and we can see the summary that it has created. So it still looks to me pretty long. So what we can also do is expand this. Instead of 400 words, let's do 300. Let's execute the step again. Now there should be little less concise summary. So you can see that now it has produced a 300 character summary. Before going back, let's rename this. Now let's go back to the canvas. And now we have the summary. We should get the job description first. So in order to get the job description, you also have a job code that has been submitted as a hidden field in the web form that we had used. So you can basically add a if condition over here and create branches based on the different job codes. But I'm going to skip that part. That's easy. You can do that. I'm going to directly fetch one of the job profile, which is for the full stack developer. We have the document ID over here. I'm going to just copy the document ID from here. And we are going to go back. And over here, I'm going to select the Google Doc node and get a document. And over here, I'll mention the ID. We already have the credential created. Everything is fine. Let's execute. So you can see it has retrieved the full stack developer profile that we have saved in our Google Doc. You may have published this job posting somewhere else. Maybe it's a Notion website. Maybe it's your website. You can make use of HTTP node to fetch the information from a website, or you can use Notion node in order to fetch the information from a Notion based database. Let's rename this node, get job posting. Let's come back. Now that we have a summary of qualifications of our candidate as well as the job posting that we have created, we have to evaluate whether the profile or the CV or the resume matches the fitment of our job posting or not. In order to do that, I'm going to introduce the third new AI node of this lesson, which is the basic LLM chain. So far we have used information extractor, we have used the summarizer AI node. Now the third node would be basic LLM chain node. So I'm going to click on this plus icon, go to the AI. You can search as well. Whatever I'm doing with the UI, you can search as well. So I'm going to use this basic LLM chain, a simple chain to prompt a large language model. It is more like using an OpenAI node and sending a message to it. It is completely same as you are sending a message using an OpenAI node that we have used in the previous lesson. But over here, we already have the model associated. So I'm going to use this particular cluster node. So if I click on it, let me go back to the canvas first and select the model to be the model that we have already being used over here. Now this node is pretty much familiar. If I change the source prompt, we can say define below instead of chat trigger. So you can use this node to act as a chat trigger as well, but we don't have a chat agent over here. We have a workflow that is being run based on a form that has been submitted and a resume that has been uploaded. So we will say define below. And once I do that, you can see that a user prompt has come over here. Similarly, I can add another prompt, which could be a system prompt. So let's first add the system prompt because we want our LLM to assume a role of an experienced HR recruiter and rate or score the resumes or the profile based on the job posting that is there. So let me click on this to expand it and let me post the prompt that I have. So you are an HR expert and you need to understand if the candidate aligns with the profile sought by the company. You must give a score of 1 to 10, where 1 means candidate does not align with what is required, while 10 means they are ideal candidate because they fully reflect the desired profile. Furthermore, in the consideration field, consider the reason behind your score. So let's go back and now let's give it an input, which can be job posting details, and we can drag the job posting. Let me expand it so that it becomes readable. Then here is the candidate profile summary. And here we'll go back to our summarize the profile node and I'm going to drag this over here. So based on this job posting, evaluate whether this profile suits or not and rate them on a score of 1 to 10 and also provide the justification why it was done. And because we always want a structured output out of this particular node so that we can use it later on, we will enable this require specific output format. And this is going to allow us to add another node or a sub node into this basic LLM chain node. Let's rename this first. Now let's go back to the canvas and you would see there is an output parser over here. So if I click on it, we can select any of these output parser. I'm going to select an structured output parser. Here again, we saw that in the information extractor node, the schema type It could be generated from a JSON example, and this is the example that has been given. And you can also select define below, where you can define your own JSON schema. So this is the definition which is by default. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to paste this one. So we want a type object. Properties, we want AI underscore resume underscore score, type should be string, and AI underscore evaluation, type should be string. I could have said type equals to number as well over here. So this will define the output format for our basic LLM chain node, so that it always output in this particular format. This is very important, otherwise you may get different results while executing multiple times the same node. So now let's go back to the canvas. Let me zoom out a bit, and now let's open this and let me execute this step. Alright, so we are very close. You can see that AI underscore resume score is 8, and you can see the AI evaluation is Tobias Richard, demonstrates a strong alignment with the role of full stack developer. He has over a decade experience, significantly exceeding 3 to 5 years required. His proficiency in JavaScript along with frameworks like so and so, while his expertise may exceed the typical candidate profile, his strong qualifications suggest that he may also adapt well to specific needs of the organization. So that's it, my friend. We have automated the entire flow for an HR recruiter who is responsible for recruiting multiple job postings out there and would like to fulfill those positions as quickly as possible. This automated workflow can help the person. So now let's just go back and complete our workflow by logging in the data that has been received into the Google Sheet that we had. Remember, we had this job application tracker. We have to log the data in this tracker. So let's go ahead and add a Google Sheet node, and we'll say append a row in the sheet, and we are going to select our sheet, job application tracker, and from the document, the sheet is sheet 1. That's it. And then we are going to map each column individually. Job code was coming in the trigger, so I can just open this up and use the hidden variable that we had. We can paste it over here. So the job code is coming over here now. Now the hiring manager, we don't know, maybe the job posting that we have, you can create some sort of a data over there that who is the hiring man, what is the hiring manager email. You can fill that information using that details. In our case, we can skip that. I'm going to delete these 2 columns. In the applicant's name, we have the first name over here, and I'm going to say space, and then I'm going to append the last name as well. So we have the first name, last name over here. Applicant's email is also coming from here. We are going to use that. In the application date, we can say this, and we can say this dot to date time dot format, and we can define the format as this. Now the next field is final score. That's like AI resume score. I'm going to drag this. AI status we have not evaluated yet, so let's go back and fix that first. Let me disconnect this and let's add a switch node, because there are 3 criterias over here. So if the resume score, and this is basically a number, is greater than 7, then we want to call the candidate as shortlisted. Then we want another rule. Again, if the resume score, its number is greater than or equal to 5, we wanted to call it maybe. And then we want to add a default rule. So we'll say fallback output, and we will select as extra output. And for the extra output, we have to specify the name and rename fallback output. I'm going to say ignore. Now let's execute this step. So this one is shortlisted. Let's go back. So now we have the AI status as well. Let me drag it over here. Let's first add the AI status using the edit field set node. So over here, we are going to say AI underscore status, and I'm going to call it as shortlisted. Now let's go back. So let's have 3 nodes. Let's attach this one. Let's attach this one over here. So let's open this one. Instead of shortlisted, we can say maybe, and this one is ignored. Well, you can merge these 2 steps if you are using code node, but our job is to maximize the usage of no code. That's why I'm using the no code over here. Otherwise, we could have used some expressions or code node in order to merge all these 4 nodes into one node. Now let's quickly rename them as well. We can call this as maybe, and this one is ignored. Go back. Now we'll attach all these 3 branches to the Google Sheets node, because we have to maintain the log of each and every profile that is submitted. So we can say log applicants evaluation. Now let's open this and execute this node. AI status shortlisted. Oops, I did a mistake. I should include all other input fields as well. Let's execute now. Now we have all 3 fields. Let's go back and fix this in all of them. Now let's go back and run this again. So now the input is flowing from shortlisted over here. So the status has been selected. Now we have it turned on. So now we have the AI status. So I'm going to drag the AI status from over here. And now what is the AI assessment? We can drag the AI evaluation from over here. And the total experience, let's go back to our unified candidate profile node and let's use the data from here. Experience summary, job history, skills, So now this node is ready to be executed. All the information is available. Let me execute this step. And all the information has been outputted. And if we come over here, you can see that the first candidate information has been outputted and the status is shortlisted. Let's go back now. And there was another thing that we had to automate as the last part of this workflow. You can see that if shortlisted, HR person notifies the hiring manager and sends an email to the candidate for short connect over the phone. So you can automate the hiring manager thing yourself. But what I'm going to do is, in case this is shortlisted, we are going to add a Gmail node or Amazon SES node as well. You can add to send the email, but I'm going to use the Gmail. So send message. 2, we have to go to the unified candidate profile and let's extract the email. So this is what we are going to send the email, but this is like a dummy email, so this is going to fail. So I'm going to just put my email over here. In the subject, we can say congrats, your profile is shortlisted. And in the message, let me click on this expression. Let's expand this. And in the expression, we can say hi. And then you can go in the options and select this append n8n attribution. You can turn this off and you can also specify what is the sender name. So I can just specify the sender name as Dheeraj Sharma and I can execute this step. Alright, so the email has been sent. If I look at my email inbox, you would see congrats, your profile has been shortlisted. So we have automated the entire flow. Now let's come back over here. Let's go back to the canvas. Similarly, you can add notification for candidates for ignoring or not being shortlisted, so that at least as courteous notice, you are telling them that their profile has not been shortlisted. Always the candidates wait for such a response, be it positive, be it negative. It is always a good option to at least notify them. Now let's zoom out everything. Let me just delete this sticky note. Let's click on tidy up. Let me drag our OpenAI model over here so that it becomes much more readable. Now let's save it. So this is the final workflow, which is AI HR assistant for recruitment. Right now I have 2 forms over here. Let me deactivate one of them, which is the accounts profile. Let me deactivate this. Let's save it. And now let's execute the workflow and attach some other profile. This time I'm going to say DJ email. We can still say GenAI Unplugged at gmail.com and then choose file. So first we selected Tobias Richer. This time let's select this one, which is 2-year experienced. Let's select this and let's submit. And you can see the workflow has started. It uploaded the profile. Now it is fetching the personal information, professional information. Now it merged the profile. Now it is summarizing the profile. And now it is going to fetch the job posting. From job posting, now it is evaluating and scoring. And finally, it has sent out an email. So this candidate was also shortlisted. But let's clear this execution and let's test another scenario where I'm going to have this form over here. Now this time, let's say John Smith, and we can specify the same email. And in the resume, this time I'm going to select, you can see, there are Azure Cloud Engineer, there is like IT support specialist, there is this account specialist as well. Let's select this IT support specialist role and let's click on submit and let's close this form. And you can see it has started running the workflow. It is evaluating or it is extracting personal and professional information. Then unified candidate profile has been created, summarizing the profile for the candidate. Now it got the job posting. Now it is evaluating and scoring. And this time you could see that it did not go through the shortlisted branch. It went through the ignored branch because the profile was not selected. And you can see the AI evaluation is Carlos Ramirez primarily has a background in IT support rather than full stack software development. He does not possess the skill. So that's it, my friend. You have automated the entire workflow. You see that it is working. It is evaluating candidate based on the profile that have been uploaded. It is going to reduce a lot of time in manual sorting of these resumes and manually shortlisting candidates for any type of HR recruiter. I hope you have enjoyed this last lesson of section 6 of this course, where we talked about everything starting from the basics of AI to these very much advanced AI nodes and how you can use them, utilize them in order to make your workflow smarter. But we are still not at the end of this AI automation course powered by n8n, because in section 7 I'm going to pick up another capstone project of this entire course, where we are going to build an end-to-end workflow for automating a faceless YouTube channel. So do not go anywhere and stay tuned to my channel and this course, and I'll see you in the next lesson of this course. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In this final capstone project of this course, we are going to bring everything together that we have learned in the last 6 sections of this course, and we are going to build a real world automation, a completely autopilot faceless YouTube channel that you can implement yourself for your own needs, for your own niche or domain without you writing a single line of code. You will see that we will start with just a topic in the Google Sheet, and in minutes we will generate a killer script, some stunning visuals that gets converted into videos. We will be creating AI voiceovers, and finally we will be merging everything together to create one unified video out of it that can be published directly on your Instagram or on YouTube channel. Or if you want to further expand your social media reach, you can also throw in the TikTok notes or LinkedIn notes in order to publish on those social media channels as well. This is not going to be theory. This is your first real AI content system that you are going to build without writing a single line of code. Now let's jump onto the screen and start building our workflow. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace, and this is the kind of workflow that we'll be creating step by step, node by node, configuration by configuration. So you need to stay tuned, but I would like to walk you over the entire steps that we will be following in order to create our faceless YouTube channel, all powered by AI, all done without writing a single line of code. So first couple of steps that you see over here, let me zoom in a bit. First step would be fetching some pending topics from a Google Sheet. So over here, you just need to add a new topic, call it the status as pending, and the workflow is going to fetch that topic. Then in the second step for that topic, we are going to create a full video scripts as well as some scene captions that can be overlaid on the video. Then in step 3, we are going to create some dynamic image prompts based on the context of the video. Then step 4 would be creating the images. Step 5 would be generating the videos from those images. And step 6 would be, we'll be creating the voiceover for our entire video. Then in the 7th step, we are going to combine the captions, video, voiceover, audio all together as a single output. In step 8, we are going to stitch together everything so that we generate or render a final reel or shorts video using something called Creator-made template, which is a platform that allows you to generate videos based on predefined templates dynamically. But I'm going to also reveal another way of doing it that is more dynamic in nature. But first we'll learn the basics using Creator-made template. Then in the final step, we are going to publish the generated video onto various social media platforms like Instagram. Then we are going to publish on YouTube. And finally, we are going to upload or archive the video that we have generated on our Google Drive storage. It could be any cloud storage where you can archive the generated video. Everything is going to happen without writing a single line of code. So let's jump in and build all these nodes step by step in this long lesson that you are going to follow, but a real value is going to come out of it. So I have created a new workflow and we are going to start from a blank canvas. First, let's rename it to automated faceless video creation. And as always, we'll start with adding triggers. So we'll add a manual trigger, and we are going to also add a Google Sheets note so that the process runs on an automated manner. As soon as you add a topic into our Google Sheet, the workflow picks it up. If the status is pending, it is going to create the entire video and update the status. So let me add that. And we want an operation as get rows in the sheet. In the credentials, I'm going to select my GenAI Unplugged account. Resource is same. Operation is get rows. Document, we are going to select it. And this will be AI content generation. I already have that sheet open. So let's go over and see what we have in this sheet. So we have video number, we have topic. So here you can add your topics, whatever you want. You can define the tone. You can define the niche, you can define the persona. So there is an option of specifying a platform to where you want to contextualize this video. Either it's TikTok video or Instagram or a YouTube shorts. And the language is also there. The CTS style, whether you want to ask a question at the end, there is a subscribe prompt, or you want to ask users to drop a comment or even start a debate or try it and share it out. So whatever the CTS style that you want for the topic, the final script and the output will be based on that. Then we have some social media platforms like YouTube status, whether it's pending, published or rejected. And then we have the final status of the topic as done, pending or maybe work in progress. If the status is done, we are going to have a video URL where the archive video will be present. And you can see that I have already one video created over here using this automated approach of creating the videos. So now you understand what the content of our Google Sheet are. So the sheet was Faceless YT Shorts. Let me go back and check. Yes, that was the sheet. There are a couple of more sheets over here, but these are from the previous lesson where we automated the journey of a content creator publishing blogs and social media posts. If you have not watched that video, go back and check out that video as well, because a lot of things about publishing to social media has been covered over there. Now let's come back to our workflow, and now we are going to add some filter. So we are going to select the column of status, and in the value we'll mention pending, because only pending topics is what we want it to fetch. Then I'm going to click on this add options, and I'm going to select this return only first matching row. And when I'm going to turn on this is going to only return one row that matches the parameter, which is more like status equals to pending. That way it is going to fetch only one row, and the entire workflow is going to generate one video at a time. Finally, let's rename this to fetch new topics, video topics. Let's execute this node. And you can see that the first pending topic has been returned, which is 3 hidden features in ChatGPT you didn't know about. So we'll be creating a video based on this topic in this entire workflow. So I'm going to pin this topic so that we are going to follow the same topic throughout. Now let's go back and see how the workflow looks like. So we have now automated the first step of fetching new video topics for the workflow to create videos. The second step would be to create or generate some video script and captions that will be overlaid on your video using OpenAI platform. So for that, I'm going to add the basic LLM node. But before doing that, because we are going to test this workflow again and again, let me add a Google Sheet node and attach it to our manual trigger so that we can keep on testing as we are building this workflow. And finally, we are going to delete the manual trigger and only use this fetch new topics trigger that we have created for Google Sheets. So let me quickly just add it. So the configuration of this would be same as the trigger that we have. It is going to execute when we manually trigger it. And you can see that it has returned the same data. So I'm going to just park it at the top over here. Let's save our progress. So this is what we are going to follow. Let me go and pin this data. Now we have to add a basic LLM chain. So I'm going to click on this AI and we are going to select the basic LLM chain. And why I'm doing so that we can create a structured output node and we can even change the LLMs. Right now I'm going to use the OpenAI platform, but you are free to change any kind of model, any kind of LLM that you would like using this basic LLM chain node. First, let's rename this to generate video script and captions. Let's rename this. Now in the source of prompt, I'm going to say define below. So this you can see the user prompt over here. I'm going to click on the expression. I'm going to expand this. I have already created a prompt that I'm going to paste it in the description of the video as well. You can download it from there, but I'm going to paste over here and you would see that it's a pretty long prompt which has details about you are creating a YouTube short script based on structured input fields. And this is where we are going to input the fields that we have fetched in the first step. So topic is going to filled over here. You can see the target persona is filled, tone is filled, niche and domain is filled, CTA style is filled. So please write a highly engaging YouTube short scripts in first person voice that follows the best practices of viral short form content. So this is the script that we are going to use. Here we are also mentioning what kind of output structure we want. So this is the structure that we want. We want a hook. We want caption 1, caption 2, caption 3, 4, 5, and then we want a CTA, and then we also require the full script of the video. So this is where I have given an example as well, that hook could be this, and then generate 5 captions, then there should be a CTA, and then finally there would be a full script of the video that would be returned at the bottom. Since we always want this kind of a structure, even though we have given the example output, it is still not certain that LLM is going to structure the response in this way. That's why I'm going to close this and I'm going to turn on this require specific output format option, so that now we can connect an output parser on the canvas to specify the output format that we need. So for that, I'm going to go back and you would see that this is where we can attach our subnode called output parser. I'm going to click on that and I'm going to have a structured output parser. So here you can see it says generate from a JSON example. We already have an example. I'm going to paste that. Let me expand it so you can see, and here is the example. The hook is there, caption 1, caption 2, caption 3. So we want our LLM to follow this structured output when returning the response. Now let's go back. So if you hover over this icon of basic LLM chain node, you can switch back without going back to canvas and coming over here. So if I click on it, the configuration of the basic LLM node has been opened, and I can go to the output parser by clicking this, and I can come back over here. So this eliminates the step of going back to the canvas and clicking on a subnode or the parent cluster node. So now we have the user prompt configured. We have the structured output configured. What we are missing is a system prompt where we want our LLM to assume certain role, assume certain expertise so that the responses are more and more accurate. So let's go ahead and add a system prompt. So you can see as soon as I click on that add prompt, another option has been created where we can put the message for the system prompt. So I'm going to click on expression. I'm going to expand this. I already have a system prompt created. I'm going to paste it. Again, it's a pretty long prompt that we have specified, but first thing that we are asking it to assume a role of a professional YouTube short script writer with over 15 years of experience and specialized in crafting highly engaging short form video scripts across multiple tones, niches, and audience personas. And then there are some more details around it and quote rates of high converting YouTube short script. So I'm going to paste this prompt so that you can use it for yourself as well. Now the last thing that is pending is adding a model. So if I click on this plus icon, I can add a sub node of model, and I want to use the OpenAI. So I'm going to search OpenAI chat model. So I'm going to click on that, and GPT-4o mini is our favorite. That is what we are going to use. Now let's go back. So this is how it looks like. I'm going to just drag this down a bit so that this same model can be used in further basic LLM chain nodes that we are going to use throughout the workflow. And what I'm going to do is also attach it over here. Since we have pinned the output of this node, this is not going to impact anything because we have already pinned the output data for this particular node, although it will help us make our workflow readable. So that's why I attached it over here. And as soon as we are done testing, we can just delete this node and the rest of the workflow can remain same. Now let's open this node and see if our second step has been correctly configured and automated. Let me execute this step. It is going to take some time. And you can see the output has been generated. So there is a hook that has been written. Then there are some 5 captions. ChatGPT has features you won't believe. Then there are caption 2, 3, 4, 5. The CTA is want to unlock them, subscribe now. So that's what the intent of the CTA was, subscription. That's how it has returned the CTA. And this is the full script that it has generated. So we asked it to generate about 35-second long script. This is what it has come up with. So you already have some captions, you have the video script. Now based on this video script, now we are going to generate some images. But before that, we have to basically create the images prompt which are based on what is being spoken in this particular script. So we don't want some random b-rolls, random images to be created. Rather, we want some context specific videos or b-rolls that gets created, and hence we are going to dynamically generate some image prompts for our image creation models that we are going to use. Now the next immediate step is to create image prompts out of the output that we have received for these captions as well as video scripts. But what kind of image prompts we will generate? Let's open this up, and you would see that there is this hook, caption 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a CTA, and then there is a full script. So we are going to generate the image prompts based on the context of this hook as well as these captions and the CTA, so that the video looks natural and relate to what is being spoken as a full script. And these captions will let us split the video into various b-rolls. Hence we are going to create the image prompt based on this hook, all the captions and the CTA, and we are going to pass this full script to 11 Labs API so that we can create the voiceover. So these are our immediate next steps. So that means there will be 2 branches out of it, one branch serving the first 7 fields and the second branch serving this full script. So let's go ahead and do that. But since we have just one item as output, let me first use the split out node so that we can have multiple outputs created that can be input to generate the image prompts. So in the fields to split, we are going to say output, and we can say split out captions. Now let's rename this, execute step. And you can see that now we have 8 items. So in the first branch, we are going to work on this. And in the second branch, we are going to work on this. Now let's split out these branches. So let me add an if node over here. Let's first rename this if caption or hook. And let's use this output over here. And let's use the length. So we are going to check the length of the text that we have. So you can see that all these captions, hook and CTA, they are very short sentences, but the output of the full script is quite long. So we are going to check the length, and length is a number. So we are going to say greater than, and maybe like we can say over here 100. So this is going to ensure that all these fields belong to one branch and this field will belong to the second branch. So you can see that true branch has the output of the full script and false branch has all the captions and the CTA and the hook. But let me fix this, because in the true branch, we want if caption or hook. So I'm going to just say instead of greater than, it should be less than. Now let's execute. Now in the false branch, the full script is coming. Let's go back over here. Now for all these 7 items, we are going to generate the image prompt. So let's click on it. Let's search for basic LLM chain. Let's rename this first. And here we are going to change it to define below. This is where we are going to enter the user prompt. So I'm going to click on expression. I'm going to expand it so that you can view what prompt do I have. So I already have a prompt over here. I'm going to paste this. So in this prompt, we are instructing the LLM to create an image prompt for the following YouTube Shorts visual scene. Here we are giving the dynamic input. So I'm going to expand this fetch videos topic manually node, and I'm going to start dragging these fields. So topic is here. Then we have persona. Then we have niche as well. Next, we have scene text, which is available as an input from the previous node. So now you can see based on this particular scene, an image prompt will be generated. So that means there will be 7 image prompts that will get generated, because 7 inputs are coming as captions to this particular prompt. And for each of caption or hook or CTA, we want to generate a visual. Then we have some instructions over here where we are saying, please return the output in this format, prompt : first person POV GoPro shot, what's in front of the viewer. In the background, describe the setting, motion, mood, environment, lighting. So we want our scene that gets generated to be as real as possible, as relatable as possible from the real world. Hence, this kind of a prompt is there. Then we are also instructing only generate one prompt for this caption, make it cinematic, dynamic, and realistic, ready to be used in Cubico Flux Dev 1. This is the AI model that we are going to use. You may be using Leonardo.ai, so you can use that so that the image prompt that gets outputted is optimized for that particular AI model. So in this workflow, we are going to use this Cubico Flux 1 Dev. There is a pro version as well, but it costs more. It is testing purpose. That's why I have dev mode. You can also turn on the pro mode as well, but not much will change because the model stays the Cubico Flux 1. And at the bottom, we have this input example as well as the output that we expect. So that's how we have instructed in the user prompt, the LLM, but there is a system prompt as well that I'm going to configure now. So let's close this. Let's add the system prompt over here. So again, let's click on the expression and let's expand this. Let me paste the prompt that I have. So here we are instructing our AI to assume a role, assume an expertise. Here we are providing some dynamic inputs in the form of persona and niche. So I'm going to open this node again and I'm going to drag the persona over here as well as the niche. And don't worry, I'm going to attach all these prompts that we are going to use in the entire workflow in the description of the video so that you can copy paste these prompts. I'm going to also provide the link to the JSON file of the entire workflow that we are creating. So just keep on following, keep on understanding what I'm doing there. These prompts that I have generated, these are also generated based on the LLM. I chatted with it, I generated these prompts, so you can do that as well. Give it the instructions and it is going to output the prompts for you. Then in the output, I just make some tweaks based on my requirements, my understanding, my experience, and that's where I get the structured final output of these prompts. So all these prompts are also generated using ChatGPT only, but fine tuning is very important because you want the output based on your needs. Hence, don't forget that step. So now our system prompt is also ready. We want a structured output. So basically, I'm going to turn this on. And then we are going to go back and attach an output parser. Again, we are going to select a structured output parser, and over here I'm going to paste this. So this is the example output that we want our LLM to follow. Now let's get back to the canvas, and in the model, let's attach the model that we have already have. Now this is ready to be executed. Let me click on play. So it's making another call. Let me go and fix that too. So you can see that it is generating more and more outputs. So it was called 7 times, one for each item, and 7 outputs have been generated in terms of image prompts. So you can see that the first image prompt looks like first person POV GoPro shot of hands typing intently on a laptop, code operating on the screen on lines of Python, scroll by the fingers, occasionally pause to highlight snippets, showcasing hidden features in ChatGPT. So you can see that it is explaining the mood, the scene, the environment, the first person POV point of view, and this is going to be inputted into our AI model for image generation. Hence, that is why we needed a detailed image prompt over here optimized for our AI model. So these are all the prompts that we have generated. Now we are going to go further and generate images from it. So let's go back. Before going further, I would like to attach or pin these outputs so that we don't keep on calling these LLMs again and again. So let's open this and let's pin this too. So now we have pinned the data over here and we have pinned the data over here for image prompts so that we are not making unnecessary calls again and again and the output is predictable. Now we will start burning some real money because these AI models for image creation or the AI models for video creation cost much more money than the LLMs, which are text-based responses that we have been using so far. So we need to be careful that we are not calling them unnecessarily again and again. Let me save our progress over here. So this false branch, basically we are going to attach to the 11 Labs API so that we can generate the voiceover over there. But before doing that, we are going to first create the images, then the video, and then we are going to come and create the voiceover. So let's keep on working on our top branch. Let me expand this to make it much more readable. Let me have it over here. This branch can go down. So now in order to make the call to our AI for generating images, let me first go back to the platform that I'll be using. So this is called Pi API. So if I click on it, you would see that you can leverage the APIs available in this platform to make calls to something like Midjourney, Trellis 3D, Luma Dream Machine, Kling for video generation, Flux for image generation. So we are interested in Flux for image generation and Kling for video generation. So it is a central platform that is able to provide you from a central place or central API to call all these models that exist for creative purposes. So in order to make an API call, you would need an HTTP node. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to search for HTTP node. So HTTP request node is there. Let's rename it to generate images or generate AI images. And in the request, I'm going to paste the URL. So you can see that I'm going to call the api.piapi.ai API version 1 task. So everything you do with Pi API is going to be a task that you are going to submit to the platform. And if I go back again and if I go to my workspace, you would see that, let me just close this. So you would see that ongoing tasks are over here and it is also showing which kind of API tasks are being executed by this Pi API platform, and all these models are also available over here. If I expand this, we are going to use the Flux.1, not the Midjourney one. If I click on it, you can click on this playground and you can play around with this API over here in order to generate the images. You can click on this overview. It is going to provide you the details of what is available, what is not, how the pricing works, what are the API details. You can also see output images are stored on Pi API server for 3 days, after which it will get deleted. So you need to download them and archive them. Similarly, the video case as well, that we have to download the video and archive it for our own need. So you can use the default setting out there. Once you read the documentation of these AI models, you can go and fine tune them. But I am going to use the default settings of this open source Flux model. So let's come back over here and let's make a request. So in order to make a request, you need the API key that needs to be generated over here, and you need to load some sort of money. It is not going to be free. You can use the free trial. If it is available for you, you can use the free trial, but I have loaded some money over here, just $5, and I can generate quite a few images and few videos out of this $5. So it is going to cost real money. That's why it is important that you pin the data, and while testing out, do not run these again and again. And you can see I'm using the dev model. You have the Snell model as well as the advanced model to generate more realistic images. So once your application is in production, you should turn on to these available models to generate more realistic real world results. In order to generate the API keys and use the Pi API platform, you can click on this icon So this is going to open up the billing dashboard. You can click on this my account, or you can click on this API key and create a new key over here. Once you create the new key by specifying the name, that is what you have to copy and use it in your n8n platform. In order to do that, let's come back over here, and in the authentication, I'm going to select this generate credential type. Here in the generate credential type, I'm going to use the header auth. So I'm going to click on it. So in the header auth, I'm not going to use the 11 labs auth. Rather, I'm going to create new credential. Let's rename this to Pi API auth. So this is the authorization that I'm creating in my cloud workspace of n8n, so that it can be used further as well. So here I can name. So the name that we have to give, let's go back to the model. So you can see that in the playground, it is expecting the header name as x-api-key. So I'm going to copy this and let's come back. Let's paste the name over here. In the value, we need the key. So key is also available over here. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to come over here and paste it. So I pasted the key. So now our authentication is ready for this Pi API platform. So I'm going to click on save. So our URL is ready. Authentication is ready. Now it's time to provide the inputs to this particular request. So the API expects the input in the form of a body. So I'm going to turn this on and I'm going to define the JSON. So in the specific body, you can click on this and you can use using JSON. Now I'm going to click on the expression and I'm going to expand this so that you can view it clearly. I'm going to paste the body over here. So you can see that the body is model Cubico Flux 1 dev. This is where you are going to come and change the setting when you are using some other model which is available on Pi API platform. Either you can change this dev version to Schnell or advanced version of Flux 1, or you can also shift it to Mid Journey, which is also available in the Pi API. So that's the advantage of using the Pi API platform, that you can use only single platform to make API calls to different types of models, the ones that are working for you. Then we have the task type. Like I said, everything is going to be a task that is going to submit it to the platform. The task would get executed. We are going to fetch the details of the task, and then we are going to fetch the assets, which could be image, music, or video. Then we have the input. So here we are giving the prompt, and we already have an image prompt coming over here. You can see that this $json.output.image prompt, but you can see that I have surrounded this image prompt with some sort of expression or JavaScript code, and what this code is doing is nothing but it is cleaning up anything that is irrelevant or inapplicable in this particular image prompt. There could be some sort of special characters which are there. There can be some sort of inverted commas, codes, backticks, which can corrupt the JSON data which we are sending to our model. Hence, it is important to clean up all those special characters before sending the request to the Pi API platform, so that it does not break or does not error out. That's what all I have done. You can use this expression as is so that it gets cleared, and you can see that the valid output, nothing much has changed. So it is going to only fix the input when it is absolutely needed, when there are some special characters in it. Next two fields is width, which is like 768, and the height is 1024. So this height and width are based on the canvas size of these shorts or reels, because we want to create a vertical video. We want to create the vertical images that gets converted into vertical video. So this is ready now. Let's go back, and one thing that I forgot is the method. So this is not a fetch that we are doing, this is the post that we are doing. So basically we are going to change this to post over here. And then one more thing, we can come over here, add an option, and we are going to say redirects, and allowed max redirects is 21. Let's turn this on as well. Let's now execute this step. So you can see that node has been executed and 7 items have been returned. So that means 7 tasks should have been submitted to our Pi API platform. Let's go to our Pi API platform and let's come to the analytics. Let's go to the overview and let's come to the task history over here. And you can see that all these 7 tasks have been submitted, and these are submitted right now. And you can see the usage is 0.015 cents. So this is what it would take to generate all these 7 images, and you can see the status is processing right now. Hence, what we have to do is we have to add some sort of a wait as a next step in our workflow. So we are going to add a wait over here. Let's say 3 minutes. Wait for images to generate. So this is where we are going to wait. I'm going to execute this. This is going to wait for 3 minutes so that our images are always generated before we are moving to the next step. Okay, let's head over to our workspace task. You can see over here all these tasks are in processing mode. Let me refresh it again. They are still stuck in processing mode. This is going to sometimes happen. So what you can do is you can click on it and you can see the status is completed. So basically all these task status are completed, but the UI is showing it is still in processing. We can ignore that. Generally these images gets processed or generated in couple of minutes or maximum 3 to 5 minutes. So you can put the wait over here. So we can rename this to wait for 3 minutes for images to get generated. Wait for. This has waited enough. Now we are going to call these tasks and fetch the images. So remember that we have submitted task. So we need to fetch the task now one by one, because if I open up this particular node, you can see that the task ID is over here. So using this task ID, we are going to make an HTTP request in order to fetch the current status or current update of this task. As soon as the task status is completed, which you can see over here, you will get the configuration in the output. So as you are seeing, there is an input node, there will be an output node that would be there once the status is changed to completed. So let's go ahead and fetch all of these tasks one by one. There are 7 tasks that we submitted. Let's go back. Let me add an HTTP request node again. We'll rename it to fetch images from task. This time we are going to make use of the HTTP get method because we have to fetch the details of the task. In the URL, I'm going to just copy paste. So this time we are calling the same URL or endpoint. However, we are also attaching the task ID that was coming. So this is the task ID that is coming. It is under data. So we have written $json.data.task ID. So task ID is accompanied over here. In the authentication type, we have already created it. So we'll select this generic credential type. We are going to select this header auth. And we already created this PyAPI auth in the previous node. So that's pretty much it. We don't need to send anything else. I'm going to execute this. It is going to execute 7 times again because 7 inputs are there. So 7 outputs will be there. And as I told you that there is this output field that is coming and the image URL is over here. Let me copy this image URL and let me show you. If I open this up, I think, oops, I have a inverted comma. Let me click on this. So you can see that it looks very much real. There is nothing moving on over here because this is an image. Now we are going to transform these images into the real world videos. So let's go back now and let's return back to the canvas. However, what I'm going to also do over here is check for any kind of errors. So for that, I'm going to use the if node. So let's say, and let's have the status. And in case the status is equals to failed, and I'm going to rename this, check for error in images. And I'm going to execute this. So it is not failed. That means it is passed. So if it is failed, I'm going to basically attach a stop error node. I don't want to continue. I don't want to invest further. I want to stop the workflow over here because something wrong has happened in terms of generating the images. So I don't want to burn rest of my credits for generating videos on faulty images. So I don't want that. Let's specify the error message. An error occurred while generating an image. So let's go back. So this we have done. So the false branch has all the positives, which is basically the image has been successfully generated. Now we have to convert these images into videos. So for that, we are going to go back again over here in the PyAPI. This time I have the documentation opened up over here and you can read about what is PyAPI over here. All these endpoints that exposes, and you are already familiar with this Flux AI model that we use to create the images from text. Now we are going to use something called Kling AI model that is going to generate the videos from the images that we have created. It is going to impart the motion in the scenes or the images that is created by Flux One. So I'm going to go back and attach another node over here called HTTP request node. Let's first rename this to generate videos from images. This time we are going to use post method because we have to post the data or post the task. So the URL endpoint will be same because we are going to submit the task, and what task we are going to submit, that we are going to mention in the body. In the authentication, everything will remain same. Auth type is header auth. We have already created the PyAPI authorization. So I'm going to select that. Then we are going to send the body, and in specify body, I'm going to use JSON. And over here, let me click on this expression. Let me open this up and let me paste the body that we have. So you can see that model we are going to use Kling. Task type is video generation instead of image generation now. So we had already created the prompt. That is what we are going to mention. Negative prompt, blurry motion, distorted faces. So this is more like telling the model or AI that don't include all these things. So this is very helpful for not creating the content that you don't expect it. So make sure you have some sort of negative prompt over here. Then rest of the configuration is same. In the mode I'm using standard. You can use the Kling Pro version of it. It costs double. This is going to cost me about 23 cents in order to generate one video out of this particular image URL. If you want to use the Pro model, it costs double. So 46 cents would be there. Over here we are mentioning the URL using which the video needs to be generated or in which the video motion should be generated. And we already have those images already generated. Here we can also mention some sort of camera control settings that you would like to use. You can get some creativity into it. If you understand these, read the documentation, play with in the playground and see how the results are coming. Of course, it is going to cost some money to you. Hence, always use the standard version of it so that when you are satisfied with the testing, you can move on to the Pro version. So let's close it. And similar to the other node, I'm going to use the redirects over here. Now let's go ahead and execute this step. Again, for each of the input, 7 output has been generated, and that means that 7 tasks have been submitted in order to generate the videos from the images. So now what we have to do, since the status of each of these tasks is pending, we have to again wait. So I'll go back to the canvas. And over here, we are going to introduce the wait node. And this time we are going to wait for more time. This time we are going to wait for at least 10 minutes because 7 video tasks have been submitted. It might take time, probably a minute for each video task to be successfully executed. So we are going to put 10 minutes of wait over here. And let's rename this to wait 10 minutes for video generation. Let's rename this. So before executing, let me open this, pin the data over here. Let's go back and pin the data over here as well so that accidentally these images are not getting regenerated again and again. Again, for the videos as well, we are going to pin the data. Let's come back. Now let me execute this task. I'm going to skip all this waiting period and jump straight away when the task is completed. All right, our wait is over. So let's head back to our workspace in PyAPI. So you can see this was Flux. Let me refresh it to Kling. Alright, so you can see that all of them has successfully executed and you can see the usage is 26 cents. It was not 23, 26 cents. So Pro version is almost double, maybe like 52 cents is going to cost you for each video generation. So you can see that video generation is not going to be that cheap, but later in the video, I'm going to also tell you a couple of models that were recently launched that you can use in order to reduce these costs almost to half. So now let's head back and let's just copy paste these two nodes as is. Let me copy this, let me paste them. So this time instead of fetching images from the task, we are going to fetch the videos, but nothing is going to change. I'm going to input this over here. So let me like just align them all together so that it looks pretty. So now let me open this. Let me rename this first, fetch videos. And again, we submitted the task. Everything that you submit is a task. Remember that always. Then you have to fetch that task and the output node is going to help you fetch the desired output that you expect. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to unpin this and then this remains same. This is a get. Header authorization would remain same and I'm going to execute this step now. So this has fetched all the video tasks that we had submitted and you can see the task type was video generation, status is completed. Now we are going to again check for errors. So over here, we can rename it to if video has errors and status is what we are checking. So we'll just rename this. So I'll just copy this, rename this, execute step. So false, none of the task has any kind of errors. So over here, we can rename this to if images have errors. And if there is error, we want to stop an error and we'll rename this an error occurred while generating an image or video in PyAPI. So this way I'm using the same node, but you can attach different nodes to send the different error messages over here. Now let's open this and pin the data so that we have the data of videos that have been generated and it has costed us. So we want to always save them. Second thing that I'm going to do, since I'm still developing this particular workflow, I'm going to deactivate these nodes because I no longer need them. My tasks have been completed, data has been pinned. We are going to entirely use all these videos, all these images so that we see the output of at least one final video that has been generated and then we are going to reactivate them while submitting the other requests through our Google Sheet. So that's why I'm going to deactivate wait node, so that we don't need to wait if accidentally we have to restart from some of the steps previously. Now let's save our progress. So far we have generated images, we have generated videos. Now it is time to generate the voiceover using the full script that was generated, and the full script was generated over here. So this is the branch where images and videos have been created, and this was the branch where the full script was there, and this is where we are going to add another HTTP node, and we'll use the HTTP request node in order to make a call to a platform called 11 Labs. 11 Labs is the most mature model or most mature platform out there in order to generate AI powered voiceovers for your audios, podcasts or videos. That is what we are going to use. So I'm going to attach an HTTP request node again. So again, let's rename it to generate voiceovers. In the method, we are going to say post. In the URL, I'm going to paste the URL. Let me expand it to show it to you what it is. So you can see that api.11labs.io v1 text to speech is the API endpoint, and this is the voice ID that you want to use. I already have in my account a voice ID selected. So you need to first go over to 11 Labs platform. Let me open this. So right now it is going to open the subscription. You need to subscribe it. I'm on the starter plan, so you can be on the starter plan as well. It gives you a monthly credit of 30,000 credits. That is more than sufficient to generate a lot of audio content for your video, especially for shorts. That will be more than enough. Now if I go to the home page, you would see that all these voices are there that you can use. So if I click on some of the voice, and if you have selected this particular voice, you can click to hear it.
Well, let's see. I think I'm best for ads, explainer videos.
So if I like it, I can click on these three dots. I can click this copy voice ID, and that is what we are going to paste it over here, because that's the voice ID that we want to use. This is a different voice ID that is configured for a voice that I would like to use. So I'm going to continue to use that. In the authentication, again, you would need API key in order to call the 11 Labs API. So for that as well, it's like header auth. So I'm going to click on header auth. And instead of that, I'm going to use the 11 Labs auth. So in order to generate the API key, you can come to your account, and over here, there is a section of API keys. You can go over here, click on this create new key. You can name that key, and basically you can specify some of the limitations as well. And then basically you can copy it and create your own credentials for 11 Labs. The name you have to put is xi-api-key. That will be the name, and the value will be the key that you will generate. So that's how you will configure the 11 Labs API credential. So I had already configured it. Now we have to send the body. So I'm going to click on this send body. And I'm going to use this time fields. In the earlier HTTP node, we use the JSON, but this time I'm going to use the fields so that we can configure the body parameters one by one. So the first parameter is the text that we want, and that's basically the output that we are getting. So this is the entire script that we want for voiceover to be generated. The next parameter will be the model that we are going to use, and the value will be 11_multilingual_v2. In the third parameter, you can specify the output format that you want. So that will be like output_format, and here you can specify the value that you would like for the output, and that will be mp3_44100_128 bits. And that's it. That is how you are going to generate the voiceover. If I click on execute step, so this time it is going to actually execute this step. It is going to execute the API, and now it is generating the file. So you can see that the file has been generated for us. This has returned a binary data, and you can see instead of JSON, now we have the binary output over here. So this is the voiceover that we have. First thing is that we have to save this voiceover to our Google Drive. So we are going to upload this voiceover so that it is always available over here. It can be deleted from the 11 Labs API after some period of time. So we have to save this. In order to save or archive this, I'm going to use the Google Drive and upload it over there. And then we are going to access it later when we stitch everything together. So let's go back and add a Google Sheet node. So let me align it over here, and let's click on this to add a Google Drive node. And we want to upload a file. So I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to use the same credential, resources file, operation upload, input data field name is data. So that's the data over here. In the file name, we are going to go back some of the nodes. So let's go back to the fetch new video topics or fetch video topics manually. Let's go over here. Let's open this and let's drag the topic over here. So the topic name could be our file name, and we can always append -vo, which is voiceover.mp3, which is the extension for the audio file. And then in the parent drive, I'm going to select parent. In the root folder, I'm going to select a GL voiceover. So let's use that GL voiceover, and then we are going to execute the step. Alright, so the node has been executed. Now what we have to do is set the permissions on this file so that it is publicly available for our workflow to be later used. Right now it is only accessible to my account. I want this file to be publicly available for the n8n as well, to access it, download it, and merge it with the videos that we have created later in the workflow. So for that we have to set the permissions on this file. In order to do that, let's go back to the canvas. Let's add another Google Drive node over here. And in the file action, we are going to say share file. So we'll select the file, and that will be from the ID basically. So we are going to select it from the ID. I'm going to paste this ID over here. So json.id. So this is the file that we want permission to be. And what kind of permission we want? Add permission. In the role, I'm going to mention writer. In the type, I'm going to mention anyone. And we should also enable this allow file discovery. Now let's execute this step. So now our permissions are set. Let me call this set correct file permissions. Let's go back and let's rename this as well. Upload audio voiceover. Now let's come back. Now we have archived the voiceover file that we had created. So basically for rest of the workflow, we no longer need this generate voiceover node. So temporarily, I'm going to just go ahead and deactivate this. So again, the voiceover does not get generated. Again, you are not burning any kind of money. Let's open this. Let's pin this data. Let's save our progress. So for rest of the workflow, let's extract the URL for the voiceover. So for that, I'm going to use edit field set node. I'm going to call it like extract voiceover URL. I'm going to click this and I'm going to add a field. Let's name it to voiceover underscore URL. And we are going to go back one node, and over here, there'll be a web link over here. So web content link, that is what we are interested in. So this is the link. We have already specified that anyone is a writer. So setting the permission was a crucial step so that our workflow can access this file later on. I'm going to execute this. So now we have a voiceover URL as well. So if we look at like all these three branches over here, so the first branch is generating images. So we have generated videos out of it. So we have all the URLs for the video as well. And we have the URL of our audio as well. And we also have the text or captions that needs to be laid over all these videos and the audio while generating the final video. Now it is time to start stitching everything together and render one holistic or unified video that can be uploaded on Instagram as a reel, or TikTok as a TikTok video, or YouTube as a YouTube short. So let's go ahead and first collate and relate everything that we have over here. We want to relate the videos, those 7 videos that have been created, with each caption. So we had the captions. Every caption was used to generate an image, then a video. So all those captions are going to go over the each video. So we have to make a relationship between video and the caption, and the voiceover will continue to be the entire voiceover down there. So we are going to merge everything together so that we have one end product or one output to work upon. Rest everything is noise so far for us, so we are going to avoid that. So let's make use of our magic nodes, which are like merge node and edit field set node, in order to optimize all the data that we have received so far. So let's go ahead and execute this node. This is going to have all the video URLs over here. So we are going to extract all the video URLs from it. And what we are going to do is, so let's add an edit field set node and let's rename it to extract video URLs. Let's rename this and let's say video underscore URL, and let's collapse this. Let's collapse the input as well. In the output field, we have the video URL. So I'm going to drag this over here. So I'm going to execute this. This should return us 7 items, 7 URLs should be there. So in the JSON, you would see 7 video URLs have been returned. So now we are going to associate these URLs to the text or captions that we had generated. So the captions were coming over here, like in the if node, the 7 captions routed the upper branch where the video and images were generated. So I'm going to use a merge node over here. So let's keep it over here, and then let's add a merge node now. And in the merge node, one of the input would be this. So one of the input would be video URL. The second input is the caption that is associated. So I'm going to drag this and attach it over here. So we have the caption and the video URLs associated. And if I open this up, now let's configure, instead of append, we want to combine. And this time we want to combine on position, so that the first video gets associated to the first caption, second video gets associated to the second caption, and so on. So if I execute this, it's going to combine. So this is the first video URL. Did you know ChatGPT can code? Second URL is associated to the second caption, third, and so on. So now we have started putting everything together. I'm going to pin this data. Let's come back to the canvas. So now videos and captions are linked. Let's link the voiceover as well. So another merge node can be introduced over here. So let me add the merge node. And one of the inputs would be the output from this particular node, and the second input would be the voiceover URL. And this time we are going to just say append. So if I execute this, you would have the data as all the video URLs and their outputs are associated, but we wanted the voiceover URL or voiceover as a complete voiceover for the entire video. That's why I have it over here. Before going back, let's rename this to merge audio video captions. Let me zoom in. Let's rename to merge video with captions. I renamed this as well in order to follow the consistency of naming. So merge video with caption, merge audio with video and captions. So this is the final output that we have. Now we are going to use all these URLs in order to stitch everything together and generate one single video. Let's pin this data. Let's go back. Let's save our progress that we have made so far. But before we start stitching together, you can see that there are 8 items that are outputted. So we have to aggregate together to form one single object. We just need one single object. Otherwise, what is going to happen? The platform that we are going to generate the final video is going to get executed, like that node is going to get executed 8 times. We don't want that. We want only one time for that node to be executed. That's why we have to first aggregate them together into a single aggregate node, producing a single output. So let's go ahead and add the aggregate node. Let's rename it to generate one single output, unified single output of URLs. And here we'll say all item data into a single list, and field we can say final underscore video underscore data. And let's execute this tab. So now we have just one single item. So now we are ready to stitch everything together using another platform called Creatomate. Let's save our progress. Let me zoom out a bit. Let's select all of these. Let's drag it a little bit over here to make it tidy. And over here you can see that after generating all the videos, images, captions, and the voiceover, we have to use 2 set field nodes, 2 merge nodes, and 1 aggregate node. So these 5 nodes can easily be converted into one code node. But I promised you earlier that we are going to build the entire AI automation workflow without writing a single line of code. That's why I did not use the code node. Otherwise, if you know a little bit coding, or you can take help of ChatGPT or other LLMs in order to write the code, you can extract a single unified output out of all these data using a single node or couple of code nodes. But that defeats the purpose of no code. Hence, I used all these 5 nodes in order to produce the output. Now let's go ahead to something called Creatomate platform. So this Creatomate platform, you can see at the top, I have this creatomate.com. I'm providing the link in the description of this video of all the platforms like PyAPI, 11 Labs, Creatomate in the description of this video, so that you can refer these easily from that link, as well as the final JSON file of this entire workflow that we are going to output. All those will have the references. So if you forget, you can always go back there and click on those links. So this Creatomate platform lets you define some sort of video template. So basically I have already defined a video template called AI generated story. So if I click on it, you can see that the way I want my video to be outputted is, I wanted a text hook at the start. I wanted some captions, so that we have generated 5 captions, and I want a final CTA over here. So if I click on it, you can see the position of this caption is going to come over here. This caption can come. So you can completely modify as per your needs, whatever you want. Over here at the end, I have the videos as well. You can see that there are different tracks. Track 3 has all my text, track 2 has all my video, and track 1 has my entire audio. So at the bottom, you can see the audio is over there as well. So this is more like creating some sort of a template that would get replaced with the final video, final text, and final voice over audio. That is what we are going to use, and this Creatomate platform allows us to call the API of it using this template ID and replacing all these placeholder text, video, and audio with our finally generated dynamic videos, dynamic captions, and dynamic voiceover. And how do you use that? You use this source code editor over here. You can also use this template in order to dynamically generate these templates and post it in the Creatomate platform, but I've already created it. So we are going to use this template in order to post the request so that the final video gets generated based on this template. And how do you use it? You click on this use template button, and then over here it is showing API integration. If I click on it, you would see there is a curl request over here. I can always copy this curl request. You can see a template ID is also mentioned over here, and rest of the details are also mentioned over here. Now I'm going to come back and I'm going to click on this and introduce an HTTP request node, and basically I'm going to say import curl and paste my data over here. I'm going to import it, and there you go. It has configured the API call to the Creatomate platform, but we have to basically modify it. How we have to modify it? I'm going to basically expand this. So first let's click on this expression. Let's expand it, and here we have to specify what is my audio source, video hook source, video 1 source 2, and so on, and that we are going to replace with the final video data set that we have over here. That is the reason why we had to collate all these URLs over here. So first thing is the audio source, so let's go back at the bottom. So first thing is the audio source, so let's go at the bottom, and we can see that the voice over URL is over here. So I'm going to paste this. So this is the way we are dynamically setting it. Similarly, for the video hook source, I'm going to drag this URL, which is the first video URL. For the second one, for the second video, we are going to drag this. For the third one, we are going to drag this. Similarly, for the fourth one, we are going to drag this. Let's continue to change these indexes. From 3, it will be like 4, this will be 5, and this will be 6. In the text, similar way, but we have to first delete them. Let's drag the hook. So this is the first hook. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to replace it over here. So that's the final request output looks like. Let's close it. Let's rename it to generate unified video, and let me execute this step. It seems there was some sort of an error over here. I had double inverted commas. So let me try and execute this again. So alright, so now the node has been successfully executed, and why we set the permission for the voiceover, you can see over here that this is the audio source we are providing. And now what is going to happen is that this Creatomate platform is going to try and access our audio file. If we have not set the right permissions for our voiceover, the Creatomate platform is going to generate an error that it was unable to access this audio file. That's why we had to provide the right permissions for anyone, make it publicly accessible. And once this step is completed, you can always remove that permission if you want, or you can delete the file because you will no longer need it once the entire video is generated. So now we are going to wait for this task to be completed, and as it was with the PyAPI platform, you can see that the task ID has been created, the status is planned, so we have to wait. We have to put a wait node over here as well. Maybe we can wait for 2 to 5 minutes over here and see if the status has passed. Then we are going to get the final URL that we wanted in order to upload to our social media platform. So we are very close, so stay tuned guys. I'm going to skip the waiting part. I'm going to add a wait node. So let's add a wait node over here. Let's call it 5 minutes. Let's rename this to wait 5 minutes for final video. We are going to go back. Let's save our progress. So the task has been finally completed. Now in a similar way, we fetch the task details for PyAPI task. We are going to fetch the details of this Creatomate task as well. And for that, we have to make an HTTP request call, this time with get as method. So I'm going to use the HTTP node. Let's rename it to call it get final video. In the URL, I'm going to specify the same Creatomate endpoint. And over here, I'm going to just drag this ID of the task. Now we are going to select the authentication mechanism. So I can select generic credential type. And since Creatomate works on bearer token authentication, So basically we are going to use the bearer token type over here. So bearer auth, and I've already created the bearer auth for it. If you have to create a new one, you can click on new credential and you can just paste the bearer token over here. And how do you get the bearer token? You can go to your Creatomate platform, and when you are clicking on this use template, clicking on this API integration, you can see the authorization bearer is mentioned over here. You just need to copy this to your clipboard, paste it on a notepad. So you need to copy whatever is mentioned after this word bearer. So this is the token which starts with DB5C86. So when you copy into your notepad, it is going to show the full token which is there. You need to copy that, come back over here. When creating a new bearer auth mechanism, create new credential, paste your bearer token and rename the credentials accordingly. The way I have renamed it to Creatomate bearer auth account. So that's how you can set up the generic auth in n8n so that you can use it again and again in other workflows as well. But if you have to send it in the header, so you can just import it as curl request as we did in the previous Creatomate node where we submitted the task. You can use that method as well and send it as a header. Ultimately, this is also doing the same thing, that it is sending it as a header by attaching that authorization colon bearer and the token. But n8n is doing it behind the scenes. And second thing is that you don't need to copy paste that token again and again into various nodes that I was about to do over here. So I thought of creating a credentials that can be used in this workflow as well as other workflows where I'll be using the Creatomate service. So no query parameters are there. In the headers, we can say that content type equals to application/JSON. And since it's a get type of method, we don't need to specify anything in the body. Let me execute this step. And you can see that the status is succeeded for the task that we have created. And now if we look at the URL over here, this is the video URL that we need. This is where the video has been generated based on the content that we told it to render into the video template that we had created. So now we can download this URL into the n8n using an HTTP request call. So let's go back to the canvas. Let's click on this. Add an HTTP request node. Just drag this URL over here. We have to just make a GET call. No authentication is required. I'm going to rename this as download final video. Now let's execute this and it is going to return a binary file that is there. So this is the binary data that we have got. We can click on this download button and it is going to download the file. So it has downloaded the file. Let me open and play it for you. So that looks like a video, 35-second video it is there. Let me play it and you can listen to it.
Did you know that ChatGPT can actually help you code? With just a prompt, you can watch it solve tricky programming problems in a matter of seconds. Not just that, it can help brainstorm creative content ideas effortlessly. It even predicts responses like a real conversation pro. I once asked it to write a bio for me, and it absolutely nailed it. Want to learn more hidden tricks of this powerful tool? Hit that subscribe button for the latest AI hacks.
Alright, so you can see the output that it has generated, and remember that we just use the developer versions of the model. What it can do with the pro versions, you can just imagine. All you did was adding a topic to the Google Sheet and rest everything was automated for you. Now it is time that we have this video available. We should first upload it to our cloud storage so that we can archive it for our own purposes. Whether you want to schedule it or not, you can decide later. Second thing, we are going to show how to publish this video that we got just generated by seeking an approval from the user and publishing it to the Instagram. Third thing is, similar way you can publish the post to YouTube Shorts as well. So let's go ahead and publish these videos on our social media platforms so that the entire workflow is fully automated. So let's go back and automate that part as well. So now I'm going to click on the canvas. Let's save our progress that we have so far. Let's go back a couple of nodes, and when we created or submitted this task, let's pin this data as well, so that we don't execute this node again accidentally. Let's deactivate this as well for time being. And again, I can open this as well and pin this data too. I cannot pin this data because it has the binary output. So we are going to leave it as is. As I told you, first thing we are going to add a Google Drive node. And we are going to upload a file. So I'm going to click on this. The account is selected. Resources file operation is upload. Input data field name is going to be data, which is there. For the file name, we can say that shorts video underscore, and we can specify the ID. If I go to the JSON over here, maybe we can specify this ID over here. Let's just delete this space. So this is going to be the shorts underscore video underscore the ID of the task of the Creatomate. You can go back to previous notes as well and use the title of the video or topic of the video that you had given. In the parent drive, I'm going to select my drive. In the parent folder, I'm going to go over and select this capstone project over here. This is where this file will get uploaded. Let's execute the step. So it looks like our file is successfully uploaded. Let me click on this link. And over here you can see that shorts underscore video and the ID of the video. It seems that we missed to add the extension. So let's go back and add the extension .mp4. So now the file will be .mp4 format. Let's go back, first delete this file. Let's delete this and then come back over here. Now execute this step. Now let's go back again and the file is over here. Now if I double click over it, you can see over here that Google Drive is suggesting this file is being still processed for playback. So the file has been archived. So now ideally I should be notified. Also, we had to update the sheet status as well. So we are going to go back to our canvas. First, we are going to add the Google Sheet over here. So let's add it. We have to update the row in the sheet. So we are going to click on that. And we are going to go back all the way to the original sheet where we have fetched the topic manually. So we fetched the topic manually in this part, but let's first configure the rest of the parameters on this node. Let's first rename it to update video status. Let's click on rename. Let's keep the credential as is. Resource is sheet within the document. Operation is update row. Document, we are going to select AI content generation. This is the sheet that we wanted to select. So if I click on it, map each column manually, we had to select the column to match on. If I open this node again, it's the video number that we have to operate upon. So I'm going to select the video number. What video number to compare? So this is the video number that we want to compare. It is also suggesting unpin node, get final video and execute. Let me go back. Let me unpin this data over here and let's come back. And it is asking me to execute it again. Okay, so video status has been updated. What it updated, I don't know, because we did not specify anything to be updated. However, at least the data now is coming. So you can see the video number is coming. So we are going to delete all this data. And we are only interested in updating the status as well as URL. So for the status, as I go onto that sheet, you can see that the status that I'm maintaining is done, pending, pending, done. So let's go ahead and click on this done. So status is done. URL, we have to specify the URL where the final upload has happened. So this is the URL where the final upload has happened. If I have the access to this particular file, I can open it. This is my account. We don't need to set the anonymous public related permission over here because this is for our own internal use. This is not going to be used by anyone else or accessed by anyone else. So now if I execute this step and we go over here, so you can see that for video number 2, which was 3 hidden features in ChatGPT you didn't know about, the status column K has been updated as well as the video URL has been updated. Now there are 2 columns which is already in published state. Let me just put them in pending state. This is YouTube status as well as Instagram status. So now we can also publish this video on YouTube as well as Instagram. So let's go ahead and do that. Before going over there, let's notify the user or myself as well. So we can add a Telegram node over here and I'll say send message. Let's rename it to call it notify me on video store. Let's rename this. In the chat ID, I have to mention the chat ID. In the text, we can just say that a new reel or shorts video has been created, json.video URL. This is the URL we are giving it to the user so that person can click on it. If the person has access to the file, that means if they are logging into their Google Drive account, they will be able to access the URL. Let me also open the Telegram over here. Now let's just execute this step. So you can see that the message has received, a new reel short video has been created and the URL of the video is mentioned over here. So this notification part is done. Let's go back to our workflow, publish the video on social media channels as well. In order to do that, I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to drag it down. Remember, the node execution order is left to right and top to bottom. Ideally, we would like to publish the video on our social media channels and then update or store the video on our Google Drive. That's how it should be done because then we are marking the complete status of the video in the last branch, which will be the bottommost branch. First thing, let's go ahead and publish the video on Instagram. So for that, let me just bring it up because this is where we have downloaded the video and rest this flow was basically archival of our final video. So this is where I'm going to add a node of Facebook. So if I search Facebook, so we are going to use the Facebook Graph API. So first thing that you have to do while posting on Instagram is that you have to post it to something called Instagram container, and after the container is published, we publish the container. So it's a two-step process of posting any kind of social media or media content specifically on Instagram. And how we are going to do it, let's go ahead and configure it. So in the credentials, I am going to select the long-term token. If you have not watched my credential videos of how to create Instagram credentials or Facebook credentials for n8n on my YouTube channel, go and watch that video, because that is very important to understand how you create long-term tokens for using Graph API for Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp or Threads. We'll leave the host URL as default. HTTP method we are going to use post over here. Then the Graph API we are going to leave default. Node is not me. This is the node ID of the page that you are going to use for posting on Instagram. So this is your Instagram ID's node ID, and how you can get it is, so if you open up the business portfolio of your account, this is how it would look like. So I have this Devil on Wheels account business portfolio where I have like couple of pages: GenAI, Unplugged, A Monk Abroad, Devil on Wheels, as well as the Instagram accounts are being shown over here where I have Devil on Wheels and GenAI Unplugged. And you can see this ID over here which is ending with 661. This is for GenAI Unplugged 14 account, and then I have this Devil on Wheels as well which is ending with 41720 account. So this is the node ID that we have to use. So if I come back over here, I have used this ID which is 41720 and this one is 41720. So I'm going to post the video on my Devil on Wheels account and quickly delete it as well, just after showing it to you for temporary purpose. Then in the edge you have to specify media, and then we have to start adding the query parameters. So I'm going to click on this query parameters, and the first parameter that we have to add is the video URL. So I'm going to say video underscore URL, and in order to get the value of the URL, so this is the file that we had downloaded. We'll go one node back where the URL was present. Over here this URL is present, so I'm going to use this value over here. Then I'm going to add another parameter, and this will be media underscore type, and here we are going to specify reels because it's a reel type or short type video that we are posting. Then the third parameter is caption, and we can just say testing reels feature. And finally we can rename this to post to Instagram container. So I'll rename this. Now I'm going to click on so there is some error that occurred. I think the default value is not selected, so let's select this and now execute this. Alright, so the container ID is now available. This container is ready to be published. So the general recommendation is that before posting or publishing the container, because it takes some time to upload the video from the video URL, you should wait for some time. So we are going to add wait for a few seconds. So I'm going to add a wait. We can leave it as 5 seconds. I'm going to execute this. So it is going to wait for 5 seconds and run through. So now it has executed. Now it is time to publish the container that we have. But what if you want to approve the content and then only upload? So let's add a Telegram notification over here and ask for approval. So this time we are going to use send message and wait for response. So Telegram account, message, chat ID. Again, I'm going to copy the chat ID from the other node. And in the message as well, I'm going to paste the same message. Let's open this. Paste the same message, and let's fix this part over here. Let's delete that. Let's go back one node. Let's go to the JSON over here, and let's use this URL over here. Let's drag it. So now we have the URL coming from download final video node. Let's continue building our message to say kindly your approval posting to Instagram. And now we can add the approval type. So this should be approval type. We'll add the option over here. It should be approve and disapprove both. And we are going to rename this to seek for Instagram approval. Let's execute this step. So we would have got the message. So message has come. So this is the URL. Please kindly provide your approval for posting to Instagram. If I approve it, so let's go ahead and click on this approve. So it has approved the content. So that means approved is true now. Let's come over here and add the if node. And we can drag this over here and let's call it boolean is true, and we can say if Instagram approved. Let's rename this. Let's execute this, and this is Instagram approved. So we are going to go back. This is where we are going to finally publish the video on our Instagram channel. So I'm going to add a Facebook node again. So let's search over here, Facebook Graph API. Let's select our long-term credential token. Let's change this to version 22.0. Node would be same. In the edge, this time we'll say media underscore publish. So this time we are publishing the media. Last time it was media where we created the container ID. And in the query parameters, we are just going to mention the creation ID, add parameter. Let's have the creation ID over here. Let's go back a couple of nodes. So this is the ID that got generated, post to Instagram. So I'm going to just drag over here. Let's rename this to post to Instagram. So if I click on execute, it is going to post the reel on my main account. Let's go ahead and open that. Let me open the Instagram. So you can see that right now I don't have any sort of reels. I'm in the reels tab over here. Let's come back. Let's execute this step now. Alright, so the content has been posted. Let's go to our Instagram account. So right now you see there is nothing over here. If I refresh it, the video should be over here and you can see that the video has been posted. You can see the caption is there and the video is running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and delete this. So that's how you have automated the entire reel publishing for Instagram in this workflow. Now let's quickly go ahead and do the same for YouTube as well. So in the second branch, I'm going to basically publish the content on the YouTube. So let me select all of them and make some space over here. So for the YouTube, there is a single step process. So we don't need this post to Instagram container tab, but definitely we should seek the approval. So I'm going to just copy these two nodes and I'm going to paste it over here. And I'm going to basically attach this over here. In this particular node, let's rename this to instead of Instagram, we can say YouTube approval. So this time we are seeking the YouTube approval. Kindly provide your approval for posting it to the YouTube. Rest of the parameters can remain same. Now let's execute this step. So you can see that the message has ringed. So over here you can see a new message has arrived. Same content is over here. Kindly provide the approval for posting it to the YouTube. So that means this node is also working fine. Now let's go back. So this is still running. So I have to come back over here and provide the approval. So let's go ahead and provide the approval. So we have provided the approval. Now let's come back. It has successfully executed. The content should be approved. So this is if Instagram approved. We can rename it to if YouTube approved. Let's rename this. Let's click on execute step. All right. So if YouTube approved. Now we can add the YouTube node. So if you search over here, so this is the YouTube node over here. We need a video action over here. So you can see that upload a video. So I'm going to use that. I have already created the credentials for one of my account, which is like High Tech Monk. It is a test dummy account that I had created. You have to just authenticate your YouTube account using the OAuth credentials. If you want to watch the dedicated video of how to create YouTube credentials for n8n, go and watch the playlist in the credential sections. But I'm going to use this. So let's keep this. Resource is going to be video. Operation will be upload. Title, you can go back all the way and find the title and post it over here. I'm going to skip that part and I'm going to just say new video from n8n. Next, you have to specify the region code. So I'll just select United States. Here you can select the category name. I'm going to select something random, maybe like science and technology. In the input binary field, we need the data, but the data is not coming over here for some reason. I think it is because we had these nodes over here. That's why the data is not, or binary data is not appended to these nodes. Otherwise, in general, once you fetch the binary data, it gets associated to all the nodes that executes afterward. But that has not happened in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this again and we are going to download the URL again. So I'm going to disconnect this. I'm going to stretch it over here. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to attach this. Let's open this. Download video again for YouTube, and here is the URL. Let's add this one. Let's go ahead and delete this. Let's execute this. So this has downloaded the binary file that we need to upload to YouTube. Now I can connect this node to YouTube. So the binary data is being inputted to this YouTube node and I can rename this to upload YouTube. Now let's add some options over here. In the default language name or ID, I'll just keep it blank. In the description, this is test description. You can imagine that you can use the LLM to generate the description for the YouTube as well and also generate some of the tags and specify it over here. It is up to you how you can creatively use AI in order to automate all these aspects of it. You want to create a new title as well using the script that we already have fetched in this video, you can do that as well. You just need to provide a prompt to a basic LLM chain. It is going to produce a highly converting SEO optimized title and an SEO optimized description for your YouTube as well. But that I'll leave it as a homework for you to add into this entire workflow. The next option I would like to add is privacy status. And in the privacy status, we will just select private. We don't want this video to be made publicly available. We are just testing it out. But in your live environment, you can always specify it as public, and you can also specify when you want to basically publish. So publish at is the date and time when you want to publish the video. You can select to notify your subscriber. You can add the tags as well, and you can also specify the settings for self-declared, made for kids or not. So you can see that you have some options over here that you can keep on adding. But before I click on this execute step, let's open our YouTube channel as well. You can see that I'm currently in this High Tech Monk account. The content, if I go, there is nothing over here. Let's go ahead and execute this step. All right, it has been uploaded. The upload ID is mentioned over here. Now let's go ahead and refresh this page over here. And you can see that new video from n8n is over here. Let me click on it. It is still uploading. And if I click on this, let's click on the play.
Did you know that ChatGPT can actually help you code?
And you can see that we have automated the entire journey of creating a faceless YouTube channel using this entire workflow. If I go back to my channel, my workspace over here, let's go back to the canvas. Couple of things that are remaining now is basically what to do with these false notes. So we have to basically update the status, which is like updating video status. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this over here. I'm going to attach this in the false because this time user has rejected it. So let's go ahead and update that status as well. So everything over here will remain same, but in the status column, I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete the video URL as well. I'm going to add the column called YouTube status. So over here, I'm going to say rejected by the user. And similarly, I'm going to just use this Control C, Control V, and we are going to also attach it to the approved branch as well. So let's go ahead, and in this case we are going to say uploaded. We can ignore this error for time being. Once we'll execute the entire workflow, it is going to fix on its own. Now let's go back, and similarly I'll add couple of notes for my Instagram as well. So if I execute this, so this is going to again post it on my Instagram channel. This time I'm going to go ahead and reject this request. So let's go ahead and disapprove. This time I declined it, and it is going to follow this branch. So that's how we can create this entire workflow. Let me go ahead and let me save this progress, and we can see that this is how our entire workflow looks like. And let's go ahead and fix couple of more things as well. So over here, let me delete this and add a schedule trigger because that makes more sense over here. So let's add a schedule trigger. We can configure it as running every day at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. Our workflow is going to run. So let's add it over here. Let's drag this. Let's add it over here. So this is how we have configured it. So every time this is going to run, the topic is going to be fetched. I'm going to unpin this now. Let's unpin data over here as well. Let's save. Let's come back. Let's keep on unpinning everything over here. We're going to unpin this as well. So now let's go ahead and clear everything up. I have activated everything. I have unpinned everything over here. Now this workflow is ready to go. If I click on this execute workflow link, it is going to basically execute it, fetch the video topics from our Google Sheet. It is going to generate the video captions and the scripts, and then is basically going to generate the image prompts. From the image prompts, it is going to generate images, then the video. Then we are going to use the entire script to create our voiceover using the 11 labs. The video captions, the videos, as well as the voiceover all gets merged over here. And finally, we create one final output using Creator-made template. And using that, we are going to download that particular file we are going to first go through the approval process of posting it to the Instagram. So this branch is going to post it to the Instagram based on the feedback or approval received from the user. This branch is going to follow the same path, but it is going to upload the video on YouTube channel, and finally we are going to archive it, and all these steps are marking the status of the video in our Google Sheet tracker, and finally we are going to get a notification of what happened in the entire workflow with the automated faceless channel that we just created. So by this workflow, you are able to generate videos on the go without writing any single line of code, without editing any kind of video, without thinking about or without writing any kind of video scripts. Isn't that the great output that you have got out of this entire AI automation course, where we covered 6 different sections, and in 7th section we bring together everything including the AI power and generated this capstone project that can be implemented in your real life. In the last section of this course, which is section 8, I'm going to basically talk about some of the enterprise grade features of n8n. If you are interested, you can watch that, but don't miss the last chapter or last lesson, because in that lesson I'm going to provide the next steps that you can take on your journey of becoming an AI automation expert powered by n8n. So I'll see you in the next and the final section of this course. Automation is not just about building workflows alone. It is also about sharing with your team members, collaboration, teamwork, and securely sharing the credentials that you are using in your workflows with others. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In the last section of this course, today we are going to start learning about how to share your workflows, manage user access, securely distribute credentials, and leverage the n8n APIs to programmatically manage it. So let's get started with the first part of the lesson, which is all about user access and management. In n8n, you can assign 3 types of roles to user. First one is the owner, who has full access and can manage everything that is there in your n8n workspace. Only one owner is allowed per instance. Second role is the admin user role, who can control other users, control other workflows and credentials, but they cannot modify the owner role. Finally, third role is the member role, which is more like a standard user who can manage their own workflows but does not have any kind of global control over your n8n instance. But why this role-based access is important for you? Well, everybody in your organization or whoever is building workflows in your n8n workspace should not have the same amount of access, right? And by access, I mean that every user should not be able to access all the credentials which are there. They should only be able to access the credentials that they are working on. Secondly, they should not have access to other workflows that they don't have any interest in or they don't have anything to do with. Hence, in order to protect the sensitive data, API keys or business critical workflows, you need this kind of role-based access. Secondly, you want to prevent any kind of accidental changes in your business workflows by unauthorized users. And finally, you want to ensure only relevant team members can edit specific workflows or execute them. An example could be, imagine you are running a marketing automation. You want your team to use the workflows but not modify the API keys or credentials. With role-based access, you can grant them the permissions to execute the workflows but restrict them from modifying API keys or critical settings. With role-based access, you can maintain control over security while allowing collaboration at the same time. Now let's look at how the workflow sharing works in n8n. By default, workflows are private only. That means the creator has access to them only. These owners or creators must explicitly share workflows with teammates for further collaboration. So this kind of sharing allows multiple users to collaborate on a single workflow so that you can expedite the workflow development in a faster manner. Now let's get to the screen share and see all this in action. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace, and you can see this is the capstone project that we did in the section 7 of this course, where we created the entire workflow to automate the Faceless YouTube channel so that you can start your own. If you have not watched that video, go back and check that out, the entire project, so that you can learn so much about n8n. But over here, we are here to talk about now sharing of the workflows, more collaboration features. So how do you get access to all that? Well, first of all, you can click on this username where your username is there. These three ellipses are there. You go to the settings over here. So in the left panel, you see this users tab over here. You click on it and you can add some users to your workspace. And as you can see, there are 3 total users in my instance currently. First one is the owner, which is of course my user. And you can also see that this owner tab, there is nothing to change. And as I told you, there is only one owner allowed per instance. Now, if you look at the other 2 users, I have this drop down over here which says member. So both of them are members. They do not have the admin rights. So these have a role of member. But if I click on this drop down, you can see this admin is disabled over here because I am on the basic plan of n8n instance. I'm not allowed to add more than one admin users. That's why you see the admin user disabled over here. If you need in your instance more than one admin users, what you will have to do is you will have to upgrade your instance. So if I click on it, you will have to upgrade the subscription so that you can get more admin roles. So you can see that currently the admin roles is allowed only in the pro plan. In the starter plan, only one admin and owner are allowed. That's why I'm not able to assign a different role to any other users, but I don't need it. Maybe you need it. You may have like a bigger organization, or you may be running an AI automation agency where you might have multiple people working as admins in your organization. So that's where you would need to go into the pro plan. But how do you add these users? Well, you see this invite button at the top. You click on this, you start adding the email addresses, and like I said, I can only add member role users over here, so that's why I see only member, but you can also invite some users to become admin as well. You provide their email addresses, they will get an email, they will have to accept the invite. Once they accept the invite, they will start showing up over here by the login and credentials that they will create. They will be able to log in into your n8n workspace, which is more like for me GenAI unplugged.app.n8n.cloud. So that is how you add users to it. Once you have added users to it, how do you share your workflows? Let me go back to the same workflow that we had. So this is a pretty big and complex workflow that I worked upon. Let's suppose that I wanted someone to collaborate with me to work on some of the aspects, maybe this aspect of the workflow. How do I do that? Well, what you can do is at the top, you see that this share button is there. You click on this share, then you will see this pop up over here, and you can click on the users that have accepted the invite to join your n8n cloud instance. These 2 are the users currently in my n8n workspace. So as soon as I clicked on it, you can see that this name has appeared, and the role for this particular person is the editor, that he or she can edit the workflow that you have shared with them. Similarly, I can add other users as well. Now both the users in my n8n workspace has access to this particular workflow. Once I click save, then only they will get the access, otherwise they won't. So if I click on save, now they have access to this workflow. Now again, I can click on this share. If I want to remove the access, I can click on this delete icon over here and then click on save. So now I have removed the access of this particular workflow for those users. Now, once you start adding users to your n8n workspace, once you start sharing workflows with them, well, it does not necessarily mean that all the credentials that are being used or that you have created for your instance as an owner or an admin user are also shared with those users. So basically, they will be only able to meaningfully contribute to your workflows or collaborate on them only if you are able to share the credentials as well with them. Otherwise, most of the workflows that would require some sort of credentials to integrate with other APIs or services or apps are not going to work. And why it could be useful? Well, credentials can be shared across various users such as API keys or auth tokens, but they are never exposed even when you share with them. Users can use these credentials in the workflows, but they cannot view or extract the API keys that you have created. Only the owner and admin users can revoke the credential access from other users. If you are still confused, let me take you to an example. Well, a developer is working on a workflow that you are building, and you do not want your Google Sheets API key to be exposed to them. You only hired those developers to write some pieces of code that you are not familiar with or you are not comfortable writing because you work in no code world. So in this scenario, you can just share the credentials with those users whom you have invited as developers to join your n8n workspace. They will be able to write code and integrate Google Sheets or other services that they are required to integrate with your workflow without them seeing any kind of sensitive information or API keys or any other type of credentials from your workspace. So credential sharing balances the security and collaboration. It lets the team work collaboratively without exposing other sensitive information. Now let's go to the screen and see how you can share your credentials. Now let me zoom in a bit to the screen and let's see what kind of credentials that I had. So for example, let's open this one. So for generating voiceovers, I had already created 11 labs authorization over here. As you can see, I've selected this 11 auth app, and I also have Pi API authorization as well over here. So if I want some other team members to use these two credentials, what I can do is I can go back to my canvas. Now go to the personal space over here. And as you can see at the top, there are three tabs. First one is the workflow, the second one is the credential, and third one is the execution. So if I click on the credentials tab, you will be able to see all the credentials that I have created so far. And at the bottom over here, you see that this Pi API auth credential is available. This 11 labs auth is available. So what I can do is I can click on this, and then I can go to this sharing, and over here I can select the project or the users. So if I select the project, everybody in that project gets the access to it in the workflow that they are building or working upon. Otherwise, if they are going to use or contribute to the workflow where this particular credential is being used, they will not be able to execute the workflow because the access to this particular credential is restricted. They would have to create their own credentials and then they would be able to work on them. But this is not you want. You have the 11 labs API key configured, you have put in some money, you have also bought the subscription. You do not want every developer to buy that kind of subscription, right? You want to share your organization subscription with all the developers or all the workflow builders in your team. That's why you would have to share all these common credentials that you are creating at the organization level, so that every individual is not creating their own credentials. And once I select this particular person, he has now the access to this 11 labs auth API. He or she can use this particular credential in any of the workflows, including the workflows that I have shared with them. Do not forget to click on this save in order to provide the access. If you are not clicking on this save, then the user is not going to get the access. So you must click on this save button in order to save your changes. Now similarly, if I want to revoke the access of this particular user from this particular credential, I can just click on this delete and click on save. Now the access has been revoked for that particular user on this particular credential. Now last thing in this first lesson of this last section of this course, I wanted to show you how you can control the automation. What I mean by control the automation? Well, n8n provides you the complete access to all the features that n8n instance exposes via API. That means you can programmatically control the workflows that you are building. You can programmatically control the other features of an n8n instance. You can programmatically get access to the other features such as executions, all workflows, or a particular workflow. That means it will allow you to create, update, delete, or even activate your workflows programmatically via n8n APIs. But what could be a real world or practical implementation of automating the automation? Well, let's say you want some of your workflows only to run in business hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So what you can do is you can write another workflow that programmatically controls the activation and deactivation of all these workflows at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. respectively. This way you can prevent the unnecessary executions to happen for that particular workflow. That means you are saving money at the end of the day, because remember, every plan in n8n charges you based on the number of executions of the workflows that are happening. And if the workflow execution is happening outside your business hours that you do not want to happen, well, you are wasting money, or you are wasting the number of runs for the workflows that are allotted to your workspace for that particular month. So by programmatically managing your workflows, you are able to not just make workflows further smarter, but efficient as well. Now let's get to the screen share and see how all this works in action. Alright, in order to programmatically control your n8n workspace, what you have to do is you go to the settings again. So you click on your user profile icon over here, this three ellipses, you click on this settings, and then over here you can see that there is this tab just below the users that we saw earlier in the lesson. You see this n8n API tab. You click on this in the panel and you can see that control n8n programmatically using n8n API. So if I click on it, you would see the documentation of the public REST API of n8n that you can use to programmatically perform many types of the same tasks that you can do in GUI of n8n workspace. So you can read about this documentation and see what else you can control or you can access through this API. But I'll go back. Now I'm going to click on this create an API key. Here you will provide the name of the API key. I can say something like internal API key. Then you can set the expiration of this API key. You can have 7 days, 30 days, 60, 90 custom and no expiration as well, that the API key never expires. Again, it is not recommended to have an API key with no expiration. You should always have some sort of expiration in any type of API keys that you create, and you should be able to rotate the credentials just as a security practice out there, so that you're not exposing these API keys indefinitely. Next part is where you select the scopes, which is nothing but more like permissions that you are allocating to this particular API key that you are going to create. So right now I do not have the ability to modify the API key scope because I am on the basic or starter plan. You need to be on the pro plan or other advanced plan in order to control or modify the scope, but I have access to everything. So if I click on this, you can see that you can perform user actions, you can perform source control actions, you can generate a security audit, you have all the options for project like create, update, delete, list, you have variable level control, you have tag level control, and then comes the workflow level control where you can create, read, update, delete, list, move, even activate and deactivate as I explained in the example. And then comes the execution logs over here. So you can also fetch the execution logs and see if there are any errors and maybe perform some actions programmatically somewhere else. And then finally you can create, move or delete credentials as well. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on save. So the API key has been created. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to say done. So now this n8n API key has been created that we can utilize to programmatically control our n8n instance. Let's go and make some API calls using a workflow itself. So for that I have created a new workflow called section 8 lesson 1, and I'm going to first add a trigger over here. So that's trigger manually. And what we are going to do is we are going to call the n8n API using HTTP request node, and I'm going to show you another way of making API calls to n8n instance. But first let me show you how to use the HTTP node so that you can follow the same procedure in order to control your n8n workspace from somewhere else, maybe some other application which is out there, maybe some piece of code that you are writing somewhere else in your organization, in your system, wherever you want to deploy that piece of code. So this HTTP node implementation will help you code in other programming languages as well, because it is just as good as making a REST API call. So let's search the HTTP request node. So let's start by calling a very basic method in order to fetch the user list of all the users that are there. So for that we are going to use the method as get. In the URL, how you are going to form it is the URL of your instance, the n8n instance that you have. So you are going to copy this. So you can see that in my case, my n8n instance is at GenAI unplugged.app.n8n.cloud. So I'm going to copy this over here. I'm going to paste it. then I'm going to continuously form this URL. So if we go to the documentation and let me open this authenticate, how to authenticate. So over here, if I scroll down a bit, you can see both the variants of n8n. One is the self-hosted n8n instance, the other one is the n8n cloud. So I'm using n8n cloud, that's why I copied this part, which is your cloud instance URL. If you are using a self-hosted n8n instance, you would need this particular part over here. After that, what we have to do is we have to copy this API/v. Version right now is v1, so we are going to write v1 over here. So I'm going to copy this API and paste it. So it's my instance URL /API/v and the version is 1. So I'm going to append 1. Then I'm going to add a slash, and that's where you get the access to all the APIs which are there. And the first one that we are going to make use of is, if I click on this endpoint reference, so it will open up the endpoint reference documentation of it, and I'm going to call the user. So you can see the users is simply users. So you can just copy this users and you can go back and you can write this users over here. Now comes the authentication part. So for the authentication, we created an API key. So what I'm going to do is in the authentication, I'm going to say generic credential type. And if we go back to the n8n documentation and click on this authenticate over here, so you saw that in the authenticate part, it is asking us to send a header with the name of x-n8n-api-key. That's where the API key will go. So one way of doing it is that I can basically go ahead and click this send headers, and this is going to open it up. I'm going to copy paste over here and I'm going to paste the API key over here, but I'm not going to do this. I'm going to show you a more secure way of doing it so that you can share these credentials with other team members as well without exposing the API key. So for that, what we are going to do, like I said, I selected this generic credential type in the authentication. In the auth type, we are going to select the header auth. And in the header auth, as you can see, I have few created over here. I'm going to create a new credential and I'm going to say the name as x-n8n-api-key. In the value, I pasted the key that we generated. Now let's rename this to as n8n API auth. Let's save it. So credentials are saved. Now for the sharing part, you can click over here and you can share with other users in your n8n instance. I do not want to do that. I'll just click and close. Now this header authentication is set up. One more thing that you have to do is you need to select this send headers, and in this send headers, I have to go back to this authentication over here, and in this I'll just say accept. So name is accept, and I'm going to copy this application/JSON. I'm going to paste it over here, and now let's execute this step. And you can see that all the users which are there in my n8n instance have been outputted in this data field. If I go to the JSON, you can see that 3 users are there, my own user and the other 2 member users that were there. So we are able to fetch the users from our n8n instance. Similarly, let's try to fetch all the workflows that we have which are active basically. So for that, I'll go back to the canvas. I'll just copy this node, I'll paste it again, and let's open this. And in the URL only, we are just going to make some changes. So we are going to go to the API references. I'm going to go down a bit. So you can see over here, retrieve all workflows. The method is get and the endpoint is workflow. So I'm going to come back over here, just say workflows. Now, since we just need the active one, so for the query parameter, I'm going to turn on active equals to true. So I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to send the query parameters. First name will be active and the value will be true. Let's execute this step. So you can see that the data has been returned, and one of the workflow that is active right now is Ladakh decoded new orders notification, and I probably should have another one. So if I keep on scrolling down, it's a bit big node or big response that we have received. So over here, the second one starts. So you can see the name Facebook integration. So that's the second workflow that is active right now. You can go over this API reference and see what all APIs are available and what all you can control. So this was the first way of programmatically controlling your n8n instance. However, to make your job easy, especially through n8n workflows, what n8n has done is it has also provided a node. So if I click on this and search for n8n API, so you would see that n8n has a node itself, handles events and perform actions on your n8n instance. So if I click on it, you can see all these actions are available, which are also available using HTTP requests or REST API calls. So you can use this node as well instead of making an HTTP request call. I showed the HTTP method so that you can write your own piece of code in some other applications which are controlling your n8n instance. But if you want to just control n8n workflows or some part of n8n through the n8n instance, through the workflows itself, better make use of this n8n node that is available, providing all the actions that you can make. And if there is an action that is not available, you can always go back and make use of HTTP request node. So let's select this get many execution. Let's select the credential. So for that, we have to create a new credential. Here it is just asking the API key. So I'm going to just paste this. I'm going to save this. Oops, I think I did not mention the base URL. So I have to mention the base URL over here. As you can see, API/v1 is also there. So that I have to append. So let's copy this. Let's paste it. API/v1. Now let's try to save it. So you can see connection tested successfully. Now I'm going to click this. So this time we want to retrieve the executions which have happened in our n8n instance. Get many is true. Return all is false. Limit we are going to just say 5. And let's execute this. So 5 of the execution log IDs or executions that has happened have been returned successfully by this node. So that brings us to the end of this lesson. Now that you know how to collaborate with others for developing workflows, how to securely and safely share the credentials without exposing any kind of sensitive data or API keys, as well as how to control your n8n workspace using APIs, using some programmatic language, you are ready to efficiently scale your workflows like a pro. In the next lesson of this last section 8 of this course, I'm going to talk about some enterprise grade features that n8n provides. If you are looking for those features, next lesson is for you, where I will be covering how to save execution data for easier debugging, how to use source control and versioning for workflows, how to use custom variables for dynamic workflow management, how you can secure sensitive data with external secret management, and finally real-time monitoring with log streaming. So if you are interested in knowing about these features and what it can do and what value it brings, next lesson is for you and I'll see you over there. Scaling automation is not just about building workflows and workflows. It is also about how do you manage the security, how do you control the access to your environment, how do you track the executions which are happening of those workflows, and how do you ensure that workflows are not failing silently. Welcome to my course on AI automation powered by n8n. In this last lesson of this course, I'm going to talk about some of the enterprise grade features that n8n offers in order to secure your workflows, track your executions, and integrate the source control or version controls in your n8n environments. Towards the end, I'll just have a recap of the entire course and what next steps that you can follow, where you can follow, and how you can be part of this awesome AI automation community forever. So let's start with the first enterprise grade feature, which is more like how you can save the execution data, not just the data that is getting by default saved, but also some other data, some additional attributes or properties that are flowing in your workflow. You want to save them and track the executions of those workflows using them. But first question that may be coming to your mind: why do I need to save such kind of data in my workflows? Well, when you are building workflows for a medium to large scale enterprises, those automations can have thousands of executions on a daily basis. So in those thousands of execution, how do you track if something is failing? How do you filter those kinds of execution that you are interested in? One way is that you browse through each and every execution log and see whether that execution log belongs to that workflow, whether there is an error or not, and then basically troubleshoot or debug them. The second and the most convenient and efficient way of tracking your workflows when there are thousands of execution going on is to use the execution data node, which allows you to save some additional attributes in the execution logs, which can be used while filtering the executions in the execution tab. So you can save data like email addresses, order IDs, customer number, payment transaction numbers, or anything that you are interested in to track your data or your automation workflows. So let's get to the screen share and see this thing in action. Alright, I'm logged into the cloud instance of my n8n workspace, and you can see I have some data that is coming from this execute workflow manual trigger. I have pinned this data. It has trade ID, stock symbol. It is one of the lessons that we did earlier in this course. So I'm going to use this. So first thing that you have to do is let's go ahead and search for execution data node. So you can see that this execution data node allows you to add execution data that can be searched to filter out the execution log. So if I click on it, so it has opened the configuration screen, and you can see that operation says save highlight data for search and review. So I have to click on this add saved field in order to save my data. In the key, you will define the key that you have to say. It could be order number, it could be email. Over here, I would be more or less interested in trade IDs. So I'm going to say trade_ID. So that's what I'm going to go after, or I can also have sale date as well. And in the value, you are searching for the value. So I'm going to drag this over here. So this way you are going to have trade_ID with the ID column. Suppose someone reaches out in your organization and they refer that for so and so trade ID, I am having issues. So in that case, you can have the trade ID value and try to search the execution log that will filter out the exact workflow that failed. So that is where this kind of data is used. It is not that you are just limited to one field, but you can also save another field. So for example, I'm maybe interested in purchase date filtering. So I can use that. Sorry, I have to cut this. This will be more like a value. So I'm going to use this value. So this way you can filter out all the execution for a particular purchase date if there is an issue on that particular date for all the orders or all the trades that are happening. In the key, we will mention purchase_date, and I'll say execute this step. So this has output all the data, but behind the scenes in the execution log, this data has been saved. So what we can do is we can go back, and over here, I'll go to the personal tab. We'll say save changes, and over here, we'll go to the executions. And this was the workflow that I just executed, workflow tell marketing data. So I'm going to click on this. So you can see that it has been successfully executed. But where you can filter over here, of course you can filter. But the main problem is that you have to filter on the execution tab. So here, if I click on this filter, you can see that highlighted data field is there. Filter execution, any type of data that you have saved using the execution data node. So this is where you can enter the key. Based on the key and the value of it, it is going to filter the exact execution. In our case, we saved two types of keys. One was trade ID, the second was purchase date. So we can enter purchase date or trade ID over here, and the values of it is going to filter it. I am not allowed to do it because you can see that I have to upgrade my plan in order to filter execution data by custom data set at runtime. So if you have to use this feature, you have to upgrade your plan to either pro plan or a plan which is more like an enterprise plan. That's where you are going to get this feature enabled of execution search, which is more like custom data search or custom data saved during the execution of your workflow. Now, the second feature that I wanted to talk about is the version control. So you can attach the version control to your n8n environment so that you can source control or version control all the workflows that your teams or you are building. And why such a version control is needed? Well, all these workflows that you will be building could be complex. They will evolve over time. Without version control, a small mistake can break the live automations. So in that case, you can enable in the enterprise version of n8n Git based version control, which allows you to keep the development environment and production environment separate. That means you can have your production workflows and development workflows separate. Once you are satisfied with your development workflows, you can promote them to the production environment so that in the production environment, nothing fails. Second thing is you can roll back your workflows to the previous versions which were working perfectly fine in a matter of seconds. And third thing, I have already explained that you can enable the safe pushes to the production environment using this safeguarded approach of multiple environments in your automation workflows. So where do you get access to this feature? Well, you go back to the workspace over here. Now at the bottom you see my name over here. You click on the settings. Then over here you can see the environment. So once I click on it, it explains that you can use multiple instances of different environment: dev, prod, test, QA, UAT, etc., deploying them via Git repository. If you don't know Git, search about it. It is more like a version control that allows to maintain different versions of the same file so that you can roll back or restore the previous versions, or you can see how your workflows have evolved over time. As again, this feature is only available on enterprise plan, and we are talking in this video all the enterprise grade features. If you are interested in it, you have to purchase the enterprise plan for it. The third feature that I wanted to talk about that is available in pro or enterprise grade plans is the use of custom variables. Well, what is a custom variable? You had used variables which were inside your workflows, and I touched upon this topic in one of the lessons of the course as well, that you can use variables which is more like local variables inside your workflow. So if you define a variable inside a workflow, you cannot use that variable outside the workflow that you are building. For example, you have a database where you want to store data which is being processed in multiple workflows. So what you might be doing is you will be having a local variable where database string is stored or details are stored of that particular database. Using that local variable, you are able to use that in your one workflow. But if you have to use the same thing in the second workflow, you will have to create the same variable again in the second workflow. Similarly, third and fourth, if you have 5, 10, 20, you have to duplicate that variable over here. The problem comes, let's suppose you were hosting that particular database on a particular URL in AWS cloud. Now you decide to change it to Google Cloud or Azure Cloud and host it over there. In that case, you will have to go over that 1, 2, 5, 20, whatever number of workflows that you have created the local variable in, you have to update all of them. So that becomes a problem, especially in the large scale automations or enterprise grade automations. So in that case, n8n gives you a feature where you can define global variables, and these global variables allows n8n to adapt to different types of environments effortlessly by changing the value at only one place. And in the enterprise option, if you have environments enabled as well, then what you can also do is you can define a global variable like database underscore URL, and the value of this database underscore URL would be different in dev environment and production environment. But in your workflows, you can refer everywhere as $var.database underscore URL, and you won't need to change anything in any workflow. Whenever you decide to change the URL or rehost your database somewhere else, you just change the value at one place, and all your workflows which are referencing this variable gets updated. Now, if you look at the screen, these variables can be defined. If I go back from settings, over here you can start defining your global variables, and you can see that it does not require enterprise plan, but even if you have a pro plan which costs you $60 a month, that's where you will be able to access these global variables. And as it is saying that variables can be used to store and access data across workflows, you can reference them in n8n using a prefix of $vars, example $vars.myVariable. So that's how you would access it, by defining a variable in the enterprise plan. And one thing you should note, that is variables are immutable and cannot be modified inside your workflow. So that means that you cannot use the edit fields or set node in order to change the value of the variable. These will always be immutable. That means if you have to change the value of the global variable, you have to come to the screen where that variable will be defined and change the value over there. The fifth enterprise level feature that I wanted to talk about is saving your credentials in something called a secret manager or an external much safer place, not in your n8n environments, not in your n8n workflows. This allows you to have your API keys, any type of credentials such as username, password, or any other credentials to be saved in external secret management services such as Azure Key Vault or AWS Secret Manager. All these services are external services that allows you to store the secrets, which are more like credential or API keys. They are stored over there in a secured manner so that you do not need to hard code or mention any type of these secure credentials or secrets in your workflows. So that's why in enterprises or large scale businesses, in order to protect from a security breach or any kind of security risk, generally the organization want to store their credentials in a more secured vaults or secured services such as HashiCorp Vault, Azure Key Vault, or AWS Secret Manager, and there are others as well. All these services keeps your credentials secure and encrypted. Let's go back again. It's an enterprise grade feature. You have to go to the settings tab. In the settings place, you have this external secrets tab over here. If you click on it, you can see that this is available on enterprise plan. So once you enable this plan, it will allow you to connect to external secret manager services. So once this external secret manager service is connected, you can start retrieving your secrets dynamically inside the workflows and save them without exposing them any kind of logs or workflow exports. The final feature is the log streaming feature that allows you to export all the logs which are being generated in your n8n workspace into an external monitoring system. Some of the organization would have like a single pane of glass where they are monitoring each and everything from a central place. All those teams which are more like resilience team or SRE teams or even the IT support and management team, they would have access to these monitoring dashboards just to look at if all the applications are working perfectly fine or not. So in that case, if your workflows are not running perfectly fine, they have some sort of delays, or you have some workflows or error workflows defined that are raising some sort of an alert, you would need some sort of integration which provides you the log streaming kind of capability, which allows you to stream data in real time, more like logs in real time, on which actions can be taken or alerts can be sent or monitoring can happen. So instead of checking logs manually, you can stream the execution events to a central monitoring system, and that allows real-time alerts when any type of issue occurs. Again, it's an enterprise feature, and you can see in the settings section, you can have this log streaming over here. There are a couple of more features, for example, LDAP and SSO integration. If you have some sort of SSO built in, you do not want to use the credential management of n8n, you can connect the SSO as an enterprise with the n8n instance that you have and enable the SSO for your entire team or the organization or the employees who want to access your n8n workspace. So these are some of the important enterprise grade features or pro level features that you might want to check upon if you are interested in it. If you are especially developing some workflows or automation for large scale enterprises, then some of these features are worth checking out and worth exploring. So that is it, my friend. This is the end of this course. You started on this journey knowing very little about automations, AI powered automations, and even n8n, but now you have built fully automated systems that can create content, handle emails, make decisions, optimize workflows, and all that without you writing a single line of code. This isn't just a course, this is more like a transformation into an AI automation expert who can streamline processes, boost productivity, and scale workflows like a pro. Now that you have completed the course, appreciated what you have accomplished, what is next for you? Where do you go from here? Here is how you can continue your AI automation journey. Well, the first thing is you should continue to build and experiment with more and more workflows. You have to apply what you have learned to real world business problems. Explore some of the advanced integrations like database automation or AI powered chatbots as well. Second thing is you need to stay updated and keep learning. Automation is evolving field. Follow n8n updates to discover new features. Follow my channel in order to see what is coming in the AI automation world journey, what are new things that are coming in n8n, some of the feature upgrades and some of the complex AI powered workflows, how to build them, how to build AI agents, in not even build, how to sell those AI agents to your customers. I talk about all this on my channel, so you have to stay tuned to my YouTube channel. Then you should keep experimenting with new AI models and API integrations to enhance your workflows and make them smarter and efficient. One thing you can also do is you can join some of the automation or AI automation community and networks, which will allow you to connect with other automation experts in forums and online communities. You should think about contributing to n8n's open source community. You can build custom nodes, you can share the workflows, you can even sell the workflows in n8n community, and above all you will be learning a lot from others as well. n8n community is a free hub for any type of automation expert, be it an AI automation expert or just a workflow automation expert or an AI agent builder. It is a place where users can ask for help when stuck on complex workflows. You can request for new features to enhance n8n's functionality, and you can report bugs or receive quick fixes on the issues that you are facing. And do not forget to explore the n8n templates library, because there are thousands of n8n workflow templates which are already available over there in the templates library. Some of the workflows could be these getting started workflow, where you can modify those workflows to suit your business needs, and maybe some of those templatized workflows can work as is for your use case. So there is no harm in exploring them. And above all, before starting to write any workflow from scratch, always go and search the template library, because like I said, they can act as a launchpad for your workflow. Automation is the future, and you are now part of that movement. Finally, it is time for me to invite you to my personal community that you can join using the link that is given in the description of this video or in the first comment, where you can connect with like-minded AI automation experts. You can take help or seek help from me as well directly on your problems that you are facing while building your workflows. You can get access to the premium resources that I publish in the community, and all this will help you level up your automation skills. Click the link below in order to join the community and get started right away. Finally, AI powered automation is not just about saving time, it is all about unwinding the new possibilities that are out there. Now that you have all these skills through this course, you have your limit set to your creativity. So keep experimenting, keep automating, and keep pushing the boundaries with the AI and n8n combination. I would like to thank you for joining me in this course. Now go out there and build something incredible. And if you like my course, do not forget to share it with others, encourage others to join my community and subscribe to my YouTube channel or join this course, so that you and I can together make this AI automation journey accessible to everyone out there.